damage. A good chunk onto TSM through that cannon barrage, which means that Sanity eventually gets knocked down. Hanser attempting to flash over for Ridge, but cannot find it, will be punished as soon as he comes out of stasis. Does he want to bring one more life down with them? He does! Jensen locking down with the ethereal chains, and Tomo finally getting to put some damage up in this fight. 2 for 2 traded. But in the end, TSM, they grab that dragon.
If they can find even more here.
Jensen's going for more onto Boogie. He throws down the Riptide. Chime and Wild Turtle both get locked. Jensen goes golden, and the root onto Tomo means he has to just take the damage as it's ditched out. 4 taken down by Dignitas, and TSM still have Wild Turtle and Boogie to push on in.
Yes, move to 7-3, more importantly, with Insanity. This team is on a tear.
One last arrow to do it. 2 teams entered this match as equals, but in the end, it's TSM out on top.
Another great game here from TSM. Insanity 11-2-4 on the Kaisa. Turtle with a huge game as well, 7-0-8 on the Ashe. Deathless.
Thank you very much. It could only be an interview with Wild Turtle after you broke the all-time games record, so congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
One thing that I don't think I've asked you yet is if you right now could go back and tell your younger self back in like season 1 that you were going to break the all-time like pro play games in NA record, what would you say to yourself? Like, or what would your younger self think?
I think it's to be expected. You know, he was a little gamer. You know, he played a lot of video games. So here I am, still playing video games.
Nice, let's go. Obviously, you and Chime absolutely crushed the bot lane early off of, I guess, a few mistakes that Dig's bot lane made, but also off of an early level 1. So in looking at this kind of double AD carry comp with the Kaisa mid and then Ashe bot, was this a like plan from the get-go, or was just like, oh no, we got this, we can just absolutely zone them off the wave and keep them at level 1?
It might have been our coach's plan or Boogie's. I don't know who it was, but like, you know, I just went into the game, playing the game, and I'm like, oh wow, we can dive them bot now. That sounds good.
In terms of like team communication, one thing that we've kind of wondered, especially with Chime going in a lot of like the engage, like as the primary engage for a lot of this, who is making, I guess, the biggest calls on the team, or like what your communication system has been?
We don't really actually have a huge shot call in our team. The loudest voice would definitely be Boogie. But for us, it's just kind of like democratic, and whatever we see, we kind of do.
What plays does Boogie call for? Because it seems like both him and Insanity are kind of like, they just want to go in all the time.
Well, he just streams go, 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 like every time, like even when we want to run, so.
Nice. Well, I mean, as long as you guys follow up, that's all that matters,
Yep.
right? All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. And honestly, congratulations on the achievement. That's amazing.
Thank you very much.
And on the other side of this, I believe we have Evil Geniuses taking on Golden Guardian, so stay tuned.
Red buff starting to get burned. River gaining the level, channeling to get towards the back line. Root onto Armeo, who flashes away.
No.
First blood drawn by Gory. Golden Guardian stand up against the invade.
Man, it's just...
Exactly, the pressure translates because it's like the gank happens, so maybe they can win on 2 sides.
Now Armeo trying to get the lock onto Stixxay. Airborne he goes, but the damage coming out. Who he sets it up for Armeo to be drawn down. Stixxay with no summoners available. River trying to focus onto Unforgiven. Gory coming over the wall. There's no JoJo to be seen, and Unforgiven sees 2 members of EG. Nice on his tail. One more pop will do it. Gory grabs the kill.
Yeah, they really wanted to side, and they have this pressure from Revenge. We'll see what they can make with it. Oh,
Got
no.
him.
With Licorice once more under the tower he goes, and Licorice gets revenge from the previous play gone wrong.
Yeah, gets revenge on revenge, as that was kind of the only winning lane for them right now, and he just gets solo killed with that lead.
Who he charmed directly under the turret.
That's how it's
JoJo
done.
rooted, and Gory 3 kills. Bouncy feeling good about it. Over 2,000 gold lead for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, Gory is having a game. For some reason, I was expecting to see 10K, but like we're not that late in the game.
Which is why when River gets the lockdown onto Revenge on the top side and everyone's here to follow, Gory can just easily rack in his 4th kill of the game. and that gold is going to continue to skyrocket.
The tier 2 as well, so he's at 9,500 gold. He's more than double JoJo.
Armeo making an attempt with a Magnet Storm, but gets charmed. River continuing to slap him, but is knocked away into the backline. Revenge wants to make the play, but rooted, stunned up, and more. JoJo coming on in. Can he grab Hui? Can he grab more? It's a double kill for Stixxay. Golden Guardians take out 3, and it's just the bot lane of EG retreating towards the turret.
They had the C9 game where it was, again, over really early. This game also felt over really early. Those are really tough losses
Actually, over?
when they stack up.
They're stepping
might
forward.
be.
They want charges on the next towers.
Inhibitor taken down. The charges have been good so far. Huhi and Licorice are drawing the attention of multiple from Evil Geniuses, though. The back is coming in from Ayla. The charges are good. Golden Guardian saying, go, Shelly, go!
Protect Shelly!
No, Shelly's down! But EG is going down as well with their Nexus. GG with the win.
Okay, what a stomp. Golden Guardians absolutely blast EG. This one was not close.
All right, first things first, congratulations on the win, Huhi. That was an interesting level 1.
Yeah, it was.
Tell me a little bit about it, because it felt like those are the type of level 1s I feel like in scrims.
Yeah.
Not so much on stage. Tell me about like the reasoning contesting it, because you even brought in Licorice for the protection there for the red buff.
Yeah, I mean, I think River already knew, like, as Vi, his weakness is level 1, and enemy can invade, and we were aware of that, so we already started planning in the loading screen. Like you mentioned, people will do it in scrims, and then if it goes wrong, either way, someone will ask for a remake.
Yeah.
It's a stage game, so they flipped it, and then it was on our side.
Was it because of the fact you guys challenging? Was it because of, you know, fear for the pathing for Vi, or for you guys? Because they drafted, felt like heavily for lane with Draven, and they could possibly go for a dive. Was that something that came to your mind when you guys were talking about it?
For sure. Like, dive was one of our biggest like awareness in the early game, because they had Draven Milio versus the Zara Khan. And you can see it in the game. Kaisa was keep moving no matter like what was happening in her lane. So we were aware that they were really desperate after the level 1, and we were just focusing on countering that.
Speaking about desperation and dives, they ended up going for it, and you became a very richer Khan after the fact. Like, what was the comms when they were looking for the dive initially? And then tell me, what was the game plan like basically after? Just a reaction off of it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's not much, like, you know, like, we just communicated the proper way. Like, whenever they're stacking a wave, or whenever like their mid is moving, we're just communicating that, letting my mid laner and my jungler know. And yeah, we're just kind of playing like outplaying them as well. So yeah, I just got really rich, and we had complete control of the game. And from there, it was like the fight between ourselves that we don't throw the game, because when people get too far ahead, they'll throw the game, you know?
So then it leads into my last question. You guys, how many wins do you guys have right now?
I don't know.
9?
9? Okay.
And you guys are nearing 10 wins. You guys have never gotten 10 wins before.
Yeah.
How much have you guys talked about it? Because I felt like last time I've heard from Monero or Sam, they've like said that you guys talk about it, but it's a touchy conversation.
Yeah, so Golden Guardians never passed the 9-9.
Yeah.
And as a jokingly, we were saying, oh, like, we're going there, you know? We're getting there. We're almost at 9 wins, guys. We have to start losing, stuff like that. Obviously, it's a joke, but like, it's definitely something that we're aware of. And we obviously want to break that, but also at the same time trying to like joke about it.
Tilt the coach as well?
Yeah, they get really tilted whenever we say now we have to lose every game in the LCS.
Okay, that's good. Any message for the fans out there?
We appreciate all the supports I think we've been getting. Thank you guys. Yeah, and especially in a big stage, I can't wait to play in front of you guys again. Thank you.
Impact is trying to ensure that Dokla can't step up. Dokla has to flash away from the Dominus popped Impact. And first blood drawn by Contracts. Ornhorn has come across multiple members of FlyQuest as they continue to push up. But look at Prince on the bottom side, targeting Ignar to take him down. And multiple kills going FlyQuest nade now as Impact gets it onto Contracts.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get...
Waiting for them, but the Hex Flash from Ignar is an attempt at engaging, and Vulcan does queue away. Daisy brought out by Spica. And Palafox rotating towards Contracts, but Spyrax doing the same. Prison teleport coming in from FlyQuest, and the route onto Ignar as Dokla throws the College of the Foregod, does manage to get a multiple knockup, but FBI coming in with the killer instinct onto the backline, picks up the kill onto Vulcan, and Contracts is still standing, but marked low. The supports are gone, but FlyQuest completing the push. Impact flashing forward before getting knocked back by the Buster shot. Dokla making sure to Searing Charge out of it. Nobody hit with the Q by Prince, and the action ceases. But FlyQuest still with a bit of a wave push here.
Yes.
50% on the Baron. FlyQuest ready to turn it. Ornhorn thrown by Dokla. Gets a knock up onto 3. Impact with the dominant pop into the back line. Palafox is attempting to make a play as well. Gets a shutdown onto Prince. Most of the damage eliminated for FlyQuest as Energy push FlyQuest off of the Baron and take some lives down with them.
That was a huge ulti from Dokla to start it off. Looked like they connected on 3, and then Ignar's there with the follow-up on the multiple members. So now the shoe is on the other foot here. Palafox is going to get a freebie onto Vulcan, and they're going to get the Baron. FlyQuest lose their lead out of nowhere. Thought they were in a great spot. They had enough tempo on the map that they thought they could just rush down the Baron, make something happen there after a play that went well for the mid lane. But at the end of the day, NRG come out, they wipe them at Baron, they take the Baron for themselves. And that is like a 3.5K gold swing. Impact's going to try to look out of the brush.
Play. He's in the brush. FBI going in the backline with a killer instinct. And Impact, though, even though he tries to go for it, can't last very long when everyone from Energy turns back his way and the rest of FlyQuest is split.
This could actually be the end of the game right here.
Just now spawned, but still 15 seconds before Impact comes on through. Spica's thrown down Daisy, and no more Daisy to help. Prince taken out. So big damage dealer from FlyQuest isn't here. Instead, though, Energy, they take the inhibitor, they claim that prize, and just gate on out of there.
Oh, no.
Oh, Spica Hexgate to follow up, then has to flash over the wall.
And just a brick wall of a front line.
Yeah, this gold lead got massive so quickly. It was at 5.5 down below, but now Contracts, though, stepping up a bit too much into the brush. Shut down by Vulcan. FlyQuest attempting to make their stand, but look at the burn onto Impact. Kill credit going over to Palafox. So now the numbers are evened once more. Top laner for jungler, and the range is still there for Energy, which means they can take down that turret, and the horn being blown once more. Another triple knockup, but onto members directly under the turrets. So Ignar goes in with a Magnet Storm. Explosive charge onto Vulcan. Double kill for Palafox, and Energy swung it all back real quick and take the win over FlyQuest in a fashion that was not expected.
That was a crazy turnaround in this game.
Woke up and I have a fever and I was really sick, but you know I pulled through anyway. So give Palafox a round of applause for playing really sick.
Yeah. We're kind of memeing. It's not Gabby's fault. I was gonna pull Palafox, but he actually is indeed sick. Want to give his chance a voice to recover. So instead we got Contracts here, who just had a great Sejuani game. How you feeling?
Just another day in the books, another Sejuani. I mean, I think in the beginning of my career, I was like negative win rate on Sejuani, but you know, as you grow older, your hands get more stale and rusty.
But the mind.
Yeah, the mind grows, so the win rate goes up.
Very, very nice. Talking about win rate, you guys are 3-4 in your last 4 games, climbing up the standings. I think a lot of people were hopeful for you guys to make a good push, maybe a slow start. How is the team feeling right now, heading closer to playoffs?
You know, the team's feeling pretty good. I feel like our practice has gotten a lot more productive, and I mean, I feel like we've always been so close to ending out like a lot of our games. We've had pretty decisive leads, but you know, just missing that like final step of like actually closing out the games. And I feel like that's something that we've improved on a lot this past week or two in practice. And you know, seeing it on stage, it's you know, gives us a lot of confidence for sure.
Speaking of like the final step, previously with CLG, you guys had gotten very close a number of times to making late season playoff runs. You'd bump into C9, you'd push them really hard, but then not able to get over that hurdle. Do you guys have a feeling that you're going to go to Worlds finally this year? Are you going to be the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, first place representative? Put some big predictions out there right now. Where do you think you're going to go?
I mean, that's always the goal. I mean, going to Worlds is always, you know, it's been a while since I've been there. So, you know, I think for the viewers, the most fun thing would be us battling an EU team and then beating EU to get those like, you know, bragging rights before Worlds even starts. But, you I guess we'll just have to see.
Of course, you could always win the championship, but it'd be way more fun to beat Europe for the final world spot. Very understandable. That's nice of you, Contracts. Thank you so much for doing the interview and stepping up. I appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the week. That's going to do it for us here. We'll see you after the break.
CC layered down onto Berserker, who has to flash back away. Yon barely survives, man. He's down to 50 HP as Pioshik still looking for that last little bit of damage, but now he is controlled and killed. It's first blood over to Berserker, man. I think this is about it for poor little Ken. And Imanez going in. There's the slicing maelstrom. It's going to buy him an extra moment.
Wait a minute.
Stays alive. Imanez!
Oh my
Just
God.
came over a freebie. It's Summit getting the kill, getting the outplay.
He's just good, but first send him.
Oh, M&S had to use the claw and the flash to get away, but Pioshik will chase him down. Beats him over the head with the stick. Second kill of the game there for Team Liquid. As Blabber wants to secure this crab down here, should be able to pick that one up, but TL has bigger fish to fry. They're summoning up the Herald. Arrow hits from downtown, but now Blabber's trying to catch up and do some damage in time. The turret's already destroyed. Blabber's forced to use the Lamb's Respite, but he's all alone. As soon as it fades, you know he's gonna die. Berserker getting dove by Summit. The slicing maelstrom here in the 1v2. Mega Inferno Bomb ready to melt these guys. C9 is crumbling. And hold on, we got M&S coming up here to try to defend a turret that had 20% HP. And Summit and Pioshik are having none of it. Cyclone used there, but a nice stasis coming out from M&S buys him enough time to get away. C9 with the outplay, and now Summit and Pioshik are in retreat. M&S, why'd we go up there, buddy? They could have handled it. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade at the start. Berserker wants to get a little bonus money here. Double kill for the C9 AD carry, but on the other side of the map, Midnight Vigil. As Blabber and Berserker still both healthy enough to continue to fight. Fudge diving in from the side, and they burst down APA. Core JJ's gonna go next, and C9 just got 2. There's no ulti available on the Wukong or the Aphelios either. C9 has enough health and a cozy campfire. They could start up the Baron. This could be their path back into the game.
Yeah, they still have Kindred ult, so they want to force this, make TL fight them, and let's see what happens. Summit does have flash.
Yeah, flash slicing maelstrom. This could be a Kennen moment. We just have to see if they play it out correctly. C9 trying to stay safe on this, but they know they need the Baron. They know they need to get back into this game with a big objective take here. Cozy Campfire coming down. They want to engage with Pioshik. Summit into the back line, but C9 stays alive. Lamb's Respite is dropped in time. Summit is gone. Pioshik's in retreat. Yon pops the clear, but the arrows keep flying. Team Liquid, they stopped the Baron, but they had to sacrifice Summit and his flash to do it.
Damn, that was real.
Keep kiting backwards. Berserker's gotta be careful. Core JJ goes in for the quickness, and Lamb's Respite is already forced out. C9 continuing to try to look for some plays as Blabber takes out Core. M&S is stunned. The slicing maelstrom from Summit only gets him killed. C9 go unstoppable with this Ashe, and they hold the line.
Damn, Berserker he is so...
Ready for the flash, follow with the Everfrost into lockdown. The arrow missed, but doesn't matter. Summit's fighting back hard. Blabber's low.
Wow.
He's not gonna burn away. Remember, it's Luden's, not Leandri's here on the Ziggs. So Blabber's alive and does not need to use the ulti.
I mean, Summit getting caught in the side, I've never seen that before. Surprising there.
Pioshik trying to chase after these guys. Core JJ stepping a little bit close. Team Liquid want to burst down the jungler, but they can't find Blabber in time, and the Respite already comes out. M&S also low, but TL just gets 2. TL losing one of their own now as APA is cut down to size by the Croc. Pioshik can retreat back over the wall with Clone, but Berserker is chasing down the enemy bot lane. Yon falls, and Core JJ joins them. A triple kill for
Renekton is
Renekton.
scaling.
Yep. Team Liquid continuing to disengage. Pioshik is saved by the Mikhail's Crucible, and now Fudge is ready to engage from the side. There's the flank we were talking about. That's what we were looking for, but APA has already shut him down. Lamb's Respite goes out. Pioshik is very low. APA hiding all the way back in the corner. Nicely timed with a Mega Inferno Bomb, and Pioshik kills Blabber. Summit's coming in from behind. C9 are caught, and they're absolutely exploded. I think TL just won the game. That's the whole game. Team Liquid with a 5-man push and 25 seconds remaining on the Cloud9 players. They're on to the Nexus turrets now. M&S buying a moment here with the ulti, but TL don't care. M&S will not hold them off alone. They want to pad the stats a little. Team Liquid gets the dub.
Damn. Well played by Team Liquid to find
I am joined by Pioshik and also Jodo to help out with translation. So first of all, congratulations, 감사합니다. It was a very interesting game. I would like you to describe what was going through your mind as you guys managed to win that final teamfight topside.
일단 표식 선수 축하드리고요. 일단 마지막 팀파이트 할 때 좀 어떤 생각이 들으셨는지 궁금합니다.
이제 상대가 확 이니시 거는 게 없어서 저희 팀을 때리려면 이동기를 쓰면서 앞으로 와야 되는데 그러면 그런 구도에서 저희가 되게 카이팅 능력이라든가 그런 스탯적으로 쟤네가 이동기를 쓰면서 오기 때문에 그냥 충분히 빨면서 하면은 이길 수 있다고 생각을 했습니다.
Yeah, so for the enemy team comp, they don't really have a hard engage. So if we were able to pull them in and then kite them and then make them use their dash skills, we were able to pretty much win the team fight. So, that was in my mind.
How did you guys manage to keep your, I guess, your mental as, they kept picking off one player in a side lane or with an Ashe arrow. So I guess, how did you guys keep up your mental fortitude throughout in order to be able to set up for that fight?
그리고 이제 팀적으로 이제 한 명씩 이제 잘리기도 하고 뭐 애쉬 궁에 뭐 죽기도 하고 했는데 이제 팀적으로 어떻게 좀 멘탈을 다시 잡으면서 게임을 하셨는지.
일단 우태 형이 자꾸 나 망했는데 나 이거 썩는데 라고 해서 좀 팀원들이 급해진 거는 있는 것 같은데 그래도 뭐 어차피 급한 거는 쟤네라면서 잘 다독여줬던 것 같아요 팀적으로.
Yeah, so in the game, Summit was making comments like, "Oh man, I'm getting outscaled, I'm dying and all this stuff." So like, he was getting a little bit hasty for us. But I think for us, I think the enemy team was the one in their back foot, so we were feeling a little bit more comfortable as a team.
And then obviously APA joining the team. One thing that I think is really interesting about you and APA is that you both always seem to be looking for fights. So whether or not there is a language barrier, you two seem to play the game the same way. What is it like having added him to the team, and what kind of player do you think he is?
그리고 이제 APA 선수랑 이제 같이 하시게 되셨는데 이제 게임을 경기를 보다 보면은 이제 APA 선수랑 이제 표직 선수가 같이 이제 싸움도 같이 보고 이제 게임 하는 방식도 가끔 비슷하게 보고 이제 언어가 다른데도 이제 같이 게임을 같이 잘하고 있는데 이제 APA 선수가 오면서 좀 이제 팀적이나 이제 표직 선수 개인적으로 어땠는지.
사실 APA 선수가 되게 갑작스럽게 저희 팀에 합류해가지고 지금 여태까지 오늘 경기 포함해가지고 뭐 스크림한 게 한 10판, 20판이 안 되는 걸로 알아요. 근데 이 친구가 기본적으로 게임 센스나 뭔가 게임 보는 눈에 있어서 저랑 되게 비슷하다고 생각이 돼요. 그래서 뭔가 소통을 엄청 많이 안 해도 서로가 그냥 APA 입장에서 그냥 헬프 표식만 해도 제가 어떻게 해야 될지 알고 있는 것 같아요.
Yeah, so APA was called up very suddenly, but even in that situation, for APA, I think he has a really great game sense and he knows how to look at the game in a similar way as me. So even with the language barrier, all I need is really is 표식 help. So I think it's pretty nice to play with him.
He said that too. And then finally, I don't know if you remember, but when I interviewed you the last time on stage, I actually asked you to do a Pyoshik dance, and you did it. So now I'm being asked by production if you would do a dance after this victory for your fans.
그리고 이제 스프링 때 이제 똑같은 상황에 이제 세레모니를 이제 요청드렸는데 그때 이제 다음에 하신다라고 했었는데 이제 프로덕션에도 물어보시던데 세레모니 한번 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 오늘 50 he played Wukong today. 아무거나.
그 50 이모트.
Okay. He said the Wukong emote.
Okay.
He said there's like an emote where like
감사합니다. Thank you so much. With that,
Maybe force out some action in a 3v2. Nice engage coming out from Treats there with a crash down. Does bring her over the wall. Double has nowhere to flash. Kinvy's just sitting where he would be and tactical, ready for the flash follow to kill Double for first blood.
Didn't even.
Okay, Drake down to about 1,000 HP. We could get the smite fight for it, but Immortals choosing to focus the players from 100 Thieves instead and stealing away the Drake. 100 Thieves just lost 3 dudes and an objective. Immortals ran them over.
Oh my. Oh, here we go.
Oh, man. Treats is already going in, and they got Nocturne over the top. Paranoia claims another one as Treats gets the kill credit. It's Double-Lift dead for the 3rd time this game. Double-Lift is going to show up in time to get like 2 minions here.
Oh, God.
Immortals are done. They brought Balulu, too. Double-Lift arrives for his own funeral. Just put him in a hearse at this point. 7-0 for IMT. Quinn with a shuffle tries to get one back. Kinby tanks the turret for a long time, and Quinn walks away with 12 health. And Treats, those are the guys that go in. Magnet Storm to start it off. Someday's already dead. Quinn tries to go for an outplay with a Shurima shuffle, but it won't work. Tactical has killed Closer. Double-Lift trying to do anything, fighting back against these guys. Treats and Kimby are thinking about the Baron as Double-Lift swoops back in with a killer instinct, but now Malulu might be ready to take him down. Double-Lift still looking for it. Flash into the missiles, but it won't do a thing. All he does is get Treats. Immortals bring Solo into the fight as it finishes, and now they're the ones starting up the Baron.
Lulu did a great job marking Busio just in case he wanted to go for an engage as Quid was coming back. It's not going to be an option. This is a pretty thin wave, but it's a cannon minion wave, and they're going to go for it.
Ornhorn summon up. There's Balulu's engaged with a flash pop blossom. He's on a rampage, and Quid is dead again. Someday tries to find an entry into the fight, but he's immediately killed. Nobody else is around. There's no backup. There's no way out for 100 Thieves. Closer gets killed off. Double kill for Tactical. Everybody wearing 100 Thieves colors hits the ground. And Immortals with a quadra kill for Tactical will finally end their loss streak and claim their 3rd win of Summer 2023.
That is something IMT should feel proud about. Their cleanest game all split long.
The streak is over.
Finally.
Yeah, you broke the streak. How does it feel to pick up the first win since the first week of the split?
Yeah, I mean, it just, the losses kind of just blend together and you don't really think how many it was. Was it 10 in the end, right?
10.
So, I mean, it's really nice to get a win, obviously. I felt that we actually played pretty good this game. I think they made a lot of mistakes, which made the game pretty easy for us, but it feels nice to get a win finally.
Yeah, what do you think some of the key contributors were to being able to pick up the first win today? Since week 1.
Yeah.
3rd win.
No, I think in general we had a pretty aggressive comp and we actually managed to get an early game lead for once. I think a lot of games we've just been kind of losing early game, like dying to ganks or losing 2v2 or like dying on the dragons and stuff. So this time we actually got a good gank and then also the dragon. So I think when the game is kind of following the script that it's supposed to, we actually played pretty well, but we've struggled in the past. So it's nice that we finally did it.
Yeah, congratulations as well. You've been awarded player of the game.
Oh, nice.
So that's nice. And a lot of people, at least in the comments I read online, watched you on co-streams talking about North America. Now you're kind of living the North American experience.
Yeah.
How have you paid attention to any of that conversation, or are you just trying to focus completely on League?
I mean, I've definitely seen it. I mean, obviously, when we're losing every game, it's fun to shit talk me, right? I think I deserve some of it for sure. Haven't been playing insanely well, but it's also just fun. I think it's just fun to get some more hype to LCS in general, and that's what I want to do. And if people hate me or love me, that I don't really care. I'm just here to play my best and to pick up as many wins as I can.
I love that attitude. So you are actually tied with FlyQuest now for 9th place. If you're adding hype to the LCS, what's your message? What's your building of hype for the final 5 games?
I mean, like when I came in, I was thinking getting as many wins as FlyQuest would be like a good goal to have. But maybe not anymore. So maybe we have to actually surpass them, which I didn't expect. So it's kind of rerouting my brain. No, but all seriousness, I mean, we can easily make playoffs. We just have to actually play good. We've had so many games where we just throw them away, and I think with this one we can actually pick up some momentum. So I'm hyped for that.
All right, thank you very much for taking the time. 2 more games this week. Let's see what kind of noise you can make.
Do that 3-camp clear, and honestly, Boogie and Chime should probably just move between the pillars.
Oh, Santorin, flash for flash, does manage to root with the ethereal chains as Santorin's here for the follow-up. First blood drawn by Dignitas. Does it land up top towards Rich? Can Hanser make something of it? Meanwhile, Poom setting the play up for Santorin and Jensen. Santorin achieves a kill onto Boogie, which means there's no jungler to contest this Herald. Chime has to be careful. Hanser coming in for the assist, stunned up as he slices and dices out of there, but Jensen gets the lockdown, returns the kill. A double offered by Insanity, though, for TSM, as they are still thirsty for blood, and bring it back with another onto the enemy mid laner.
And the Locket's gonna help save my carries.
Chime in some trouble, though. Dignitas, they found the support, and they want to take him down. Battle dances towards Boogie, but it cannot save him. Dignitas really making sure that goal. Right now, it's TSM's attention on the top side. Teleports from both ends as Rich stands alone, but not for long. Chime under the turret. Rich burned down and popped by Insanity. Stunned up. Jensen tries to get out of this one, but the turret does eventually fall as Shelly has been thrown. A kill here as TSM managed to grab 2 and make this push on the top side an effective one.
Yeah, so Dignitas are aware of it. We'll see if they can make anything happen.
Teleports available on both sides, and Poom goes into the back line. Keeper's verdict means that Insanity's not here to deal the damage, but you still got multiple members of TSM to do exactly that as Santorin is ripped away. Tomo soon to follow, does manage to get out of range of Hanser, who had already expelled his flash, but TSM set their sights on the Baron once more. Though Dignitas do have a rich teleport in the books, he already used his ultimate. Jensen collapsing from the opposite side. Can he get a lock onto Turtle? Some big blast damage from Rich here. Chime going in before he goes golden, and Wild Turtle setting it up for Insanity to knock it down. Double kill for TSM as Wild Turtle and the squad end up just finishing off the Baron, and Dignitas is nowhere to be seen. Not much more than that as TSM feel like they have all the power in their hands with the Red Bull Baron buff still in effect, but Keeper's verdict for 1 to be thrown away. Poom attempting to get right into his backline after taking way too much damage, but has now fallen. So Dignitas corralled under this inhibitor turret. Hanser venturing forward with Dominus pop. Boogie's nice and healthy. Multiple members that can just stand with this cannon minion to make sure they take that inhibitor turret and then some.
Yeah, it is going to be a couple towers traded back on the top side, but again, TSM knew there was no fear to dive here. There's nothing. Want to control this area, and now they're going to be able to find a pick.
Of Santorin, the first knock by it, and as Trion goes in, he attempts to bring down Dignitas, setting up for Hanser to get into the backline. Rich has taken a lot of damage, a good chunk onto TSM through that cannon barrage, which means that Insanity eventually gets knocked down. Hanser attempting to flash over for Rich, but cannot find it, will be punished as soon as he comes out of stasis. Does he want to bring one more life down with them? He does! Jensen locking down with the ethereal chains, and Tomo finally getting to put some damage up in this fight. 2 for 2 traded. But in the end, TSM, they grab that dragon.
If they can find even more here.
Jensen's going for more onto Boogie. He throws down the Riptide. Chime and Wild Turtle both get locked. Jensen goes golden, and the root onto Tomo means he has to just take the damage as it's ditched out. 4 taken down by Dignitas, and TSM still have Wild Turtle and Boogie to push on in.
Yes, move to 7-3, more importantly, with Insanity. This team is on a tear.
One last arrow to do it. 2 teams entered this match as equals, but in the end, it's TSM out on top.
Another great game here from TSM. Insanity 11-2-4 on the Kaisa. Turtle with a huge game as well, 7-0-8 on the Ashe. Deathless.
Thank you very much. It could only be an interview with Wild Turtle after you broke the all-time games record. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
One thing that I don't think I've asked you yet is if you right now could go back and tell your younger self back in like season 1 that you were going to break the all-time like pro play games in NA record, what would you say to yourself? Like, or what would your younger self think?
I think it's to be expected. You know, he was a little gamer. You know, he played a lot of video games. So here I am, still playing video games.
Nice, let's go. Obviously, you and Chime absolutely crushed the bot lane early off of, I guess, a few mistakes that Dig's bot lane made, but also off of an early level 1. So in looking at this kind of double AD carry comp with the Kaisa mid and then Ashe bot, was this a like plan from the get-go, or was just like, oh no, we got this, we can just absolutely zone them off the wave and keep them at level 1?
It might have been our coach's plan or Boogie's. I don't know who it was, but like, you know, I just went into the game, playing the game, and I'm like, oh wow, we can dive them bot now. That sounds good.
In terms of like team communication, one thing that we've kind of wondered, especially with Chime going in a lot of like the engage, like as the primary engage for a lot of this, who is making, I guess, the biggest calls on the team, or like what your communication system has been?
We don't really actually have a huge shot call in our team. The loudest voice would definitely be Boogie. But for us, it's just kind of like democratic, and whatever we see, we kind of do.
What plays does Boogie call for? Because it seems like both him and Insanity are kind of like, they just want to go in all the time.
Well, he just streams go, 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 like every time, like even when we want to run, so.
Nice. Well, I mean, as long as you guys follow up, that's all that matters,
Yep.
right? All right, cool. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. And honestly, congratulations on the achievement. That's amazing.
Thank you very much.
And on the other side of this, I believe we have Evil Geniuses taking on Golden Guardians. So stay tuned.
Red buff starting to get burned. River gaining the level, channeling to get towards the back line. Root onto Armeo, who flashes away. First blood drawn by Gory. Golden Guardians stand up against the invade.
Man, it's just...
Exactly, the pressure translates because it's like the gank happens, so maybe they can win on two sides.
Now Armeo trying to get the lock onto Stixay. Airborne he goes, but the damage coming out. Who he sets it up for Armeo to be drawn down. Stixay with no summoners available. River trying to focus onto Unforgiven. Gory coming over the wall. There's no JoJo to be seen, and Unforgiven sees two members of EG. Nice on his tail. One more pop will do it. Gory grabs the kill.
Yeah, they really wanted to side, and they have this pressure from Revenge. We'll see what they can make with it. Oh,
Got
no.
him with Licorice once more. Under the tower he goes, and Licorice gets revenge from the previous play gone wrong.
Yeah, gets revenge on Revenge as that was kind of the only winning lane for them right now, and he just gets solo killed with that lead.
Who he charmed directly under the turret. JoJo rooted, and Gory 3 kills. Bouncy feeling good about it. Over 2,000 gold lead for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, Gory is having a game. For some reason, I was expecting to see 10K, but like we're not that late in the game.
Which is why when River gets the lockdown onto Revenge on the top side and everyone's here to follow, Gory can just easily rack in his 4th kill of the game. And that gold is going to continue to skyrocket.
The tier 2 as well, so he's at 9,500 gold. He's more than double JoJo.
Armeo making an attempt with the Magnet Storm, but gets charmed. River continuing to slap him, but is knocked away into the backline. Revenge wants to make the play, but rooted, stunned up, and more. JoJo coming on in. Can he grab Ui? Can he grab more? It's a double kill for Stixay. Golden Guardians take out 3, and it's just the bot lane of EG retreating towards the turret.
They had the C9 game where it was, again, over really early. This game also felt over really early. Those are really tough losses
actually
when they stack up.
They're stepping forward. They want charges on the next towers.
Inhibitor taken down. The charges have been good so far. Huhi and Licorice are drawing the attention of multiple from Evil Geniuses, though. The back is coming in from Ayla. The charges are good. Golden Guardian saying, go, Shelly, go!
Protect Shelly!
No, Shelly's down! But EG is going down as well with their Nexus. GG with the win.
Okay, what a stomp. Golden Guardians absolutely blast EG. This one was not close.
All right, first things first, congratulations on the win, Huhi. That was an interesting level 1.
Yeah, it was.
Tell me a little bit about it, because it felt like those are the type of level 1s I feel like in scrims.
Yeah.
Not so much on stage. Tell me about like the reasoning contesting it, because you even brought in Licorice for the protection there for the red buff.
Yeah, I mean, I think River already knew, like, as Vi, his weakness is level 1, and enemy can invade, and we were aware of that, so we already started planning in the loading screen. Like you mentioned, people will do it in scrims, and then if it goes wrong, either way, someone will ask for a remake.
Yeah,
it's a stage game, so they flipped it, and then it was on our side.
Was it because of the fact you guys challenging? Was it because of fear for the pathing for Vi, or for you guys? Because they drafted, felt like heavily for lane with Draven, and they could possibly go for a dive. Was that something that came to your mind when you guys were talking about it?
For sure. Like, dive was one of our biggest like awareness in the early game, because they had Draven Melio versus the Zara Khan. And you can see it in the game. Kaisa was keep moving no matter like what was happening in her lane. So we were aware that they were really desperate after the level 1, and we were just focusing on countering that.
Speaking about desperation and dives, they ended up going for it, and you became a very richer Khan after the fact. What was the comms when they were looking for the dive initially? And then tell me what was the game plan like basically after, just a reaction off of it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's not much like, like we just communicated the proper way. Like whenever they're stacking a wave, or whenever like their mid is moving, we're just communicating that, letting my mid laner and my jungler know. And yeah, we're just kind of playing like outplaying them as well. So yeah, I just got really rich, and we had complete control of the game. And from there, it was like the fight between ourselves that we don't throw the game. because when people get too far ahead, they'll throw the game, you know?
So then it leads into my last question. You guys, how many wins do you guys have right now?
I don't know.
9.
9? Okay.
And you guys are nearing 10 wins. You guys have never gotten 10 wins before.
Yeah.
How much have you guys talked about it? Because I felt like last time I've heard from Monero or Sam, they've like said that you guys talk about it. But it's a touchy conversation.
Yeah, so Golden Guardians never passed the 9-9.
Yeah.
And as a jokingly, we were saying, oh, like, we're going there, you know? We're getting there. We're almost at 9 wins, guys. We have to start losing, stuff like that. Obviously, it's a joke, but like, it's definitely something that we're aware of. And we obviously want to break that, but also at the same time, trying to like joke about it.
Tilt the coach as well?
Yeah, they get really tilted whenever we say now we have to lose every game in the LCS.
Okay, that's good. Any message for the fans out there?
We appreciate all the supports I think we've been getting. Thank you guys. Yeah, and especially in a big stage, I can't wait to play in front of you guys again. Thank you.
Impact is trying to ensure that Dokla can't step up. Dokla has to flash away from the Dominus popped Impact. And first blood drawn by Contracts. Ornhorn has come across multiple members of FlyQuest as they continue to push up. But look at Prince on the bottom side, targeting Ignar to take him down. And multiple kills going FlyQuest nade now as Impact gets it onto Contracts.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get...
Waiting for them, but the Hex Flash from Ignar is an attempt at engaging, and Vulcan does queue away. Daisy brought out by Spica. And Palafox rotating towards Contracts, but Spyrax doing the same. Prison teleport coming in from FlyQuest, and the route onto Ignar as Dokla throws the College of the Foregone, does manage to get a multiple knockup, but FBI coming in with the Killer Instinct onto the backline, picks up the kill onto Vulcan, and Contracts is still standing, but marked low. The supports are gone, but FlyQuest completing the push. Impact flashing forward before getting knocked back by the Buster shot. Dokla making sure to Searing Charge out of it. Nobody hit with the Q by Prince, and the action ceases. But FlyQuest still with a bit of a wave push here.
Yes.
50% on the Baron. FlyQuest ready to turn it. Ornhorn thrown by Dokla. Gets a knock up onto 3. Impact with the dominant pop into the back line. Palafox is attempting to make a play as well. Gets a shutdown onto Prince. Most of the damage eliminated for FlyQuest as Energy push FlyQuest off of the Baron and take some lives down with them.
That was a huge ulti from Dokla to start it off. Looked like they connected on 3, and then Ignar's there with the follow-up on the multiple members. So now the shoe is on the other foot here. Palafox is going to get a freebie onto Vulcan, and they're going to get the Baron. FlyQuest lose their lead out of nowhere. Thought they were in a great spot. They had enough tempo on the map that they thought they could just rush down the Baron, make something happen there after a play that went well for the mid lane. But at the end of the day, NRG come out, they wipe them at Baron, they take the Baron for themselves. And that is like a 3.5k gold swing. Impact's going to try to look out of the brush.
Play. He's in the brush. FBI going in the backline with a Killer Instinct. And Impact, though, even though he tries to go for it, can't last very long when everyone from Energy turns back his way and the rest of FlyQuest is split.
This could actually be the end of the game right here.
Just now spawned, but still 15 seconds before Impact comes on through. Spica's thrown down Daisy, and no more Daisy to help. Prince taken out. So big damage dealer from FlyQuest isn't here. Instead, though, Energy, they take the inhibitor, they claim that prize, and just gate on out of there.
Oh, no.
Oh, Spica Hexgate to follow up, then has to flash over the wall.
And just a brick wall of a front line.
Yeah, this gold lead got massive so quickly. It was at 5.5 down below, but now Contracts, though, stepping up a bit too much into the brush. Shut down by Vulcan. FlyQuest attempting to make their stand, but look at the burn onto Impact. Kill credit going over to Palafox. So now the numbers are evened once more. Top laner for jungler, and the range is still there for Energy, which means they can take down that turret, and the Horn being blown once more. Another triple knockup, but onto members directly under the turrets. So Ignar goes in with a Magnet Storm. Explosive charge onto Vulcan. Double kill for Palafox, and Energy swung it all back real quick and take the win over FlyQuest in a fashion that was not expected.
That was a crazy turnaround in this game.
I woke up and I have a fever and I was really sick, but you know I pulled through anyway. So give Palafox a round of applause for playing really sick.
Yeah. We're kind of memeing. It's not Gabby's fault. I was gonna pull Palafox, but he actually is indeed sick. Want to give his chance a voice to recover. So instead we got Contracts here, who just had a great Sejuani game. How you feeling?
Just another day in the books, another Sejuani. I mean, I think in the beginning of my career, I was like negative win rate on Sejuani, but you know, as you grow older, your hands get more stale and rusty.
But the mind.
Yeah, the mind grows, so the win rate goes up.
Very, very nice. Talking about win rate, you guys are 3-4 in your last 4 games, climbing up the standings. I think a lot of people were hopeful for you guys to make a good push, maybe a slow start. How is the team feeling right now heading closer to playoffs?
You know, the team's feeling pretty good. I feel like our practice has gotten a lot more productive, and I mean, I feel like we've always been so close to ending out like a lot of our games. We've had pretty decisive leads, but you know, just missing that like final step of like actually closing out the games. And I feel like that's something that we've improved on a lot this past week or two in practice. And you know, seeing it on stage, it's you know, gives us a lot of confidence for sure.
Speaking of like the final step, previously with CLG, you guys had gotten very close a number of times to making late season playoff runs. You'd bump into C9, you'd push them really hard, but then not able to get over that hurdle. Do you guys have a feeling that you're going to go to Worlds finally this year? Are you going to be the 4th, 3rd, 2nd, first place representative? Put some big predictions out there right now. Where do you think you're going to go?
I mean, that's always the goal. I mean, going to Worlds is always, you know, it's been a while since I've been there. So, you know, I think for the viewers, the most fun thing would be us battling an EU team and then beating EU to get those like, you know, bragging rights before Worlds even starts. But, you know, I guess we'll just have to see.
Of course, you could always win the championship, but it'd be way more fun to beat Europe for your final world spot. Very understandable. That's nice of you, Contracts. Thank you so much for doing the interview and stepping up. I appreciate it. Good luck for the rest of the week. That's going to do it for us here. We'll see you after the break.
CC layered down onto Berserker, who has to flash back away. Yon barely survives, man. He's down to 50 HP as Pioshik still looking for that last little bit of damage, but now he is controlled and killed. It's first blood over to Berserker, man. I think this is about it for poor little Ken. And Imanez going in. There's the slicing maelstrom. It's going to buy him an extra moment.
Oh,
what? Imanez!
Oh my God.
Over a freebie. It's Summit getting the kill, getting the outplay.
He's just good, but first send him.
Oh, Imanez had to use the claw and the flash to get away, but Pioshik will chase him down. Beats him over the head with the stick. Second kill of the game there for Team Liquid. As Blabber wants to secure this crab down here, should be able to pick that one up, but TL has bigger fish to fry. They're summoning up the Herald. Arrow hits from downtown, but now Blabber's trying to catch up and do some damage in time. The turret's already destroyed. Blabber's forced to use the Lamb's Respite, but he's all alone. As soon as it fades, you know he's gonna die. Berserker getting dove by Summit. The slicing maelstrom here in the 1v2. Mega Inferno Bomb ready to melt these guys. C9 is crumbling. And hold on, we got Imanez coming up here to try to defend a turret that had 20% HP. And Summit and Pioshik are having none of it. Cyclone used there, but a nice stasis coming out from Imanez buys him enough time to get away. C9 with the outplay, and now Summit and Pioshik are in retreat. Imanez, why'd we go up there, buddy? They could have handled it. It ends up being a 1-for-1 trade at the start. Berserker wants to get a little bonus money here. Double kill for the C9 AD carry, but on the other side of the map, Midnight Vigil. As Blabber and Berserker still both healthy enough to continue to fight. Fudge diving in from the side, and they burst down APA. Core JJ's gonna go next, and C9 just got 2. There's no ulti available on the Wukong or the Aphelios either. C9 has enough health and a cozy campfire. They could start up the Baron. This could be their path back into the game.
Yeah, they still have Kindred ult, so they want to force this, make TL fight them, and let's see what happens. Summit does have flash.
Yeah, flash slicing maelstrom. This could be a Kennen moment. We just have to see if they play it out correctly. C9 trying to stay safe on this, but they know they need the Baron. They know they need to get back into this game with a big objective take here. Cozy Campfire coming down. They want to engage with Pioshik. Summit into the back line, but C9 stays alive. Lamb's Respite is dropped in time. Summit is gone. Pioshik's in retreat. Yon pops the clear, but the arrows keep flying. Team Liquid, they stopped the Baron, but they had to sacrifice Summit and his flash to do it.
Damn, that was real.
Keep kiting backwards. Berserker's gotta be careful. Core JJ goes in for the quickness, and Lamb's Respite is already forced out. C9 continuing to try to look for some plays as Blabber takes out Core. Imanez is stunned. The slicing maelstrom from Summit only gets him killed. C9 go unstoppable with this Ash, and they hold the line.
Damn, Berserker is He is so
Ready for the flash, follow with the Everfrost into lockdown. The arrow missed, but doesn't matter. Summit's fighting back hard. Blabber's low.
Wow.
He's not going to burn away. Remember, it's Luden's, not Leandry's here on the Ziggs. So Blabber's alive and does not need to use the ulti.
I mean, Summit getting caught in the side, I actually have never seen that before. Surprising there.
Piosik trying to chase after these guys. Core JJ stepping a little bit close. Team Liquid want to burst down the jungler, but they can't find Blabber in time, and the respite already comes out. Ibanez also low, but TL just gets two. TL losing one of their own now as APA is cut down to size by the Croc. Piosik can retreat back over the wall with the clone, but Berserker is chasing down the enemy bot lane. Yawn falls, and Core JJ joins them. A triple kill for
Renekton is scaling.
Team Liquid continuing to disengage. Piosik is saved by the Mikhail's Crucible, and now Fudge is ready to engage from the side. There's the flank we were talking about. That's what we were looking for, but APA has already shut him down. Lamb's respite goes out. Piosik is very low. APA hiding all the way back in the corner. Nicely timed with a Mega Inferno Bomb, and Piosik kills Blabber. Summit's coming in from behind. C9 are caught, and they're absolutely exploded. I think TL just won the game. That's the whole game. Team Liquid with a 5-man push and 25 seconds remaining on the Cloud9 players. They're on to the Nexus turrets now. Ibanez buying a moment here with the ulti, but TL don't care. Ibanez will not hold him off alone. They want to pad the stats a little. Team Liquid gets the dub.
Down. Well played by Team Liquid to find that.
I am joined by Piosik and also Dodo to help out with translation. So first of all, congratulations, 감사합니다. It was a
Thank you.
very interesting game. I would like you to describe what was going through your mind as you guys managed to win that final teamfight topside.
일단 표식 선수 축하드리고요. 일단 마지막 팀파이트 할 때 좀 어떤 생각이 들으셨는지 궁금합니다.
이제 상대가 확 이니시 거는 게 없어서 저희 팀을 때리려면 이동기를 쓰면서 앞으로 와야 되는데 그러면 그런 구도에서 저희가 되게 카이팅 능력이라든가 그런 스탯적으로 쟤네가 이동기를 쓰면서 오기 때문에 그냥 충분히 빨면서 하면은 이길 수 있다고 생각을 했습니다.
Yeah, so for the enemy team comp, they don't really have a hard engage. So if we were able to pull them in and then kite them and then make them use their dash skills, we were able to pretty much win the team fight. So that was in my mind.
How did you guys manage to keep your, I guess, your mental as, they kept picking off one player in a side lane or with an Ashe arrow. So I guess, how did you guys keep up your mental fortitude throughout in order to be able to set up for that fight?
그리고 이제 팀적으로 이제 한 명씩 이제 잘리기도 하고 뭐 애쉬 궁에 뭐 죽기도 하고 했는데 이제 팀적으로 어떻게 좀 멘탈을 다시 잡으면서 게임을 하셨는지.
일단 우태 형이 자꾸 나 망했는데 나 이거 썩는데 라고 해서 좀 팀원들이 급해진 거는 있는 것 같은데 그래도 뭐 어차피 급한 거는 쟤네라면서 잘 다독여줬던 것 같아요 팀적으로.
Yeah, so in the game, Summit was making comments like, "Oh man, I'm getting outscaled, I'm dying and all this stuff." So like, he was getting a little bit hasty for us. But I think for us, I think the enemy team was the one in their back foot, so we were feeling a little bit more comfortable as a team.
And then obviously APA joining the team. One thing that I think is really interesting about you and APA is that you both always seem to be looking for fights. So whether or not there is a language barrier, you two seem to play the game the same way. What is it like having added him to the team, and what kind of player do you think he is?
그리고 이제 APA 선수랑 이제 같이 하시게 되셨는데 이제 게임을 경기를 보다 보면은 이제 APA 선수랑 이제 표식 선수가 같이 이제 싸움도 같이 보고 이제 게임 하는 방식도 가끔 비슷하게 보고 이제 언어가 다른데도 이제 같이 게임을 같이 잘하고 있는데 이제 APA 선수가 오면서 좀 이제 팀적이나 이제 표식 선수 개인적으로 어땠는지.
사실 APA 선수가 되게 갑작스럽게 저희 팀에 합류해가지고 지금 여태까지 오늘 경기 포함해가지고 뭐 스크림한 게 한 10판, 20판이 안 되는 걸로 알아요. 근데 이 친구가 기본적으로 게임 센스나 뭔가 게임 보는 눈에 있어서 저랑 되게 비슷하다고 생각이 돼요. 그래서 뭔가 소통을 엄청 많이 안 해도 서로가 그냥 APA 입장에서 그냥 헬프 표식만 해도 제가 어떻게 해야 될지 알고 있는 것 같아요.
Yeah, so APA was called up very suddenly, but even in that situation, for APA, I think he has a really great game sense and he knows how to look at the game in a similar way as me. So even with the language barrier, all I need is really is Pyoshik help. So I think it's pretty nice to play with them.
He said that too. And then finally, I don't know if you remember, but when I interviewed you the last time on stage, I actually asked you to do a Pyoshik dance, and you did it. So now I'm being asked by production if you would do a dance after this victory for your fans.
그리고 이제 스프링 때 이제 똑같은 상황에 이제 세레모니를 이제 요청드렸는데 그때 이제 다음에 하신다라고 했었는데 이제 프로덕션에도 물어보시는데 세레모니 한번 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 오늘 50 he played Wukong today. 아무거나. Okay. He said the Wukong emote.
Okay.
He said there's like an emote where like
감사합니다. Thank you so much. With that,
Maybe force out some action in a 3v2. Nice engage coming out from Treats there with a crash down. Does bring her over the wall. Doublelift has nowhere to flash. Kinvy's just sitting where he would be, and Tactical ready for the flash follow to kill Doublelift for first blood.
Didn't even...
Okay, Drake down to about 1,000 HP. We could get the smite fight for it, but Immortals choosing to focus the players from 100 Thieves instead and stealing away the Drake. 100 Thieves just lost 3 dudes and an objective. Immortals ran them over.
Oh, my... Oh, here we go.
Oh, man. Treats is already going in, and they got Nocturne over the top. Paranoia claims another one as Treats gets the kill credit. It's Doublelift dead for the 3rd time this game. Doublelift is going to show up in time to get like 2 minions here.
Oh, God.
Are done. They brought Balulu, too. Doublelift arrives for his own funeral. Just put him in a hearse at this point. 7-0 for IMT. Quinn with a shuffle tries to get one back. Kinvy tanks the turret for a long time, and Quinn walks away with 12 health. And Treats, those are the guys to go in. Magnet Storm to start it off. Sunday's already dead. Quinn tries to go for an outplay with a Shurima shuffle, but it won't work. Tactical has killed Closer. Doublelift trying to do anything, fighting back against these guys. Treats and Kinvy are thinking about the Baron as Doublelift swoops back in with a killer instinct, but now Balulu might be ready to take him down. Doublelift still looking for it. Flash into the missiles, but it won't do a thing. All he does is get Treats. Immortals bring Solo into the fight as it finishes, and now they're the ones starting up the Baron.
Oh. Lulu did a great job marking Busio just in case he wanted to go for an engage as Quid was coming back. It's not going to be an option. This is a pretty thin wave, but it's a cannon minion wave, and they're going to go for it.
Ornhorn sum it up. There's Balulu's engaged with a flash pop blossom. He's on a rampage, and Quid is dead again. Sunday tries to find an entry into the fight, but he's immediately killed. Nobody else is around. There's no backup. There's no way out for 100 Thieves. Closer gets killed off. Double kill for Tactical. Everybody wearing 100 Thieves colors hits the ground. And Immortals with a quadra kill for Tactical will finally end their loss streak and claim their 3rd win of summer 2023.
That is something IMT should feel proud about. Their cleanest game all split long.
The streak is over.
Finally.
Yeah, you broke the streak. How does it feel to pick up the first win since the first week of the split?
Yeah, I mean, it just the losses kind of just blend together, and you don't really think how many it was. Was it 10 in the end, right?
10.
So, I mean, it's really nice to get a win, obviously. I felt that we actually played pretty good this game. I think they made a lot of mistakes, which made the game pretty easy for us, but it feels nice to get a win finally.
Yeah, what do you think some of the key contributors were to being able to pick up the first win today? Since week 1.
Yeah.
3rd win.
No, I think in general we had a pretty aggressive comp, and we actually managed to get an early game lead for once. I think a lot of games we've just been kind of losing early game, like dying to ganks or losing 2v2 or like dying on the dragons and stuff. So this time we actually got a good gank and then also the dragon. So I think when the game is kind of following the script that it's supposed to, we actually played pretty well, but we've struggled in the past. So it's nice that we finally did it.
Yeah, congratulations as well. You've been awarded player of the game.
Oh, nice.
So that's nice. And a lot of people, at least in the comments I read online, watched you on co-streams talking about North America. Now you're kind of living the North American experience.
Yeah.
How have you paid attention to any of that conversation, or are you just trying to focus completely on League?
I mean, I've definitely seen it. I mean, obviously, when we're losing every game, it's fun to shit talk me, right? I think I deserve some of it for sure. Haven't been playing insanely well. But it's also just fun. I think it's just fun to get some more hype to LCS in general, and that's what I want to do. And if people hate me or love me, that I don't really care. I'm just here to play my best and to pick up as many wins as I can.
I love that attitude. So You are actually tied with FlyQuest now for 9th place. If you're adding hype to the LCS, what's your message? What's your building of hype for the final 5 games?
I mean, like when I came in, I was thinking getting as many wins as FlyQuest would be like a good goal to have. But maybe not anymore. So maybe we have to actually surpass them, which I didn't expect. So it's kind of rerouting my brain. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, we can easily make playoffs. We just have to actually play good. We've had so many games where we just throw them away. And I think with this one, we can actually pick up some momentum. So I'm hyped for that.
All right. Thank you very much for taking the time. 2 more games this week. Let's see what kind of noise you can make.
Throws down the Riptide. Chime and Wild Turtles both get locked. Jensen goes golden, and the root onto Tomo means he has to just take the damage as it's ditched out. 4 taken down by Dignitas. In the end, it's TSM out on top.
Yeah, they're looking.
Red has flash.
Yeah.
Reaction TV summer.
Just roll. He's just trolling. He's trolling.
Reaction here. Kill red first.
Red. I feel.
Kaisa is here. Kaisa is here.
Yeah.
Kaisa is here too.
Kaisa's inting.
Golden Guardian saying, go, Shelly, go!
Protect Shelly!
No, Shelly's down! But EG is going down as well with her Nexus. GG with the win. Horn thrown by Dopa. Gets a knock-up onto 3. Impact with the pop into the back line. Palafox is attempting to make a play as well. Gets a shutdown onto Prince. Most of the damage eliminated for FlyQuest.
Piyoshik is saved by the Mikhail's Crucible, and now Fudge is ready to engage from the side. There's the flank we were talking about. That's what we were looking for, but APA has already shut him down. Liam's respite goes out. Piyoshik is very low. APA hiding all the way back in the corner. Nicely timed with a Mega Inferno Bomb, and Piyoshik kills Blabber. Summit's coming in from behind. C9 are caught, and they're absolutely exploded. I think TL just won the game.
Wow.
Keep your eyes on Balulu and Treats. Those are the guys to go in. Magnet Storm to start it off. Someday's already dead. Quinn tries to go for an outplay with a Shurima shuffle, but it won't work. Tactical has killed Closer. Double lift, trying to do anything, fighting back against these guys. Someday tries to find an entry into the fight, but he's immediately killed. Nobody else is around. There's no backup. There's no way out for 100 Thieves. Closer gets killed off. Double kill for Tactical. Everybody wearing 100 Thieves colors hits the ground. And Immortals with a quadra kill for Tactical will finally end their loss streak and claim their 3rd win of Summer 2023.
Welcome everybody to day
2, week 5. It's Olympiad Day, just so you know.
Let's
go! It was pretty obvious it's Olympiad Day based off our brilliant outfits.
Our amazing outfits.
When I think of the Olympics, I think of a couch like this.
Yep.
I love
athletes.
I love your socks, by the way. I always wanted to point them out, how they tied with the red, and it's just tacos. It's tacos on the socks.
This is a baseball thing.
So throughout the day, we're going to be running Olympiad, a triathlon. You're going to be seeing, we're going to throw everything up just so you guys know. Once we get towards it, you know, some of the teams in the LCS ended up doing some competitions. Don't want to spoil too much about it, so you guys are going to be checking that out. Yesterday, though, had some games. All of us as analysts went 2 and 5 because there were a lot of upsets. The fans
2 and 5. There were 7 games.
2 and 3.
2 for 5. 2, 4, 5. I hate you. But the fans went 0 for 5. So you know what? I still think we have a job for
Our fans are idiots. Ha! Yeah. This is a really tight race. I love how the LCS is right now. You have this 3-way tie at the top. Team Liquid just 1 game back, but a good enough early game to kind of take anyone down. They actually have a 2-0 this split tiebreaker over Cloud9. TSM just 1 game behind them. It's a really cool playoff hunt for the buys.
Yeah, Team Liquid can crazily still get first.
Yeah.
If they're able to keep up their trajectory, or just fall out of the top 6. Both of them are completely playing. I wouldn't be surprised.
Very Team Liquid of either one.
Yeah.
Or stay in 4th.
They're just 1 game behind. There are 5 games left. There's just a lot of games to talk about that can change the narrative a lot with a lot of the top 4 teams, or just teams like TSM, who's on a surge right now. It's nice to see. Any other teams that caught your eye? Energy's mine.
FlyQuest.
FlyQuest?
Yeah.
You go with Energy.
Okay, I'll go with Energy immediately and just say that the fact that they're taking wins the way that they're doing right now, I know a lot of people were kind of, like, I lost a lot of my predictions because I had faith at the beginning of the split, and I was asking myself whether I should get off the boat, and thankfully I didn't when they started beating top teams again. So I'm still on the Energy hype train. How about you? You said FlyQuest.
Yeah, I'm still on the FlyQuest boat. I think it's a brilliant plan to put Spyrax in for a game and then put Vikla back. They said it was pre-planned. I believe them.
Okay.
Jat is the ultimate Kool-Aid sipper.
Wow.
He is downing it by the gallon.
Literally
yes, FlyQuest, anything you say.
You were literally dressed up as an emptied Kool-Aid man. I'm just
Yeah, actually, kind of. He has the red.
It's all going to plan.
All right, well.
I did want to point out IMT broke their loss streak finally yesterday. And also make things a little bit even more dicey down at the bottom of the standings with them and FlyQuest and 100 Thieves.
Let's pull up the playoff chances while we're on the conversation, because yes, it's worth talking about how FlyQuest is having even worse troubles now at 13.45%.
Wow. I love the Team Liquid 0.00 or 0.01% chance. They'll find a way. They'll find a way to miss it.
Isn't it amazing that 100 Thieves still has a 91% of scenarios to make it into top 8?
Yeah.
I'm not going to say probability because Mark doesn't like that word.
Probability. Getting angry.
He's just foaming at the mouth over here. We talked about how, like, top 8 is almost entirely decided. The gap only widened, right? Like, Immortals moved up.
Yeah.
But between, like, 91%, essentially, and 22%. Like, that's a massive gap.
The energy win over FlyQuest is basically what I feel like caused all that.
Yeah.
So even though Immortals took down 100 Thieves and gave themselves a lot better individually of a chance, overall, FlyQuest is basically dead in the water at this point.
Something also worth talking about is TSM. I know beginning of the split, I think I placed them last. It was like a lot of people was between TSM and Immortals. They're at a 99.85 chance of making it into the playoffs. It feels like that's already a done deal. This team is just
Dark Horse MVP?
They're doing it.
I don't want to hear it.
Why not?
Preseason, most of us had TSM 10th, right?
I had them 8th.
I think I had them like 9th or 8th. I can't remember.
Yeah.
I thought that was the optimistic angle. It was 8th.
No, same. I had them 8th, so I can't really talk, but I didn't have them 10th.
Yeah, we did a lot of sprinting in our early split kind of predictions, so that's tough. Speaking of sprinting, we just talked about how it's Olympiad Day.
Let's get into it.
So let's start with the first kind of competition. We're going to be going through a lot of the plays that's happened throughout the split based off of certain categories. We're going to be introducing the categories bit by bit and rating them. We are the judges. So first things first is best sprint of the split.
Okay.
So make of it what you will. Let's see what the first sprint candidate is.
Whoa!
Rate it off. Oh my God.
So who is the sprinter?
TSM versus NRG. So
Contracts is. Oh no.
So this is focused around.
this is the contract deck reel.
What?
Oh Oh no.
I think he dies
saying he's sprinting it.
He is sprinting it. He is gonna pick up 9 deaths this game, I remember.
Oh my god.
Your memory is amazing.
This is so rude.
Yeah, wow.
What do you mean it's rude? He's the best sprinter. Contracts is a great jungler, but sometimes he sprints.
I like the sprinting on both sides. So we're seeing the negative aspect, but also when he has a lead, he will completely...
He does sprint it, yeah.
He will carry his team in the most amazing way possible. So you already have a 9.
I mean, for 9 deaths, he's a sprinter.
Oh, that's true.
Oh,
9 for
actually,
9.
that's a good one.
I like it. 9 for 9 for contracts.
I'll do 6 just for continuity on the desk.
I like how they have the red for
tell
those.
Yeah, how do we tell the difference?
So if you want to...
Yeah.
We should have like the line.
Sir?
My bad. Okay, let's go on to the next one, please.
That was it? That was the only
No, he won the award. He
already won. Okay, he's the gold medal sprinter.
Who paid attention in story meeting? None of y'all.
Nope.
We weren't even actually supposed to use the ones for these.
Look,
9.
I'm fine with it.
It's fine.
I think that was the highest one we ended up having anywhere, so congratulations for contracting that one.
Woo! Best sprinter of the split.
Woo! On to the next one. It's diving. So we've been asked to rate the best dives this split. So why not we just start with the first one? So let's see what the first play is. We have to rate the dive.
Okay, Golden Guardians versus Fly Club.
Oh, I remember. This is
this is a
Oh, 6A flashes out last second.
Yeah, but they actually get...
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
They managed to juggle the aggro, they get out, and then Puhi gets this kill on the backside of it.
Oh god, that is... I don't think... Do we have a 10 on here?
You can make a 10.
You can...
You want to make a 10?
Yeah, you want to put... Do you want to be the 1 or the...
Yeah.
I'll be the 0. Wait, I need to be the 1, don't I? God,
I
we're
think so. We are so dumb.
You guys are off.
I'm a 1-0.
It's a very simple mechanism.
10.
We got it. We figured it out.
There it is. Well,
They got a double kill 3v2 dive at level 3 on a crashing wave.
the double kill wasn't, but you know what? Now, just so you said that, I'm going to a 5.
What? Raz, what is your scoring?
Look, you said a double kill. It was Vulcan that left the turret and walked up to them. That would have been 1 kill on the turret. Look, your explanation.
Have you
doomed
seen
that
most
play.
dives in the LCS?
Yeah.
Yes.
That is not a 5.
I bet we're gonna have some worse ones.
It's like an 8 or a 9.
I had it as a 9.
What could they have done better, Jat?
Killed both of them right away.
You can't do that 3v2 at that level.
I don't. Maybe you. If you.
I don't think you can.
You're asking them to do an impossible dive. They would head plant on the pavement.
Head plant?
Head smack on the pavement.
Maybe I need to see it again.
You literally cannot get a double kill under turret at
Guys,
that level.
we have a blind judge. I think that's a concern.
You gave it a 5. You gave it a 5.
That was your fault.
You went
So
from
he's corrupt. I
an 8.
might
You
just
went
be
from a 9 to
You're
a
in a
5.
hard grade. You
I
always
was
want
so
more. You never
offended.
give a 10.
Guys, this is disgusting. I was offended by your take. I gave him a 9 and I changed it to a 5. Let's go on to the second dive. I
feel
want to see what
insulted.
the second dive has for us because we already started off pretty high.
I can't wait to see Raz's review of these ones.
Oh no.
Yep.
This is from yesterday, right?
Yep. No, you're right. This is a better dive, Raz. This
This
is really
is so
clean.
good, Raz.
This is really clean.
Look at that.
Yep, I like that one.
Exceptional.
How about this one,
Oh,
Raz?
these are back to back.
Same game.
The Team Liquid C9 game. Surely this will go better. Clueless. Surely.
So, question is, whose dive are we?
We are just rating both contestants' dives.
Both of them
Cumulative
together. I think I'm gonna go with a 4.
dive. Where's the 0? I guess 1 point for participation. You did try to dive.
I feel like I'm the highest. Yeah.
Raz is just griefing.
No, we had 2 plays.
What
so
are you-
both,
Hey,
2 plays. Both of them get a 4. If we're doing it.
Okay, so getting a double kill on a dive is worth 5, but getting killed under turret
Raz,
is worth
you
4.
truly-
I gave it a 9. You gave. I changed
How
it.
can you
Look,
possibly? Dude, I don't mind controlling.
I watch figure skating regularly, and you're just tilting me
judge.
as much as figure
I'm the
skating
Soviet
scores
judge.
do.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
I feel like you consistently don't know the rules of the games.
We used both plays. We did both dives. I gave
Report
both
cards
dives
are
a
like,
4.
lowest is a C-, and they're like, why did you give him a D?
I want to know what the rubric is inside your head.
My
It just
judges
makes no
are
sense.
going through a
He didn't tell
mutiny.
us.
Let's change the topic and go for the third
Next time,
dive.
next
Let's
time.
go.
All right.
Let's see what the third dive has to offer for us.
Okay, is this a good one or a bad one?
Oh, this is.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah.
Can someone make a 10 with me? I want a 10.
I agree.
Let's go.
What?
See?
Can we make a 1,000? Does that
What?
happen?
A 1,000? Wait, you wouldn't
no,
give
no.
the first one.
Okay, I'm giving you 0. You got the 1?
Okay, I got the one.
We got to make sure it's not a 1, but it.
That is still a 1.
How do the camera lenses work?
That's a 1.
0-1.
That is
You gave them a 1.
There it is.
There you go.
We got it.
Good thing you guys got it fixed before you came back on
So
camera.
remember when we said, like, get the clean 2 kills without
They had 4
opponent
people.
They had 5. Wasn't that 5 people?
It was 4.
It was 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was like also they were level 11 and stuff. Like you have ults.
Yeah.
It's way easier to
Yeah.
dive post 6 with ults.
I'm gonna give it a 9. I don't know what's going on over there.
Congratulating.
I give it a 7 for execution, but it was not a complicated. It was not a hard
Yeah,
dive.
so for you, you're saying, like, they perfected it, but
Do
they
you know
like,
how
did a very
diving
simplistic
scoring
dive.
actually works?
Yeah. So you're saying the peak,
lower
the
level
highest
makes it
possible
more
for that
difficult.
dive could be a 7.
Yeah, because and that's what diving. That's what scoring is. Judging in these things, you judge the difficulty of the program as well as the execution.
I've decided to judge it off of gold.
Everyone has their own justification,
We
guys.
all can do whatever we want, man. It's subjective, man.
let's hope
No
that
one's
we're-
feelings get hurt here, man.
There's a technical score and then a execution score.
Hopefully, our judges can get their stuff together as we go into the next round of competition. This one is fencing. So the best duels in the LCS, it can come down to 1v1s. Let's see if it ends up to a kill. Our first competitor will be Someday.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Enemy jungler in the area too, with a Yumi on top. This is a 3v1.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I don't
Whoa.
remember this.
This is week 1. Nuke Duck's in. Oh my! I remember this game. This was the first game of the split that made everyone think 100 Thieves was gonna like run the lead.
Yeah.
And Someday absolutely popped
Yeah,
up.
that's actually
Someday.
sick.
That was insane.
That's
We're grading these two?
Yeah, we
Yeah, I
are.
guess so.
Yeah, that was huge.
I don't think there's
Yeah.
judges in
That was
fencing.
nice.
Are there? Is there?
That was nice.
I don't think so. I think it's like point.
Just point based.
Yeah,
Whatever.
point scoring.
Wow.
Nine.
Good job.
9.
Good job.
Yeah.
Limit
Sir?
break. Where's the limit?
Look, I'm just
Final
saying.
Fantasy 16.
We unfortunately have set the rest of the competitors up for failure. So
We
Yeah, we
have.
started
We'll
with the
see.
best, but we'll
Yeah.
maybe not.
Yeah,
We
so
may have
sad.
started
Like in the
with
dunk
that.
contest when they give a 50 to like a first round dunk.
Oh, you're right.
Oh, it's
the
tough.
next one's Rich, guys.
All right,
Let's put
Rich.
this
Oh,
one
that-
out.
This
remember
is so
this one.
funny.
This was the best one.
This is actually pretty good. The
Yeah.
fact that Summit teleports back in after getting killed and
Yep.
just gets obliterated from a quarter HP. I will say.
Nine. I feel like
You're
the
gonna
first one
deduct
was a little
because
bit
he's in
better.
Cassante mode.
No,
Yeah.
Like Renekton is hard.
it was just 1v1. You know, the other one had like 3 people on it.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm
This-
deducting
this-
based off Cassante.
Like Renekton is hard.
You just don't
Against
like Rich.
3 people, basically.
Cassante is harder than Renekton.
Rich hater, lowest score.
Yeah.
What do you know?
Renekton is
It's,
actually-
it's a
I'm not
replay of Rich who's got
surprised.
the lowest score.
We went
Renekton is
past
actually
this.
easier when more people are around you because you get to heal more.
He was going against multiple people while he had Cassante mode on it.
That one was just more comedic to me.
Yeah.
The Someday
It
one
was
was
funny.
impressive. This
It
one was
was.
hilarious.
That one was funny. I will give you that one. The next one, our next competitor, is Gory. I'm interested in this one. I actually don't know, because we went way back to week 1, so...
Oh.
No, this is. Oh my God, is that it? He's
Yes, that
evaporated.
counts.
Is that the kill?
That can't just count.
That was a
That's it.
Have you ever seen like those matches where like there's all this preamble for like, you know, a wrestling match or a boxing
Yeah.
match, and you just like wham, knock him out in the
Right.
first round,
any
first
Mike
punch
Tyson
thrown.
fight ever.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, it's over. Like that's how that one felt. It's-
Any Goldberg...
I like Gory a lot, but I think that was at a point in the game where he's just gonna blow anyone up.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, not that it wasn't impressive, but
He
it was
had a
just-
lot of solo kills in that game, I hear. And that was the
Oh.
most
I
impressive.
heard
That was
way-
the most impressive one.
The way that we pulled these, I heard, was that we found solo kills by
Yeah.
who had the most in that game, and
Yep.
they
Yeah.
watched a couple from their
Yeah,
game.
and chose
Okay.
the best one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, just how fast he died was impressive, but it just felt like a round one.
Yeah. It was just
10
like
seconds in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dead.
That wasn't the most impressive for all the reasons you gave, but so I had him as a 3.
Yesterday, he was at 11 out of 10.
He was an 11 out of 10 on that one. Our last competitor is going to be Impact. I'm interested on when this actually was happening.
Impactu?
Impacto.
Impacto!
Oh, I remember
this
that!
This is
Yeah.
sick.
This was funny as hell.
Sticks say no.
Oh, yeah.
oh.
Double kill.
Yeah, it's like it with the dying breath, the most inconsequential 1v2 double kill.
I respect it though.
Yeah, I will. I mean,
The Croc is just the best duelist, guys.
Yeah, apparently.
What can we say? The Croc, there's a
I
reason
shouldn't
why the
have
Croc's
started with a
being
9, man. I can't give a Renekton play more than an 8.
played. What?
Yeah, I'm going to go back and
I'm
change
going
my
back
vote
to
for the
9.
first
It
one.
felt just same as the Someday one to me, more or less.
Yeah, I don't think Someday deserved a 9 at the start.
That's crazy.
No, I
You
wouldn't say
cannot
nine,
renege
Sunday
on your
9.
vote.
I just did.
I don't like it. I don't appreciate it.
No Fiora solo kills? Who played
Yeah.
Fiora this split? Just the Summit
Summit?
game?
Someday,
Those guys solo
oh yeah,
kills.
Summit,
go
you're
well.
right. Summit did. Yeah.
They lost that game.
Kind of sad. Kind of sad, honestly. Now, shot put. Oh, I love this a lot. Anybody that loves shot put, we have the biggest throws of the split. Now, I already have my answer, but I'm interested in what we have here if we're rating this.
I think everyone knows.
I feel like there's an obvious gold medal.
Yeah,
And it is this one.
Oh, it's Yep.
This was in week 1 and has not been close to being contested
It
since it
started
happened.
before this. This was like the second or third toss of the set.
Well, the craziest thing was the Baron steal that NRG had from IMT because Kenby didn't have smite.
Yeah.
And then they were pushed into their base, and they still somehow came back off the back of Tactical.
God.
Crazy Aphelios.
This is wild to talk about, and it's just been really NRG's split as a whole. Maybe 2 to 3 games in which they had a pretty monstrous goal lead, and then not being able to end it. And it was actually just, it was nice to have Dokla on cast yesterday, going through literally what Team Liquid was going through when they were facing Cloud9. Because like, guys, please, you can't keep doing this. So that one was tragic. Do you want to give a point-based system?
I mean, that is the goal. I feel like we have not had a larger throw than that.
Medal ceremony.
The shot put.
That has to be the gold
the
medal.
Immortals hype after they caught the throw was really high.
It was.
They were 2-1 at the end of the first week.
Yeah.
2-0 after that game.
And then they lost, what was it, 11 straight? 10 straight?
3 and 10.
Yeah. Thankfully, just 10.
It's crazy they have the same record as FlyQuest after going.
They might be on another streak now. You never know.
True.
Maybe this is
True,
the
they'll
last
win another game.
Maybe they're a streaky team. That team had immaculate vibes that game. That game was just fun to basically have that listen through.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, to their comms.
Yes. So the next one's going to be another throw. Team Liquid versus NRG.
That was a shot put.
So this is the silver medal.
This is the shot put. Oh, this is the Fiora game that we were talking about.
Oh no.
Oh, I forgot.
Oh, this is also Harry's.
Yeah, that was not the first time he died.
No.
Yeah.
No, these.
This also was another one. I know they're trying to show like the end game of like the team winning, but like in a lot of these, and Raz, I'm glad you brought up the C9 game from yesterday because that was super dicey for TL as well. In a lot of these, this starts way before with like someone getting picked off in the side lane, like losing a single objective, having a bad reset. Like a lot of these started way earlier and was kind of a slow like, we lost some gold here. The other team is slowly like out fighting us in team fights, and we're getting caught inside.
You know what's so interesting to me about that?
What's that?
If they win that game, I mean, then maybe the APA thing doesn't happen. But if they win that game, they'd be tied for first.
Yeah.
If you just switch that result.
Right. Then who knows if they win the APA?
Yeah,
game.
exactly. And then maybe they don't beat Cloud9.
It does speak to the problems that the Team Liquid has always had, going back all the way to spring. Closing games out, like you said, they find new ways to do it every single time. This time it was like over grouping with a split pusher.
Yeah.
And then they start losing fights as they misexecute in team fights. And then the game versus C9 from yesterday was actually too much splitting. Where they're like getting engaged on side lanes, someone's getting picked off, and then like there's 4 men pushing while 1 person's split away. You don't have your whole team there. Like they just find new ways. They are very creative in their shot put attempts. And like you said, they're multi-step shot put attempts. Like you do multiple things to get to that point.
They also, it was really funny talking to Pioshik yesterday because he was like, yeah, like, so we were all pretty chill and like we thought we could out team fight them, but then Summit is kind of like, guys, I'm dying a lot, like I'm getting outscaled. I just thought it was really funny.
Yeah, that game was scary because it was kind of on C9 throwing at the end. I don't know why they chased all the way out of top to go up there after Eminence just used his TP bot and then just get TP flanked on. That felt like a C9 counter throw, actually. You know what? That should be C9's
bronze medal.
The bronze medal is C9 chasing them all the way up after using teleport to the other side of the map.
Yes. I wish we got a look at that one. That's fine. Maybe it's probably for the best. Yeah, we already saw it yesterday. That's fine. I wonder what we'll see for the rest of the day, though. Let's just take a look at today's schedule and see what games we have. Anything that comes out to you, NRG versus Dignitas to start.
Yes.
LG versus FlyQuest. Anything that comes out to you immediately?
Golden Guardians doesn't have 10 wins.
Oh, there it is.
They have 9 wins.
But they're never going to have a better chance than today.
Why are you doing this?
And Nero is already steaming if he's watching this.
They've never had a greater than 500 record in a split in the history of their org, and it could happen today.
It could. I think the other thing for me is TL versus TSM.
Yep.
Obviously, the first game and the third game are actual positional battles. Like whoever wins this is starting to get above their direct opponent in the standings.
Yes.
Also, what, TL, TSM, and then NRG, Dig, are the 2 that I'm looking at. In terms of NRG are so frustrating because they have these games where they look really, really good. Like everything's clicking. They have really good attention to side waves, the way they're setting things up.
Yeah.
And then in other games, they do not. And Dignitas has been kind of equally shaky, so I have no idea who's going to win.
Yeah, I'm interested in these games. I think 100 Thieves versus Cloud9 because 100 Thieves coming off of a loss to Immortals Progressive. Now I'm getting breaking news from Evil Genius's camp. Just taking a look at this.
No!
Let's see, Jojo Pin will be starting mid laner. This discussion was pre-planned regardless of the Kai'Sa performance just yesterday. Okay, that's completely understood. It's nice for Evil Genius to give an update to the fans out there.
We're incredibly proud of JoJo for
funny.
showing up to practice this week and showcasing his
I
performance against Golden Guardians.
I assume we can't get what this is referencing in time, but if people missed it, FlyQuest put out a tweet for the Spyrax situation yesterday. This is obviously not game one that we're talking about here. They put Spyrax in. They put a video out explaining why they were putting him in, and there was this stuff about like he's been playing well in Academy. We put him in for scrims. We felt like we needed a change. This was the time to do it, to like go hopefully into a honeymoon phase. Things weren't working. Blah blah blah. They didn't say how long he was subbing in for. To be fair,
yeah,
but that sounds
and they
like
did say in the announcement. I rewatched it. They're like, we're putting him in for the energy game as our starting mid laner. They never said for the week. They were a little careful.
They were a little careful, but when you put that much effort into an announcement for a one-game sub-in, I think it created a lot of fan expectation that it was going to be
I expect them to play the whole
Everyone expected it. Everyone did. Yeah. So then they put out a graphic that looked just like that one that said basically exactly that, but it was about Vikla coming back in for Spyrax, which then caused a lot of people to be like, that wasn't pre-planned, like you're panicking, or like there's behind-the-scenes drama. People are coming up with all these other solutions. So
there was probably behind-the-scenes drama.
I would bet.
Yeah.
I'm going to say
here comes the specule.
It was planned.
There it is.
Let's go FlyQuest.
And as you can see,
glug.
Here's FlyQuest's copycat tweet of Evil Geniuses. Just so you guys know.
No, this is the original.
No, this is the copycat.
This is what everything is referencing.
Misinformation on the broadcast.
So the roster change was originally leaked by Eevee. He beat them to the punch.
Yeah. Right.
And then they put this out that they would, it was just planned to have Spyrax play for one game.
And it's just confusing, given that, like, if you're in the playoff hunt, yesterday we targeted as the fact that it was like a make or break game.
That was the game they had to win.
Right. So like, why make a short-sighted in the sense that it's one game? If you knew it was one game the entire time, why do it for that game? If I don't know, it just doesn't like add up. It feels like for a lot of people.
It's really confusing. Yeah, and I think it sets up most of their players for like failure on that one. Specifically Vikla, because now the whole conversation publicly is surrounding it. So I feel for him. Hopefully, comes back better. That's what I'm hoping for. Speaking of which, I wonder if you guys think he'll come back better.
Well, we already know Jet is betting on FlyQuest.
We'll just say
who's the perpetrators here.
I will just say, Mark is with me.
Always.
When
always
they're lifting the cup, the LCS trophy, in 6 weeks' time.
Mark.
What?
You're going to look back at this moment and think this was the right time to put Vikla back in.
Mark, what the hell is happening in the 100 Thieves and Golden Guardian series?
Okay, so obviously, Golden Guardians are cursed. You just heard Jat talking about it. There's something wrong with this organization. They cannot get more than 10 wins, so it is impossible. It's like a fact. They cannot win today. 100 Thieves are bouncing back when you least expect it. Cloud9's struggling. They just lost to Team Liquid yesterday.
Yeah, that's struggling.
Yeah.
Well, for what it's worth, the fans were 0-5 yesterday, so Mark being opposite the fans might be...
What do the fans know?
And your predictions have been really bad, so I know you're trying to make it back.
One thing I think is super interesting is that the fan vote is 56% for Dig, but then we all picked NRG, despite... This is another game that I think is, like, super close. And we all just randomly sided with NRG. And also, I think TSM is closer.
I was going to say that the TSM haters show up yet again. I cannot win with you people. You know, I'm talking about, hey, guys, what about MVP Insanity? He's like, what is he?
What?
10 and...
He's 7-3.
Yeah.
7-3.
That's insane.
It is good.
That's
kind
of crazy.
Yeah, and you guys won't give him any credit.
All I've done is talk about how good Insanity is.
Okay, guys. Okay,
why did you predict him today?
Look, at the end, we will see what happens with the games. Here we have an on-field reporter. He's a cowboy. I think it's Cowboy Mazel is on the range. All right, let's take it away, Mazel.
Howdy, partners. It's your friendly LPL, NACL, LCS Cowboy Mazel here to bring y'all a little story about some of our latest and greatest. Welcome to another episode of On the Range. Now, our first critter here is no stranger to this stage, but what you might not know is this young buck began in the NACL with the fastest hands in the West. He'd hog tie you faster than you could say help. Bam! While the first part of his trail was a bit of a roughing for our boy, he has silenced the doubters and he bucked off the haters. Let me tell you about this next fella. He's a bit of a wild card. This whippersnapper's always cooking with the spiciest of peppers. He's got the experience of a seasoned ranch hand, but he's showing all dogs can learn new tricks by line dancing all over the competition. There's a few things you learn out on the range, and one of them I learned early in my amateur ranching career was to always plan ahead. This tenacious youngster might be new to the LCS pasture, but his chatter ain't no humbug. He'll give you the horns with his Champs Q helmet every time. Well, it's time for me to hit the old dusty trail. We'll see you next time on the range and on the rip. I'm out of here.
Kobe, this one fits me. This one goes for you, right? This one?
I'm good on the LPL stuff.
Oh, wait, we're in the LCS.
Calm down, Emily. Calm down, Emily.
Get that one away. Welcome, everyone, to the LCS studio. For the first time, I'm here, and I'm joined by Kobe, and I could not be more happy. And we get to start off with a bit of a banger between Dig and NRG.
We do. And it's coming off of Palafox playing really sick yesterday, not only in real life, but also in game. He was actually a better AD carry even than FBI. I have heard that he's still under the weather, but he's playing through it, and that's what you expect from the best. Palafox is up here grinding away. He's got the mask on for extra safety. But honestly, really impressed with him being able to push through and play yesterday. He was deathless on the Tristana there for NRG, and see if they can keep it going here, because the playoff run is getting real tight.
It is getting real tight. We're getting close to the end of the split here in the LCS with about a week and a half to go now, which is actually just crazy to me. But also, speaking about that a little bit, he might have been sick, but I talked to him a little bit before the series, and he was pretty happy to say that in their wins, he has an 86 KDA on his own. All right, not too bad. Maybe we'll see if they can get that win, keep that KD up here for them today. But NRG on the other side, I feel like it's been a very curious affair for them. In round robin 2, they have literally done the opposite of what we saw in round robin 1, and being able to beat the teams they lost to and lose to the teams they won. So I think that's something else to kind of keep an eye on going through the rest of the round robin for them.
You can take the CLG out of them, but they retain the counter logic ways. Let's jump into this one. NRG versus Dignitas, and right into the bans. Dignitas, to me, one of the most exciting pick ban teams because of Rich and Dignitas' willingness to put him on any top lane champion under the sun. They tried the Gangplank yesterday, and not so great. Let's see what they've got cooked up today, though. The Rumble ban has become necessary for any of these top laners that are willing to play the aggressive matchup. Licorice kind of started it, but now everybody's jumping on the train.
And I will say, last time we saw this matchup in round 1, it was Rich taking the Alawi. I know something a little bit favorite of yours.
Yes. Into the double tanks.
Into the double
punishing
tanks
the
as
blind
well.
tank. Love it.
We'll see if we maybe get a nice little ban there for him here. But we do get the Poppy ban over there on the blue side by NRG. We also have that rising priority to Tristana. Please don't ban Yuumi. I think we need to get rid of that sign at some point. But we do have the Ivern final ban for NRG.
Yeah, it's all right. The patch has done a lot of the heavy lifting for us.
We don't have to do the work.
Reducing the amount of Yuumi on screen. And yeah, the Ivern band out here, risen to priority for a lot of junglers. Contracts, though, was the first for LCS to really jump on that train. Definitely aware that Santorin may play it as well, so they ban it out. And then they look more towards the bottom lane after delivering the respect ban of the Tristana due to Palafox's play yesterday. Like this kind of coverage here from Dignitas. A lot of focus on that mid lane, because I feel like Palafox a bit better in the 1v1s than Jensen. Jensen really has been focused primarily on team fights, just scales up in lane and then looks to team fight with the squad later.
And that's something that Palafox actually brought up when I was talking to him as well. Is I was asking him, do you look at the 1v1 against Jensen whatsoever and kind of tackle that in this matchup? He's like, Jensen hasn't been that dominant in lane this split. It's not something that he necessarily feels like he needs to focus on going into this matchup. We did get that first pick of the Kaisa there, though. Pretty big for NRG.
Yeah, and that could definitely go into the hands of Palafox or FBI. It is a true flex pick for this team. Obviously, yesterday they put in FBI's hands, but Palafox also definitely a bunch of the Kai'Sa mid games. And Santorin on the other side got a primary pick here for Dig. The Sejuani, he's a longtime Sejuani player, as well as them liking to pair it with these melee top laners for Rich and have a lot more top lane focus than some of the other teams in the LCS. Sejuani very good at those 2v2 duels, depending on your top laner.
And I really like the skirmishing it gives to Santorin. I think this is going to be a very skirmish-heavy jungle matchup itself. You also get the Pharrell-Yordian duo, but the utility given out from that Ashe. We also have the Rel, which I've been loving in the LPL. We get some incredible ones here, but I'm more excited here to see Ignar on it.
Yeah, I was actually really sad I didn't get to cast the Rel jungle yesterday.
Yeah.
Because I actually talked to Armeo 3 weeks ago about Rel jungle. He had been playing it a lot. I have been playing it a lot too. And I definitely think it is super viable flex pick. So the Kai'Sa Rel is one of my favorite openings for pick ban 1-2 here, because you can flex both of them to mid or to bottom lane, and in Rel's case, to jungle or to bottom lane. So Energy here remaining very flexible in the opener with their picks. Meanwhile, they get up the tried and true Renekton here in the top side. Very reliable pick. Although Rich has been quite good on the Cassante and will probably be happy to take the Cassante side of that matchup if they let it through. Meanwhile, Dignitas, they're not diverting from any of the game plan that we know and have come to expect from them. Jensen, scaling, teamfight, mid-mage, having Santorin on this frontline jungler here. So we'll see about the coverage bands now, if they want to put any more towards that mid lane, or if they're just going to expect the Kai'Sa.
I think trying to find something for Palafox. I know going into NRG's drafts, they want to try to attack you with a lot of the pool that they have. I also particularly like the big Dokes, big Croc there, as we'll have that Renekton come through. But second phase, we already get the Vi banned towards NRG, trying to take away those facilitators, but also the skirmish-heavy junglers for Contracts.
Yeah, Contracts has been doing a lot of work for this team. Contracts also has the highest mid-jungle proximity of any jungler in the LCS, spending so much of his time trying to work off of Palafox. That duo really working closely together in a lot of Energy's wins. So trying to break that synergy, even though on the current patch, I feel like Vi is sufficiently nerfed. They're still throwing Vi bans.
Click, okay? That's all that matters. It's one button.
They increased the cooldown on ultimate by 20 seconds. So I was like, all right, that's going to be enough to take her off the priority, but hasn't been the case. Following up with a Nocturne ban too. Nocturne has primarily become a really big problem for a lot of teams when paired with like Nico mid or something like that, another form of engage. I know it's super popular in LPL right now is the Nico plus Nocturne, and Dignitas, again, they're focused on banning jungle because of the flexibility of the Kai'Sa Rel, and they're not really going to waste anything into either of those positions. So just trying to will it down there for Contracts.
And we've seen pretty high prevalence of the Nocturne rising here in the LCS as well, but we do get the Braum lock-in for Poom. So another interesting occasion for Poom to have a lot of safety, but also a lot of peel back for Dignitas. Now we're looking at what they'll have for their counter pick on that fifth one, but NRG on the other side still have some likely candidates to get. The Rakan is actually the pickup.
Jungle Rel then again. Yes, I still get to cast a Jungle Rel game.
We get it. Let's go.
I do love it, especially after they buff the extra Q damage. You should always be maxing Q as Jungle Rel. By the way, with support, you have way more freedom with your skill ups, but jungle, there's just way too much monster camp damage in the queue right now. And meanwhile, can we get some more all in here? Please lock it in.
Let's go.
This is when this team, Energy, formerly known as CLG, were at their best, is when they were using Dokla and Palafox with aggressive solo lane matchups, and they had them on kill matchups. You know, they would be doing the Yone plus Akali or, multiple things like that. This time around, picking up the Yone for Palafox and having the kill matchup into the Azir in mid lane, plus having Contracts on the huge playmaker that is Rel. Q flash into W plays from Rel is the bread and butter that you need to know as a jungler, and definitely playable into the Azir. Meanwhile, though, Dignitas, you always look at the top lane for the magic, Mazel.
You got to. We got the Quinn there. You see some of the stats. 1% pick, 1% ban, 100% win rate. That's all that matters, results-based analysis. But it is another one where in this matchup, Rich had a good time last time against Dokla on the Alawi. Now he's willing to play with that flexibility yet again, go with the Quinn, and go with something that will be so strong in the side lane. It will require a bar of execution, though, for Dignitas.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have to play a lot of defense here. Santorin needs to keep track of Contracts early because Contracts has a lot of options for top triangle of the map. Both these solo lanes, very volatile, benefit hugely from jungle intervention. The Renekton into Quinn matchup on top side, even with the cleanse in the Quinn, even with the cleanse in the hands of the Quinn, if you get an early gank there, burn some summoner spells, then it is repeatable, can really bring that pick down. Has to play off of aggressive, pushing power, and try and get that CS lead early.
Well, we're getting into it now. It is our first day of this week, first game of this second day of week number 5. It is Dignitas versus NRG. We got Spice in the top lane. We also got a Rel jungle kicking it off. So you know today is going to be a little extra fun.
Very excited for this one. Rel has a lot of options with pathing as well. You can just go level 3 and try and do a level 3 gank really early. You can as well do level 2 ganks, but I think that's a little bit cheesy for LCS.
So I did get to be a watcher when Kanavi grabbed the Rel in competitive there for the first time.
Kanavi's pretty good.
It was pretty cool. It was a nice experience, but particularly it's about being proactive. I feel like, yes, you can always have a lot of big team fight influence, but especially Santorin on the Sejuani, they will be looking to take as much aggression as possible. And I gotta love all the love that we're getting on everyone here for my first cast. It's nice to be here, Kobe, and it's nice to get to kick off with some of that spice that we were talking about.
Yeah, it's an honor to be here with your first LCS cast with the live audience. Very excited for you.
It's different. It's different. Can I get any cheers? Can I get a little bit of yells going? Let's go. That's what you like. See, that's the difference. That's the biggest difference between remote broadcast.
You can get some level 1 action as well.
Maybe they're cheering for the level 1. We see Santorin have to burn that flash early. It's a bit of trouble, and Santorin's going to lack that tool early in his aggression.
No flash on the Sejuani. All right. Reduces a lot of the gank opportunities, but
early.
The failure on the level 1 here going to be pretty rough for Dignitas as he kind of limps back to base. Is going to be Quinn pushing topside too, because Dokla was heading over to try and join if it was going to be another one of these crazy 10-person level 1 fights that we saw yesterday. Contracts is going to look to punish Santorin. He knows he has no flash. He knows he's low.
But Poom is right there. I think Contracts realizes he needs to use the crash down to get over the wall.
Really good cover here by Poom to help out Santorin, make sure he's not the victim.
Contracts. He's just going right back. Like, go to the well twice. You see what happens the third time.
He's got smite advantage, so he can just walk on through, yoink it.
It's the flash smite, knowing that there's no response there, and Contracts coming up big.
Yeah, I don't know if he had to flash in there, but he really wanted to get there instantly.
Mental gap, all right? That's where you're flexing on him.
It is also going to push him fully out as Ignar tracking Santorin. So big punishment. NRG taking the level 1 play from Dig, turning it around on them, and then not letting them reset afterwards. Really good advantage here from Contracts. He's always looking for those aggressive angles, always looking to follow up on any openings with the Invid. And here's a look at the bottom side pressure that was able to earn them the flash trade.
Yeah, that's actually pretty big too, as we actually saw Contracts looking at mid lane as well. Didn't get the flash out of Jensen. That's something important.
And with the pushing mid lane here from Palafox, see it, actually Jensen's fighting him off with a wave, so yeah, Contracts might have to be a little scared.
But I like this proactivity from Contracts. I still think it's really important to continue on that ball, and knowing that they were able to kind of switch that around on Dignitas early is big for NRG.
Yeah, big bonus is that Rich on top side with the Quinn early versus the Renekton is able to push, did have the possibility of coming down and helping out to defend there. So Dignitas again kind of benefiting from Rich's willingness to play these top lane dual matchups.
And as we were talking about the skirmishing between junglers, a lot of proactivity for Contracts as well, and the side lane pressure that Rich will have, I particularly look at the rest of the map and how Palafox is going to have an influence against Jensen's scaling carry on the Azir, but particularly how this bot lane comes into the fold of this 5-on-5.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom lanes, I feel like, yeah, are going to be a lot less action until the 5-on-5 scenario. Braum brings that structure to your 5-on-5 to really help protect those carries in the backside. That they're definitely going to need with the triple range advantage then. And meanwhile, Energy, of course, going to be looking for a lot of these dives. Energy is a full dive team here. So once you get to that 5-on-5 and you get to bring the rest of the threat of the dive, any sort of flanks, any sort of break in the front line will be very detrimental to Dignitas. They're playing a lot of defense there. But until we get to that stage, still looking so much more towards the skirmishing here.
Yeah.
And Contracts with his Hex Flash here on the Rel can remain proactive. Probably just finish up on a bottom side clear and then see if he can actually punish this missing flash.
And I'm also wondering how quickly Poom and Ignar try to get out of their lanes, try to get influence. Because I think one of my favorite parts about Rakan in our recent meta here is just how active you can be on the map, the ability to peel, the ability to engage, but also Ignar with his kind of aggressive tendencies we have seen in his path, right? He was the guy that made the Fervor Leona all the big deals back in the day on Misfits, but we'll see if he can do something here.
Love it, Contracts. That Hex Flash we're talking about, getting a lot of use already. Also has the ability on Rel to be able to burn down this dragon, no problem. Pushing bottom lane, pushing mid lane. They come over, start it up, and this is going to be a very early first dragon for Energy. You were just talking about Ignar. You know, him trading flashes with Tomo pretty early on does also help out with a lot of that pressure, so they are rewarded for it. Hex Flash right back out of the Dragon Pit for Contracts.
Because it's just available, right? It's just the easy means of transport. It's like you're having your own personal Uber there. Although bot lane, Poom, a little bit of trouble.
Yep, trying to keep the wave here. Should be able to execute that cannon just in time as Tomo gets back to lane. Dokla does get the stop on the recall.
All right, so who wins? A bird or a croc?
I'm going to go crocodile every day of the week.
Have you seen some of those big birds, though? Like birds of prey? I used to work at a zoo, all right? I'm just saying there's some big birds out there.
I've never seen a bird as big as a crocodile.
Yeah, baby croc. He's growing.
Fair enough. Dokla, the baby crocodile.
He's turning into big dokes eventually. But as we get back into it.
In that matchup right now, post level 6 here for Dokla, if you're not able to keep track of Contracts here, and then why it's a very good hot shot from Tomo, then you really do have to worry about these ganks into burning summoner spells and trying to take over, because we're 1 minute and 15 seconds away from the Rift Herald, but mid play is first.
That's pretty big, but the Emperor's Divide right back. Palafox will have to get back to his clone. He's trying to face sealed out, but can he do it? Boom, can't get the distance there. Palafox gets out using literally everything he had.
Santorin here for the counterplay, as is Poom, backing Jensen up, and now Palafox took so much damage under the tower. They keep him pinned there. He should be able to clean up the farm, though, so no real big punish as it's a transfer of pressure down to bottom lane.
I'm looking to maybe punish FBI under tower there as this big wave crashing.
Yeah, and Contracts is still on top side, so they're going to be able to zone him off. All right, Cannon Minion at least will die. It's tanking a lot. That's one turret plate. How much can they deny from FBI here?
I love it because it's a little bit of revenge. Santorin, best served cold, he says, in first blood to Poom and Dignitas.
Oh, this is... honestly, I don't even know how they get themselves back out of this. Even with Contracts here, they got the kill. So Tomo denies even more experience to FBI. He gets another turret plate. Poom and Santorin are still playing bodyguard, and they're going again.
It feels so bad. He's just getting dove now. The cleanse, the flash, everything used. They get one trade back at least. The tower shots, it could just be enough. Contracts want to follow it up, but he is just a rel. And they get one, but it is the trade back forth.
Yeah,
he's got the speed up here. Ignar's coming in as well. Able to get the first one. There's the cleanse down from Tomo.
All right. Able to get back an extra kill. Man, going for the second dive there too, though. This Dignitas bottom lane. See what they can do with the lead. Contracts again trying to punish in the aftermath. Picks up at least a little bit of counter jungling for himself. But very good proactive play there from Santorin and Poom. Very long sequence, a full minute. They counter gank mid lane. They transfer the pressure down bottom side after forcing Palafox under the tower, knowing that they've got this extra, 30 seconds at least of pressure there, and able to make the bottom side plays really worth it. 2 turret plates into the hands of Tomo.
Oh, we'll spot out Contracts taking the blue. We'll take a brunt of damage here as the crash down comes through. FBI has also joined, and Poom is like, why are there 3 people in my jungle? He goes down.
I love it. Fun facts, Dignitas have the highest combined kills per minute in their games, and it looks like it's not going to stop. Energy here with the counterplay. They take the blue buff, they take the support's life as well. Meanwhile, it does mean Santorin on Vision is going to be trying to burn down this Rift Road, but it takes so long. It's going to be enough time for the roam up. Look at the mini-map right now. Poom and Ignar and Contracts on the way up, and they cause him to stop. He has to leash it. Full reset there for the Herald.
Hesitancy coming out around the objectives, even after that early play down bot lane, and even with this small advantage for Dignitas. We'll see Contracts will spot that one out, but Rich will rush down here to the Rift Herald and be able to kind of pull them off of it.
Everybody's coming here for Dig. You can see Ashe moving up the river. So can Energy, though. They see Ashe moving on the wards, and they're just making the call. All right, we give up Rift Herald, keep FBI bottom. Contracts is poking around. He's not going to give up.
Oh, no. And as soon as you use that crash down, you have no real way out. And Rich is just peppering in the damage. Tomo and Jensen trying to get over here to help their team. And Contracts is already gone. Got a nice little Fate Seal combo with Dokla there. And they're turning it around a little bit. Boom! That's a double kill for Palafox. Emperor's Divide comes back, though, and he pushes him right back. Oh, no. Dignitas end up turning it around. And Rich is coming around for more. See Palafox get back to the defensive structure, but Dig strike first.
Energy saw Ashe coming up on the wards. They knew they were going to be outnumbered because they made the call to have FBI stay bottom, and yet they still go to contest the Rift Herald. They pay the price, Mazel.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tax being paid right now after that one. And Jensen will be able to get the push in here. Yes, Palafox will have the TP right back. We got to look at that replay.
Okay, so off of mid-wave here, they're moving up. Contracts jumps in a little bit aggressive there. Even with the Rel ultimate trying to peel for himself, he goes down pretty quickly. Tomo and Jensen move over. Palafox ults over the side of the blue buff wall here to be able to come in and pick up these 2 kills. So it's a double kill for Palafox. But still, the follow-ups here from Dignitas. Flashing forward, Rich is able to get the kill onto Dokla.
Let's go. Got the young fans in there. Gotta appreciate that. Start them young, they'll love League of Legends forever. Speaking of loving League of Legends, I think Dignitas are loving this game of League of Legends right now. We will see, though, I think the bar of execution is still there. You did get that static shift completed there for Rich, so side lane pressure, even more mounting against RNG. The NRG.
And the only thing they really have to worry about right now are some of these dive plays. Those 2 kills that went over to Palafox might be an issue later on once the Yone starts to get going with a couple item completions, but Contracts looking bottom while Dokla taking some harassment under tower.
Contracts kind of baiting out with that Hex Flash, decided not to pull the trigger, not going to show himself just yet on bottom side, but Santorin is here as well. Could get a little 3v3 action while we did have early Dragon priority for NRG with that first one. See if they do want to keep that priority up with the push they have in bot lane.
All right, they rotate over yet again. But honestly, this team fight is looking pretty good.
Flash, the crash down the Fate Seal. That's the Wombo combo there, but delivery straight to Rich with the Emperor's Divide, and Palafox gets burned down, as apparently the bird is feasting today as the double combo flaps all over him.
And Rich had the Rift Herald as well, so they're going to take the tower. The Quinn moved down from the top side. Look at the ward coverage from them. Dignitas here, all through this river. Rich is able to move down. They get the counterplay. Ashe arrow up from the bottom, Quinn from the top, and Jensen takes the whole tower with the help of the Rift Herald. Mid lane prio secured. Guess what? They dealt with those 2 kills on the Yone pretty easily.
Yeah, they did, apparently. And Jensen just gets a giant pack of gold delivered to his front door. And you love that because we were setting in the draft. He grabbed this to make sure he can be that sustainable late game carry for them. Well, he's already got a ton of gold here. He's about to go spend 1,700 of it. NRG need to make something happen. They get the nice little grand entrance there. Santorin gets taken down himself as Ignar gets the kill.
1 back for Energy. They're still hunting Contracts over the wall. Can he get the Q? He does.
Oh, a little bit of knock-up follow-up there. FBI can't get into range just yet. And boom, able to get there with that stand behind me. And actually, Tomo able to punch back a little bit there. So you love to see some, but NRG, they are looking. They are fiending to find something on the map here. And Rich is looking for a solo kill on a Dokla.
Yeah, and Energy need to, because this game is slipping out of their control. Dignitas have drafted a pretty solid 5-on-5. You're mentioning the benefits of Braum, and you really get to see that once we transition into these team fights around the Dragons with the setup. But here's another look. Bird from the top. There's going to be an Ashe arrow from the bottom as well.
There's all the birds, Kobe.
Yeah, Rich was able to get the E onto Palafox into Santorin coming through with the ulti from Sejuani, so they absolutely blast that Yone, focusing him down. the knockback into the stun and really make good on another counterplay mid.
And that's a 3.5k gold lead now for Dignitas under the 15-minute mark. They also take multiple outer towers. There's not any defense to really be played around for NRG around this top side of the map.
It's really been such a fun thing to see this addition of Rich change the way that Dignitas play and give them such a unique identity. They're the only team, pulling out a lot of these extreme top lane picks. And again, Rich having a lot of success with this Quinn. That mid play was very successful, plus all of the early gold off of the top side in the 1v1. You mentioned the static shiv. Guess what? Wave control into roaming is going to get a lot easier for the Quinn now.
It's so deadly, man. He's just going to be such a pain.
And blue buff is actually very important on Quinn. You can definitely spam yourself out of mana on this champion in the mid game. So being able to grab the blue as well, very big for him.
I'm just saying, we have had some slower games. I appreciate both teams kind of leaning into my style with the LPL. We got fights all over the place, a lot of chaos here between both teams, but also leaning back to that point you were saying earlier, right? Dignitas are the team that have the most combined kills. They are insanely aggressive, and NRG like to buy their time in these games. We'll see this big on 4v3, 4v4 now, coming in the bot lane, but it should be just another tower for Dignitas.
And about to be an arrival of the bird too. When you have your mid tower down so early in the game, dealing with a Quinn becomes almost impossible here. And that's going to be the last of the outer towers. Dignitas take the entire outer ring of defenses from Energy. So now it's free roam for the Quinn. And when you have the blue buff as well, just continually matching back up. Here it is, the teleport counterplay from Energy. Can they make it?
Is this the big Dokes play they've been looking for? Tomo is aggressed on by FBI. You got another TP in behind from Jensen, though, as Dignitas, they're trying to take the fight. Dokla has joined up, but is it the wombo combo from your dreams? You got a nice pushback from Jensen, but it's NRG who find two for Palafox.
They're good for two. They leave the top side open, though. Quinn is going to be pushing on that tower. We'll see how quickly Rich can get it. Energy, they take their swing with their dive comp, and they find it successful. That's a couple of kills for them. They need that money. But Dignitas are so far ahead at this point that it's merely a dent, honestly. And Jensen sticking around afterwards, with the security of his Azir turret, even contesting contracts on the Krugs. Let's take another look at it. The teleport in the back there for Big Dokes, and then the initiation.
I like that move from FBI, trying to find it. Just, it takes so long for Dokla to walk his giant croc that way. And I think Jensen here with a little pullback in the end is a big difference maker there to get Dignitas out.
Jensen absolutely saves the day for Dig, keeping this from being even worse, just keeping it at those 2 kills instead of it being completely devastating for them. He puts up the Azir turret, he ults back 3 members, and keeps the blood loss at only 2 members of Dig down, so they can continue right back to their objectives here. Rift Herald number 2 should be pretty easy. Dragon will be spawning only in 40 seconds here, so Energy are already setting up their vision in the river. You see Ignar, like you mentioned, looking for some deep flank angles here on that Rakan. He can be a difference maker for Energy as well, since now they don't have the teleport flank option from Dokla.
And I always appreciate the Poom Braum, but I think the Rakan in this situation is just such an enabler for NRG. And speaking of enabling, maybe they're going to be able to find Rich in the side lane. He is a very fluid bird, all right? He's pretty quick on the draw, able to make it out of there. But I find Ignar's story, Ignar's journey, at least at this point, so interesting, right? He made all of his fame on Misfits, came over to FlyQuest, didn't necessarily have the greatest foray in there, and now making something happen here with the side of NRG.
Yeah, let's see if he can pull this game back, because it's looking like Dignitas aren't going to stop. It's only 18 minutes into the game, and Rift Herald number 2 is going to allow them to expose this top inhibitor. They don't want to take it quite yet. Energy are going to take their compensation dragon, so this will be 2 for Energy. I still like the call here from Dignitas because they open up topside already. Inhibitor will be exposed, and then they get the earlier rotation over towards mid lane to get tower number 2.
I can't believe, like, at this point, we're playing PvE-based destruction. Dignitas have taken everything on the map, it feels like, from NRG, and while we've gotten some trade backs for some neutral objectives, you're going to be getting second item completions here coming very quickly for Dignitas.
Really like the options they've set themselves up with too. Rich being able to push out these waves on side lanes so quickly and roam on over. Dignitas doing a good job pushing multiple lanes to make sure that they get the better end of the deal. Energy though, again, This team is all about a huge engage, diving in and trying to completely crush the team fight of Dignitas, trying to crush those carries in the back line. Working around the Braum will be critical. Looking for flank angles is critical. So they're putting a lot of effort into trying to clear away some of this vision so they can just keep the hope alive of that dream fight where they find some picks and they are able to get an objective after they get some kills.
I will say this is also a pretty nice change of pace for Dignitas compared to yesterday. I think yesterday could be seen as a bit of a rough-in for them, and to be able to see them kind of use a very flexible draft like this, but also find the ways to put that pressure in NRG's face has been really nice to see.
Certainly has. Looking very good. We had the Quinn roaming down mid multiple times, counter ganking mid. Santorin and Poom doing a very good job protecting Jensen for the early stages. And guess what? Now it's time for Jensen to pay him back.
You've been waiting for the payback. You didn't have to wait that long at least.
Two items, Spike here. Azir did go for the Nashers build as well for the extra attack speed. So if they're able to keep him safe, the Crown plus the Nashers completely auto-attacking from the backside, and the help of the Quinn pushing on the other side. Pretty good secure of the...
Oh, not going to find. Jensen's a little bit too quick there. We'll see actually NRG redeploy.
Yeah. Pretty good secure of the map here, though, for Dig, and they're going to fire out an arrow.
Okay, they're just going all in now as well, following up the Glacial Prison and the Glacial Fissure. As all the Freljordians combine there, won't be able to find it.
Two pretty big cooldowns here for Dignitas. And NRG are looking for some sort of punish. Doesn't look like there's going to be an opportunity for them to get it, though, and Rich.
Is there a way that Dokla wins this in the side lane? Because he got a TP now coming in for Palafox. He might be able to get this with the Fate Seal. Can't get the distance. Rich will flash, and look at that speed.
Good cleanse, and he turns around for the auto to get the fleet footwork extra speed there for Rich. He escapes with cleanse and flash, and it was a flash plus a teleport invested from NRG. 2 for 2 on summoner spells, and much longer cooldown on that teleport too, so big play there from Rich. Even as the rest of Dignitas were retreating, they just been pushed out after investing Sejuani ult and Ashe ult. So NRG were looking, they knew, all right, we've got some cooldown advantages, maybe we can find a pick play. Dig, they make the play bottom side. Rich trying to absorb some extra pressure, and now with full vision coverage over Baron, they're making NRG sweat.
We had a little bit of pullback on the action. Both teams trying to find things, playing a little bit aggressive at moments. But now this is the pull for Dignitas to force a Baron at 22 minutes in. Did they try to actually take the fight there with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow? Jensen around the side. This was all just a bait.
Abandoned ship! Get out of there, Dignitas! They draw energy over, and it's a little bit too close for comfort. Nobody gonna go down. No.
I was hoping for a burger flip. No
fight actually explodes. So everybody just calls it at that. There is the wave here pretty far down on bottom side, but it's going to be fine for NRG. So it's a good check from NRG. They force Dig out. See about Rich round 2, though. Now he's got no safety of flash cleanse summoner spells with Dokla, so it has to be a little bit more respectable.
Oh, thought he was going to get it there. Rich able to take away the red buff. But looking at the side lane, we've seen Renekton smash onto the scene now. We've seen so many 1v2s across the world. We've seen so much like that. The Quinn, I feel like it's just such a strong answer, but do we ever see a side lane that goes the way of Dokla?
Yeah, and it's usually reserved for solo queue because it does require your team play much more around it and require the extra attention, but they've been able to have success once again with Rich, kind of bullying the matchup, taking advantage of the early levels, with the range advantage and accruing the CS lead so that now you get to the mid game and guess what? They've got the extra power on sides. Everybody 5-on-5 now mid though, as Dragon's about to spawn. Mid!
Okay, there's still the knockback. The Fate Sealed was a beautiful call there, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes back, and Palafox gets sniped down by Rich. That's not NRG not wanting to back off, though. Its shutdown goes to Big Dokes. He's still got to look at the pick off on the Jensen. FBI almost gets him, but this is a nice little front to back for NRG where they find a comeback.
Okay, not done yet, Big Dokes.
Oh, Dokla going a little bit far forward, but Tomo can space so well. And with that approach velocity, you can't really get away. The TP will be end up used by Jensen to rejoin the fight. But look how confident Tomo's playing.
Okay, Contract's going to heal up off these Raptors. Dignitas already looking towards the Dragon with Jensen coming back full health here. He is the one with the power. Can he raise an Azir turret here mid? Contracts is the only one who can actually contest. It should be Dragon for Dignitas. Off of that skirmish. Palfox had a good ult to ult over the Azir ult, but then Jensen had a better stopwatch. Broken stopwatch in inventory. That is the key there. He lives even with the W snipe later from FBI. Not quite enough damage on that one to finish him off, and Dignitas in the end get the Dragon off of it.
And that's the thing about a lead like this, is you can have as much fight back as you want from NRG, but you are still in a hole, and we see them trying to dig themselves out here in the replay.
So here it is. Palafox, he had the Q knock up into the ult for Jensen's ult, but then the broken stopwatch is enough. And Rich's last one there killed him.
I can't believe that.
Even though he was snapping back. Immediate punishment, though, as the rest of Energy avenge Palafox, and they destroy the Quinn, bursting him down.
Tomo, damn it. Like, he's just keeping them so close.
And yeah, exactly. And that's the key there, is the slow from the Ashe. The damage from the Ashe, not super high, but the extra kiting ability and the slow there keeps the rest of them off. Defends the rest of the teammates, buys time.
So Palafox can be a big saving grace for NRG here as he tries to get Poom. The Glacial Fissure does come down, but it will not save him. Ignar gets that kill, and NRG, they're starting to find a little energy.
And that's exactly what they have to do. Keep making looks, keep forcing these plays, because if they don't, then they'll get out split pushed by the Quinn. So Palafox, again, takes the initiative. He takes matters into his own hands, even playing sick on stage again, looking for the plays to get energy back in, and they find one kill onto Poom, which is a little bit of gold, but really what you win there is time on the map to actually retake vision around Baron. Even greater reward.
And I love it for Palafox, going back to that point, is he found that the strength for him was his vast champion ocean that he has. He feels like NRG can find wins just starting at the draft with that. And I love that he's willing to bring the Yone out here with the combination of the Rel and a lot of the Wombo combos that can be available. We've been seeing them try to pull off.
Yeah, he's, especially when Palafox is playing with confidence, really NRG are at their best. And him constantly looking for these plays has to be a big part of that initiation.
And we'll see if they can actually put it all together. It's like trying to form a puzzle piece with a bunch of crazy ones.
There we go again.
We'll start up the Baron, and we're going round 2 here. Got TP coming in now as well. We'll see them if they want to take the fight instead. It looks like they were just trying to bait it yet again, trying to catch out Dokla. They get the Emperor's Divide. They're going to have to go in. NRG won it, though. Look at Palafox. He finds Tomo in the back, and NRG, they're doing it. They get one on a Poom, too, and it's just team fight potential coming out from them. It's Jensen trying to get away, but he gets locked down again, and it's all she wrote for Dignitas. 4 down.
Clutch fight for energy there, and the reward will be Baron. Rich doesn't even try and stick around for a miracle steal. Energy, they find their angles here on the team fight. Teleport from Palafox in the back, and it's no hesitation. This team comp does one thing, Mazel, it dives, and they found the backline carries there. Tomo annihilated. No flash, no cleanse used. Let's take a look at it here. It's going to be teleport from topside. They go after Dokla. He flashes to gain some extra range. Jensen still follows him, and they do get the Crocodile, but then he's in the middle. You've used everything to peel and try and get that Crocodile. FBI just ults right in onto Tomo. Palafox is there with the E over the wall. So FBI and Palafox here annihilating the Ashe and then forcing the early Zonias from Jensen. Jensen never got to an auto attack, never got to make use of any of that. So really good job from Energy jumping on the backline. And Dokla, while he did get caught, he absorbed all of their cooldowns here. There was no Azir ultimate left to peel. And so Kaisa just got to freely ultimate into the back line, and they assassinated. Now here, looking for round 2.
They're feeling rambunctious here. I know we had the birds on the side of Dig, but it's looking like the Red Bull Baron buff is giving them the wings as they get one on a Poom again, and they are just consistently taking the fight here to Dignitas. That was a triple kill for FP5 before he went down, but a quadra in the end, and NRG, they just got a gold lead for the first time in the game.
Oh my goodness, Killer Instinct, aptly named skill for FBI here. He goes under the tower to finish that quadra. Tower down, and with the Baron buff, Energy completely erase the Dignitas gold lead. They take it for themselves.
This was a game where Dignitas were up 4K at 13 minutes, Kobe. Like, this is actually such an incredible fight back for NRG, and it's the composition coming together. It's Palafox leading the way with a lot of these sealed fates.
And that's what we were talking about during Champion Select. These types of draft for NRG, when they're much more aggressive, these melee solo laners doubling up so they can always look for fights. Contract starts it out, nice Rel combo, into Rakan combo, into Yone ultimate, and guess what? 2 members are just dead. Beautiful CC chain there from NRG. FBI ulting into the backline and finishing
they're going to do it again. They got the engage there from Contract as well. There's the Sea of Fate. The combos ring true. My goodness, it's beautiful to see as NRG now with a 3K lead will take their 3rd dragon of the game.
Oh, they're running it now. Summoner's Rift is NRG's.
It truly is. We got the namesake over there too. And I might need to go give this sweatband over to Dignitas because they are sweating in this first game of the day. We see this Baron buff still there for a little longer. Won't be able to get too much here, but maybe an inhib tower, or inhib at least for NRG.
Yeah, should be able to finish up that inhibitor, no problem for themselves. Back right out. They've already got side lanes pushing with Palafox and Dokla immediately going to tend to those side lane minion waves. So much here retaken by NRG in the last couple of minutes. They just exploded off that one team fight. This is really, really nice to see from them. The confidence that they're playing with, no hesitation in these engages, just dogpiling on the back line of Dignitas. And they're even going to get another turret for themselves here. This gold lead has completely rubber banded all the way back. 4.5K for NRG in addition to the 3rd dragon.
And we were talking about it beforehand. There was a stake to be set here where NRG, they were looking at undoing all their mistakes or maybe having some more mistakes from that first round robin. They were trying to find that opposite feeling. And Dignitas came out with the Alawi the first round robin, took out NRG. They want some revenge, and it seems like fate at this point, the way that we've had this gold swing in the game.
Yeah, really nice job. They've been able to collapse on this Dignitas back line. Dignitas now, they're the ones looking at some sort of structured defense, some type of front-to-back team fight. It seems impossible for them to keep NRG off their backline at this point, though, with the amount of dive NRG are bringing. And don't think it's going to stop anytime soon, because look at this. Now it is actually NRG players with those luxury items, the stopwatches, to accentuate the dives. Both carries here for NRG can go straight into the backline, and as long as their items are working, we'll be able to have the safety of the stopwatch. Contracts and Poom make another look.
If they're not working, maybe call customer support.
Yeah, excuse me, what's wrong with this watch?
What's going on? I don't understand. Tier 2 tower, though, on the bottom side should be the next focus for NRG. And we're at a point where Dig's composition, they had those early skirmishes. They had a lot of cohesion in that, rich with a lot of power in the side lane. But now, the Quinn, it doesn't have that same influence that the Renekton brings to the team fights.
Certainly doesn't. See what he can do on the side lanes, though. He still has mobility and a static shiv to rely on. Only problem is NRG, now that they've retaken so much of the map, they can rotate over, and you see Rich has to pay respect. He can't get these shoves on the side lanes anymore. NRG have fully taken over and almost blacked out the map for Dignitas. They have to hover inside their own territory here, cautiously moving out.
And it's so interesting. I know I talked to you earlier about who wins, a croc or a bird. But now I feel like we have to go back to that conversation, revisit it, because Dokla has grown up into the big croc that he was always meaning to be. But this has been a growth not only in this game, but for Dokla as a whole, right? Coming away from that 2022 spring MVP in NACL, the most valuable prospect, it has been really cool to see him find his niche on this NRG roster, previously CLG.
Yeah, definitely love to see this this NRG squad performing. A lot of people fell in love with this team because of this type of explosive playstyle where they would play double carry solo laners. Dokla himself starting up this Baron, and the rest of the squad should be able to burn it down. Doesn't look like it's going to be any check from Dig, even though they do have a hawk shot. They know they cannot win this fight. There's way too many angles in the jungle. You can't afford to fight in the jungle here. There's just too many ways that NRG can get onto your backline, and their best hopes for Dig are try to play at tower, try and make use of the Braum and Azir peeling.
Oh,
side lane though.
Palafox trying to catch out Rich there, ends up missing the sealed fate, but maybe the chase down from Santorin and Rich. They get the Gale Force forward. They're TPing now as well. Dokla coming to join the fight. He goes golden. That's that stopwatch you were highlighting earlier. And it means that Rich is just out of the fight now. Santorin's like, oh goodness, I gotta find a way out. Meanwhile, their team is being engaged on the other side of the rift, as it's gonna be the TP coming in from Palafox. They gotta try to save the day as they got bursted under that Baron wave.
And they got the Kai'Sa here. The top side play, the defense at the tower for Dig. Jensen makes the play, they kill FBI, and Dignitas now trying to reignite that hope. What an exciting first game you've got here, buddy.
It is great. I would not trade it for anything else. We had such interesting storylines coming together. Dignitas with all those kills in their belt throughout their season, making sure to keep it bloody, while NRG, they go the distance, and they have gone the distance in this first game as well. They are one away from that soul. We have Mountain coming up now, but it is pressure and topside on Rich, and he gets his GA pop, but Dignitas, they don't want to let that go unchecked. They want to try to take down Palafox here. That'd be a nice little shutdown as well, and they're going to give it straight to Jensen. Big Daddy Bucks.
Wait, they're doing this at such a terrible time. Energy, they're going to give up 2 contracts down. The Dragon is available. That could be an objective bounty shutdown for Dignitas, and that is a Dragon Soul denial. They just flopped really hard, Mazel. That is the exact wrong time to be giving away kills on the top side of the map to Dignitas.
How do you like your burgers, Kobe? I'm asking you that right now.
Love me a good flip. Love me a good flip.
Oh, goodness gracious. This will be a third Dragon. We're going to soul point for both sides as Ignar just has to stand there and watch.
I love that these turns are making the game so exciting.
Yes.
But
your heart's okay?
It is really doing some things to my blood pressure here with the back and forth nature of this game. Energy had looked so confident retaking control, and then perhaps just too overconfident on the top side. A moment of hubris can really cost you an entire game, and when we're sitting tied 6 and 7 in the standings here, that could be a very big punish. Let's see if Dignitas can actually make good on the full comeback. They were able to deny that Dragon Soul, get an objective bounty shutdown to also cut down on the gold lead, and they still have that strong front-to-back team fighting. If the Braum Peel and the Azir Peel are able to keep carries up here, they can definitely still take it.
And we've seen, teams in the LCS, the ones already locked in, right? 9 wins will be a nice saving grace. As a stool, as the time goes on, gets a little bit less. But I think both these teams definitely not wanting to drop anything, coming so close to the end of the split. We have about a week and a half left here. And I love that we're getting so much shown out. We're almost at a 40-minute bangerino here between NRG and Dig.
That's a technical
Look at that.
term.
That's an LPL gold graph right there. You could take away the screen and just show it to me. I'd be like, oh, maybe that's the LPL. But it is LCS, and we are going all the distance here.
So we have got like a full throw from red to blue, and then a half throw. There's a little half throw here. There's a little half step. Let's see if that gets completed. The longer we get into the game too, like we are getting close to filling up inventories.
I mean, both mid laners already sitting pretty there as well. And I think right now Jensen will have a lot to say in these fights. He has been a saving grace here in the last couple ones as well with those Emperor's Divides, things like that. But the spacing, the bar of execution is definitely a little bit higher on the side of Dignitas.
Yeah, we've completely come down to choice in plays here for both teams. So much depending on the way that this fight starts as well. So let's see who can get inside. Vision, of course, is always step number one. It's the most boring thing to talk about.
Or is it the most entertaining because then it sets up you can actually see things? All right, we do want to see some at least of that vision control, because this has been a moment in the last little bit that NRG has had that full vision control, and you're still struggling for Dignitas to find it.
Yeah, and they're trying to make another power play here into blue quadrant of the jungle. They're setting it up. They're doing their due diligence. Step number one, the plan is laid. Can they now make good on the actual fight? Because Dignitas do have a very good defensive setup. If you can get the dive team to have to come through these openings, it's so much less effective and much easier for Dig to defend. So they're just huddling around these inhibitor openings, hoping that NRG are going to give them another opportunity to get that big pushback.
And if they can find it, it would have a little bit of an opening for them. But I do also want to check into kind of that wombo combo we've seen Energy pull off so much here. This all started by grabbing the Contract's Rel. And I think this pick here, while we are seeing some finickiness early on in the game, I think here at this later part, it's so important to find those big Magnet Storms.
Yeah. So much playmaking potential from basically what I see.
Too.
Basically what I see as the evolution of the jungle meta is, depending on your point of view. Never mind, Palafox is going for a little exciting check.
Exciting for the other side, at least, as Palafox gets taken out. That's the Glacial Prison used. So nice little cooldown, at least an engage tool from Dignitas down.
Oof, Palafox going to heal back up off those Raptors. Okay. So that is going to be Sejuani ult for not too much on the side of Energy. There was no ult from Palafox. It was just his E to go in and fully heals up off of jungle camps. So the tiniest of little advantages there with a small cooldown now left on that Sejuani ult.
And the thing about a situation like this, we've had base busting already for both sides. One big fell swoop of a team fight ends the game here. You see the flank Contracts looking for that game end. They get the double grand entrance. FBI, he's getting focused down by Rich though and the rest of Dignitas. It is a very split fight as Poom's on the other side trying to save Tomo now. He's still alive. And Santorin gets locked down. Maybe gets out. The flash comes through as both junglers running parallel. Can't get back to their teams. Now we do see them reach up as Rich looking very aggressive, trying to spot them out here with all that mobility we were highlighting earlier.
No way, Tomo lives there. 0 HP almost left on that Ashe. He barely gets out, throwing out the W from Kaisa to hope for a lucky smite.
He dies this time. There's the shutdown and the blast cone to safety from Palafox. The Baron goes over, and now the Red Bull wings are covering over Dignitas.
How does he get out of this one, though?
Palafox pretty big here. The Emperor's Divide locks him out, and you got the GA, but it's not going to buy enough time here. You got 4 members of Dignitas, and it will be the kill going to Rich.
So Energy do actually finally kill Tomo. You're like, aha! At least
got him.
We're gonna finish that kill. We're gonna finish that pick. But Dignitas get everything out of it. It's even more influential in the next team fight because they got the Guardian Angel off of Palafox. And you see, Palafox, while dead, did sell it. So I want to see what he replaces with, because Guardian Angel on cooldown, maybe he feels like there's something more valuable here. Giving over the extra kill, plus the Baron though, plus the Guardian Angel activation is going to be huge. Now it's just the top laners with Guardian Angels ready.
And you do wonder now that we're getting to this point, we have items being sold on both sides. You just got a Bloodthirster there, complete for Rich as well. But coming back into these next team fights especially, I think Dignitas have been able to find a lot of comeback, right? We are literally at a dead ball state at 42 minutes in the game. And I think this has shown a lot of the grit that Dignitas have been able to provide, especially in the first round robin for them of this split.
Definitely agree. Let's see if we can keep this pace up. So, Mountain Soul on the side of Energy, Baron on the side of Dignitas. Slowly trying to push in on bottom side. It's a 4-1 split push opted for by Dig.
Contract is on a ward.
It's a little bit dangerous though, because they don't have the best vision to support the Rich split push, so their 4-1 is going a little bit slow for Dig. Rich now on the next minion wave, and Contract is in!
Killer Instinct from FBI in the backline here as well. The Fate Sealed isn't going to be enough. You got Dokla in there too, and RJ, they're doing it! That's already 2 there as well for FBI. They're cleaning house now too. The only that's left is Santorin and Rich, and Santorin should get taken out by Palfa. I actually don't think he gets him here. I think Santorin makes it out alive, and he does indeed. So 3 down for Dignitas, and that should be a push up the mid lane for NRG.
Rich seeing if he can cut minion wave, but Energy are defending it nicely. All right, with that Dragon Soul, they're gonna run it all the way up. There's 3 members now, and it's just Rich and Santorin.
Look how fast he is, though. See, you can't be distracted by that. It's just the inhib that they're here for. They want to try to put an end to this game. And while there still is the Baron buff there for 30 seconds, gives them a little bit of safety under these towers, they're still trying to dive underneath. Got the combo of Contract and Ignar, but now it's the focus on the Nexus turrets. Is this where they finish it? Is this where NRG make good on their second round robin? They're taking them down 1 by 1, and they're looking at the Nexus now. The final body falls, and Dignitas is no more. NRG will take that revenge, and they'll take game number 1 of the day.
action-packed game to start off your LCS debut. Well done, Mazel.
It was a fun one. I just got to give thanks to both these teams putting everything on the line. But NRG, I cannot stop lauding them. I think this second round robin has been such a curious occasion for them. The growth that they've had, the revenge that they've had against a lot of these teams. Let's go check in on the medal ceremony we have here coming in as well. We're going to go check in with our winners in NRG.
And here we have NRG approaching the podium for the medal ceremony. I believe first up is going to be the bronze medal, and that will go to Ignar, representing the Republic of Korea. He has been in League of Legends for quite a long time, known for his fantastic engages, many of which we saw today. Over at the silver medal, we're going to check in with FBI representing Australia. And finally, the gold medalist, Palafox. This is his third player of the game gold medal of the split. Congratulations to NRG.
Some hardware given over some fans here as well. Thank you guys so much for the love, but what a way to kick it off as well. And also love to give some medallions out to the team. Palafox, we talked about him early on, right? He had an 86 KDA and their wins maybe a little bit different now.
I want to hear explanations from the judges on these awards here, because there was so many contributions from multiple members there for NRG. Nicely pulled out though. What an exciting one.
And we're actually going to take a look at that last fight where NRG took it out and went for the game end.
Yeah, contracts there in the Wolf Pit. There is a ward as well, but they had been split pushing. It was 4-1 split push for Dig and NRG. As they'd been looking all game long, they make good on their full dive. They attack the 4 part of the 4-1, absolutely demolish them.
I just can't believe that after all of that, we had the Rel jungle actually come out on top, but it was the combos, the wombos that just kept getting pulled off.
Yeah, and Contracts had some really good flanks. He wasn't on the podium.
He was on a ward that entire last fight. He still pulled it off.
On the podium in my heart. He had the other good flank around the back of Baron to get the other initiation for them. Anyways, very exciting one. Nicely done there from NRG.
And that was it for our first game. But a reminder that Fantasy LCS is happening over on a Sleeper. Make sure you lock in your picks and bans for next week's games if you want to top your league. And we'll see you next. We're headed to break. Fly versus EG is next. But before that, let's take a look at how EG did in their LCS triathlon.
Every week at the LCS, we watch the top League of Legends players go head-to-head on the Rift. There's no doubt that each and every one is an elite gamer. But that got us thinking, who is the best all-around LCS pro player? We have devised a time gauntlet where we'll test their adulting skills by how quickly they can make a bed, test their physical abilities by making a target toss, and of course the most skillful expression of League of Legends ability, Scion Speedway. This is the LCS Triathlon.
Welcome back to the LCS Triathlon. I have EG here, Revenge, and Armeo. I think Revenge is going to put up a big time. He's actually won the coin toss and decided to go first against Armeo. 3, 2, 1, go! That's pretty good early strat.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Instantly copying that.
He's been thinking about this.
He's been thinking about it way more than I have.
This is good. No, this is
How is he
speedy.
going at this pace? This is ridiculous.
Now he's doing the third.
So it has
This
to be
is
touched.
still
Does it have to be
a good
touched
attempt. That's
perfectly
three.
like this?
Not perk. He did really good. All right, and then Pills just have to go on top.
The comforter.
Tucking in the comforter?
He tucked the comforter. I
Yeah.
mean, that's a play. That's a
Wait,
play.
you can just throw it on top then.
Yeah, good enough. Good enough. He's done. All right, one shot. If you miss all of them, he hit the first shot. What? On the Scion Speedway. Armeo's down.
Oh!
He is so focused.
I mean, you've been playing Scion permanently, so this is basically second.
I'm going to be the complete opposite.
Oh, he hit another wall.
Not the best performance yet.
I think he might be going. He might be going for the record.
Oh. I think it's
His first two were so good that I feel like he can make some mistakes here.
Okay. Didn't make a mistake.
Do you have to like get into the blue orb thing?
No, you just that's just kind of that's like the middle of the road. Yeah, just take the path. Just got to get to the Nexus laser. And time!
Wow.
Official time is 2:06.
I mean,
actually had like a perfect run, so I'm doing.
I mean, that's part one.
Now he's nervous. See, that's why I wanted to go first. I want to make him nervous.
I mean, I
Like,
knew I was
now-
gonna lose.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, just throwing everything off.
Okay, he's just copying your strats.
Nice.
He's
I like
fine.
that.
That's smart.
Okay, I'm a little worried. I
He's
might choke
checking
this.
that the sheets have, that he's got the sheet in the right orientation.
Okay, it's already like this, right?
A little slow.
A little bit slow.
I'm sorry, guys. Chill. I'm gonna lose.
Come on, you got this.
Okay.
How often do you tuck your, do your bed?
I
Don't instigate, Jack.
Do not talk to me about it.
Don't instigate, Raz.
Do not talk to me about it.
Okay, Armeo, I have bad news. You have lost your revenge, but you should continue.
What?
Already?
This is harder than the game, man. Than the LCS game.
Harder than beating FlyQuest? Is that what you're saying right now?
They're really trash. Sorry.
Oh!
I don't know how to do that.
That's it. That's it. That's good
That
enough. Throw it on top.
Just
Throw it on
push.
top.
Yeah, there it is.
It's in.
That's okay.
Close. That counts. That counts.
Oh,
Yeah.
behind the line.
Behind the line. Behind the line.
I'm a little
sorry,
scared.
I'm
I'm actually a
cheating.
little scared now.
Yeah, it's all right. They're pretty soft. All right, speed run it. You got 15. If you miss them all, you get to move on. He got it. He got it. Scion speedway time.
Oh my god.
Alt.
Oh, I'm
Okay.
actually the boss.
He's actually sign alting better than
Yeah, I feel like we're all team on
me. He's actually sign alting better.
This is a comeback. Like not.
You're the best sign on in the team.
Oh, I messed that up though. Could have made that.
Fine, it's fine. Focus up.
Drift that.
Okay. Yeah, just right around.
Get in there. Get in there.
So it looks like the bed is actually my counter. I don't know.
A little bit.
Wait, you actually smurfed this?
Yeah, I actually played this pretty good.
Cyan jungle.
Ooh, I like that. I like that little.
Wait, why can I?
All right, time. I have some bad news for you, John.
No, please.
The time is 4:17.
Oh!
I can't let my mom see this.
Thanks for coming. Revenge takes down Armeo.
It was
That'll
close.
do it from here.
Close.
I don't think it's a need for sleep.
There it is!
I think he bad at this because his ice is too old.
This is going to be a good time, especially he is a top laner who's played Sion. Welcome back to the LCS Triathlon. I have FlyQuest today, Impact, and Prince. Impact won the coin toss, wants to go second. So, Prince, how fast are you going to be at this?
1 minute 10.
Oh, he's calling his shot.
3, 2, 1, go!
Okay,
Okay, he's doing pillowcase. He's doing pillowcase. The pillowcase is hard.
That's going to be a tough one.
You're only using 20 seconds for pillow.
This is slow. Oh, no, you do have to do the pillowcase. This will be a large penalty.
Yeah. To do? Oh.
Yeah.
You can tuck it.
No, he's doing it. He's doing it right.
okay,
He's
okay.
doing it properly.
Stop trying to get him DQ'd.
I think it's a smart
I don't think it's a need for sleep.
There it is!
It's tucked.
It's tucked.
Can he do that, Impact?
I'm not do that. Anyway, I came in, I think,
Okay.
without that.
Put the pillows at the top and then you're done. Okay, throwing. He's just gonna throw. We're staying here.
He's a perfectionist.
Throw. Okay, first one you make, you can move on.
Oh!
Oh, I thought you got that.
That was close. Keep it going.
Okay.
Oh,
Good.
You can only use
think
you can
he-
only use each item once though.
Oh!
Okay.
Okay. Oh.
Pretty good.
Oh! Oh, wait, where are you going? Oh? You still say no?
Yep.
Yeah, follow the wards. Follow the wards.
Oh.
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 Oh, it's too hard.
I don't think he plays Sion much.
Yeah. He said that he don't know Sion route. He told me.
Okay.
Okay.
That's
Still
not
on the right
bad.
route.
That's not bad. And then up. Okay, you just have to get.
Okay.
What?
You just have to get to the fountain, then the timer stops.
I think it's not reach. You need more.
Oh. Time. Okay, come over here, Prince. We'll get the time.
1 minute 10. 1 minute 10? No.
2:39. But I do hear there is a 15-second penalty for hiding the sheet under the bed.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
That's right.
He followed the rules.
Yeah.
Usually I don't
It's
use that.
tucked, but not on 3 seconds.
Oh.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, strips the bed.
Yeah.
That's a veteran.
This is good.
Yeah. Whoa.
Okay, sheet's done.
But he's older.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, we've had some other old people on that didn't do it. Okay, the
Oh, that's
pillow's
the hardest
tricky.
part.
He got to watch you, though. That's one pillow. That's two.
But looks not clean, no?
I mean, once he puts it on top, it still fits the criteria.
True. Hiding the evidence.
Make the sheet. Yeah, cover. Oh, nice flip. Okay, that's good. That's done. On to throwing.
Oh,
Lefty throw.
I think he bad at this because his ice is too old.
Oh! What were you gonna say?
What was that?
He didn't use items. Too slow.
Well, he can use that what he wants. This is going to be a good time, especially he is a top laner who's played Sion too, so he's stopping his ult a lot.
Oh, that's minus point, you know?
No, you can just however you get through. No penalties.
Nice. Oh. No, Emo.
Oh.
Smooth.
How good? This is, what is this time? This is good.
Ooh, this is a good time.
Yeah.
Two Poomer.
I didn't use the item either.
Yeah, the other two he was really good at. He crashed a lot in Sion. Time! Okay, that was good.
I think that was the fastest.
In fact, come over here. We're going to get the time. 2:00. 2 minutes.
flat. Dang. This is best record?
This is best. This is the best we've had yet.
I'm number one?
Right now.
Ooh.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Prince and Impact, for joining us on the LCS Triathlon. Taking a look at the LCS Triathlon leaderboard, which will be continually filled out throughout the day. Impact in with a time of 2 minutes.
Damn.
Yeah.
6. Going to be hard to beat. Also, Armeo on the other end, also going to be hard to beat.
Yeah.
So
I appreciate that he apologized to his mom at the end. He was like, I can't let my mom see this.
he must have a good mom.
Yes.
To get him to this point.
A really good mom.
Yeah.
What was it the Twitch chat said? Parent gap?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, time to get into a special dive cast. Guys, take it away.
Hello and welcome to the second annual Divecast. Second weekal. We'll get there.
We struggle with this on the actual
second time
dive
we've
as
done
well.
the Divecast.
Nailing it.
We're here, and we're casting some League of Legends.
Too cool to join in on Olympiad Day.
This is the clothes that were put out for me. I put on my clothes.
He's a spectator.
I didn't even know. Yeah, I'm in the crowd. You guys are the athletes here.
True.
Where'd you get a medal?
World Cyber Games.
Oh wait, that's your actual World
2010.
Cyber. Oh
Yeah.
no.
We could turn it around on him.
Looks pretty cool.
I won World Cyber Games in
Let's not
2010.
talk about this.
You're a world champion for WoW Arena. What's going on over here?
I got
What
a
are you
couple,
world champion
I got
of,
a
Mark?
couple bronzes. I got a bronze in 2015 spring and summer with Team Liquid.
Okay.
I'm a bronzy.
As a coach,
I'm a
boom.
bronzy. There we go.
As a coach. That's
Yeah, yeah,
spectator.
yeah. Hey, we take that. We take those. All right. I'm proud of my boys.
Yeah. Professional at cheering them on. All right, we got EG versus FlyQuest here today. EG coming off of a pretty rough loss yesterday. It was kind of a level 1 go boom style game. And FlyQuest are just scraping the bottom of the barrel right now. They are trying to pull together some wins, trying to find a way into playoffs.
Yeah, it's looking really dire for them. And they're also coming off of a reverse switch on mid laners.
Yeah.
Putting Vikla back in after only 1 day for Spyrax. And I'm just, it left me a little confused as to the wording on the announcement as well, because they said in the wording today that it was a reward for doing so well in Academy that he deserves a spot in LCS, deserves a chance. And it was only going to be a predetermined 1 game. But like you said, Azale, it's kind of weird to do that when your playoffs hopes are so close to being gone.
Yeah, they did only 1 day. It did feel like there was such a hoopla about the initial 1 game that they gave him, a
Full
4-minute
announcement video.
Yeah, 4-minute video with your GM and your head of esports. It felt like they invested a lot of resources into Spyrax only to give him the 1 game. And it's also a critical game that they lost because now, as I understand it, I could be wrong, but as I understand it, they do not control their destiny from here. They actually, even if they win out, will still need tiebreakers going their way or other people losing along with them winning to even have a chance at playoffs because of that loss yesterday.
Exactly. Just the probability, I believe, was even if they win out from here, there was still a 9% chance that they could miss playoffs. So, they have to get as many wins as they possibly can. They have to hope some things do go their way. But either way, it is important to just do the best that they can from this position. First pick, Tristana coming through for EG. Potential answer of the Rel. We've been seeing some Rel jungle finally coming out, Gobi.
Yeah, I've definitely been happy this week, especially with the previous one. Contracts Rel jungle looked a lot better than the one yesterday. Some really good flanks from him. And even when he was on Visions, really good engages straight into their face. I will say, here, I'm super happy with the willingness to first pick the Tristana for Evil Geniuses because of how much they live and die by JoJo to get this flex pick for mid and for bottom here. And JoJo is one of the first to pull out Tristana mid in the LCS. And he's one that has the highest gold differences on this champion. He's so good at getting mid prow and pushing down turret plates, especially with how Evil Geniuses play with Armeo camping around mid lane so much.
Exactly. I mean, I think it's a really good mix of champion with player playstyle, right? It's something that can play aggressive, that needs to dominate lane, and that is his specialty. Xayah coming through as the answer, so we know it is going to be a mid lane Tristana now. Xayah will be heading down to that bot lane for Unforgiven, as FlyQuest's first 2 are showing a bit of a dive comp, and Xayah is such a strong answer to that in this current meta.
Yeah, obviously has the ultimate to get out of anything that comes their way. We'll see what supports they want to pair it with. I was going to say, probably not go for your support yet, given that the Rel is such a flex pick now, and you want to make sure that you are surviving. Feels like a lot of games these days are getting blown open level 1, 2, 3 from bot lane. It feels like there's such an importance on support counter pick these days. Even last game, Dignitas got a 4,000 gold lead off of basically abusing bot lane and obviously Rich on the top side. And EG have gotten blown out a couple of times because of these bot gaps.
All right, Jace locked in for double AD mid laner matchup here for Vikla back in. And even though, like you said, FlyQuest are going to need a little bit of help to be able to get into playoffs, they have to win this game in order to even have that hope of somebody helping them in. So let's see if they can do it here. Double poke possibilities as well. And I really like Maokai as whenever you see Rel Kaisa, yes, Rel Kaisa is very flexible. They could go bottom, they could go jungle. But regardless of position that they're going in, they're going to be looking to dive. So Maokai with the big ultimate controls a lot of space for those dives.
Yeah, somewhat similar composition to yesterday. Like you said, you could go the poke variant, and that's what they did with the Varus Jace yesterday when Spyrax was playing. But they also have this option to go in now, and we'll see what else they want to draft around it. Vikla playing Jace, he has played a couple times this year, but a lot of people have been kind of criticizing some of his decision-making on champions, and hopefully the day off yesterday, stepping back, gave him a chance to refresh and come back
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing a couple support bans thrown out here by FlyQuest, which leads me to believe they're either going to pinch support, and actually take a support on 4, move Rel to jungle, or they could just have that Rel as support, e.g. ban out the Gwen. So trying to protect a potential tank pick for Revenge up on the top side.
Yeah, definitely need some more frontline here for Evil Geniuses. Running the double marksman, you're expecting a little bit beefier of a frontline there, so trying to open up some possibilities for Revenge to be able to grab tank. Double carry top lane matchups here. Banning away impacts Jax, but he goes right into the Rumble regardless anyway.
I kind of like this call out. You're basically saying with the Jax and Gwen ban, those are some of the counter picks, as well as the fact that Revenge has tended towards either Renekton or tanks. Renekton with 5 games, then it's Sion, then it's Cassante, and all of these things Rumble does do quite well into. So I really like this kind of forcing their hand and saying, all right, play a different style for your top laner.
And a lot of the picks that you would want to play as a counter pick if you wanted to try to counter pick Rumble are not champions that would fit well into the style of comp that they have, right? You have double marksman, so you need front lane. You can't just slam down like a Quinn or something in there and play triple marksman.
You could!
It's not really going to work out, I don't think. So they are going towards the Cassante, which means despite the fact that Impact was blind picking here, he understood the assignment. He understood what kind of a champion Revenge would be looking towards. And I think he's going to have a really advantageous top lane matchup as a result.
It also saves the Rel flex pick for last, because normally you would say, okay, you go support here or you go jungle and you decide and leave your top for counter pick. But because they had this read on the champion pool of EG, they can actually go this, still get a favorable matchup, and save the counter pick now for this Nautilus that comes in.
Yeah, I think pretty good bans on supports as well to kind of force that trade. And Vulcan is going to go the Alistar. So we move it another jungle Rel for us. We're eating good today.
It's going to be jungle Rel, so we're going to have that Rumble up in the top lane. EG quite physical damage heavy here. It's not that they have one of those marksmen that could actually itemize towards, AP damage. So it is going to be almost purely physical damage. There's not really like full on true tanks, but I do think you can get some pretty efficient itemization here with things like tabbies, with Impact even going towards Zonias and so on. So it could be something that comes into play later on.
Yeah, Armea, we'll see if he goes Demonic Embrace. Obviously, you can try and get some of the magic damage from there.
I'm never really that concerned about it. It's like, yeah, it's annoying, but it's not going to be something that really forces out MR as an answer.
Rush Force of Nature, because you see the Demonic Embrace Maokai.
That's the play.
Yeah.
Especially after the nerfs to Force of Nature too.
Oh, that felt so sad. I loved it. It was OP before, but it felt so good.
It certainly was. Definitely deserved to get knocked down a notch here. All right, Evil Geniuses versus FlyQuest. Ayla versus Vulcan again. Part 2, Mark. How you feel about this one? Last time around, you were Team Ayla and you won.
I was. Well, we did lean hard into that, but I feel like the rivalry has fizzled out a little bit between these two guys. They haven't been trash talking, and like EG and FlyQuest are on opposite ends of the table right now. It's hard to try and juice it up.
Absolutely. I mean, both the players have kind of done their talking on the Rift and has gone heavily Ayla's way this split. It's hard to be out there on Twitter talking trash when you're down at the bottom of the standings, not where Vulcan wanted to be. But we'll see if FlyQuest can try to make a march back towards the top of the table. EG moving out through mid. We're looking for this Nautilus level 1 where they can sometimes catch the Jace running straight down mid and try to punish him, but they can just go for a full-on invade, and Vikla could potentially be in trouble here. Going to be an early flash forced there already by Vikla.
I really don't like when you vacate mid to try and protect from the Nautilus butt rush, because at the end of the day, you're still giving them an unvisioned way into your side of the map, because they do exactly that. Okay, we didn't find someone. You keep moving forward. You need to ward mid lane actually and be ready to flash. And usually what you want to do is stick someone who can lose his flash to do that. You don't send your mid laner. You would send like your support or your jungler.
Hey, is that what we're calling it now?
That is the technical term for that strategy. I didn't create it.
Nautilus butt rush.
Did you love how he kept talking then for like multiple paragraphs?
You guys both looked at me and smiled, and I was like, I'm continuing with the analysis.
He did not want to hear our rebuttal. He did not want to hear any follow-up. He was like, I'm going to keep going with this one. I prefer the Core JJ welcome to NA as the intro to that one. But as you say, they still get a flash forward, and this
doesn't even cost Nautilus now.
This is, Vikla, regardless of getting subbed back in, there's obviously a lot of, internal turmoil there with the amount of time that they did give to SpareX and splitting time even in scrims as well leading up to this, even more than just the one stage game, is always going to be painful. And now with Evil Geniuses knowing that, I feel like that is a very well-planned level 1 from them. Like, hey, you're having mid problems. Obviously, you're switching back and forth. Let's just go straight at mid, see what we can get. No flash on the Jace now. Guess what? Jojo gets to live his best life on the Tristana. Constantly push, get turret plates.
He's going to be playing really aggressive, and it's been something we've been seeing more and more of in these last couple days, is these more risky level 1s. And talking to some pros, they're saying this is even the meta in scrims, is that people are playing more heavily for level 1s, more heavily to try to put their opponents on the back foot. And Vikla with no flash, it's going to be difficult for him. He's always going to have to be worried about potential ganks coming in through from this Maokai.
Yeah, and we keep getting interviews with players too afterwards that are like, yeah, we are going to be ruthless. If we smell blood in the water, you know, if they're having problems with a player or a position, we're going to attack that position. And Jojo with another good trade. Spica's trying to defend here on bottom side and at least get vision through the river.
But it's so annoying to be at such a power deficit already in the mid lane because you have a pushing top and bot. Ideally, you want to be like leaving the Jace alone, farm up, you know, you'll lose lane soft, hopefully, and then you get to make plays elsewhere on the map with the Royal. But now you're forced to potentially have to cover. You're dropping wards early to make sure there's no wraparound coming from Armeo.
And it's one of the biggest punishes when you're playing against Tristana, being able to explosive shot turret plates early on, losing out on tempo like that is very, very painful. Teleport comes back pretty early for Vikla, but the purchase is only a tier. And guess what? There's no sustain in that.
Feels good, man.
Yeah, and Jojo now, when you're up TP like this, especially when you are playing from a position of power, you can take some really aggressive trades here quickly. You can TP back, and sometimes you can get your opponent locked in lane where they don't have sustain and they have to take a really poor base. So we'll see if he can find something like that. But Spica down here around bot side, Vulcan gonna flash in. They're looking for Unforgiven. He heals, he flashes, he should be safe, but Ayla now the target. We'll see if Armeo is going to look to turn this one around as the root comes through across multiple members. EG will disengage, and Jojo is low but survives. So now he can take this TP back immediately, and because it's a cannon wave, Vikla's not going to be able to reset it here, and he could potentially be stuck in a really awkward position.
And I like the little small things in that fight on the bottom side where FlyQuest making a very proactive play to attack Unforgiven. They got both sums off of him, but it's the little thing where Ayla goes for the bump kind of peel there for himself, Nautilus hooks, so that Alistar, who's charging up the stun auto attack, doesn't get it off, and they aren't able to get anything more than just the double summoner spells blown.
Meanwhile, that means Impact, isolated on the top side, knows there's no junglers around playing very aggressive. Worth noting, does not go the Ignite. A lot of Rumbles go for that kind of kill threat there in that position. Maybe with Ignite, you can try to overheat, flash Ignite auto, and find that kill, but here, Impact, always the team player, takes the teleport to make sure he's able to contribute with the team later in the game.
Yeah, and there's less pressure on you to get those kills. I think when you are taking a combat summoner in top lane, you really have to push the pace. You have to be able to create those advantages, and it is, of course, risky. Jojo pretty far forward, and when you do use the explosive shot on the tower, there is a risk that your opponent can just go aggressive on you with those spells down, and now the Shock Blast is going to connect, and Vulcan walking out here through mid. We can see that Ayla is heading here to cover as well, but Vulcan, of course, spotted, and Jojo hitting him with the thumbs up.
I gotta say, some nice trades by Vikla, though. Jojo was trying to inflict mental warfare with the emote spam, but a couple of those...
You were gonna say some nice thumbs up.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt, but then he got hit by a shock blast and AoE from the hammer form on a creep. It's like, all right.
Just saying hello to a friendly, old teammate there.
Yeah.
Sees him, give him a little lesson on minion range of vision.
Now FlyQuest back again to mid. They really do not want Vikla stuck in a bad lane here. So Vulcan's spending a lot of time around mid. Spica invading on the Raptors at the same time. And it's Armeo now just getting back out on the map. So his Raptors will be gone. And it's a move potentially down towards bot side and maybe an early dragon if they can get push.
Yeah, I think it definitely looks good as a possibility here for FlyQuest because of the early gank from Spica getting both sums off the Xayah, off Unforgiven. But currently fishing around here, hoping that Jojo will go a little bit aggressive.
Here we go, looking for the crash down, not gonna find it. Great buffer from Jojo, pulls them in. Armeo here to cover the shock blast, will not connect. It is the flash force there by Jojo. The buffer on the rocket jump was massive. He had the Q stun to try to connect on the W, but the timing just wasn't quite there. There was just barely enough for Jojo to get his W off.
Still forces the flash with a shock blast at the tail end of that. Feels like a pretty good gank, which then, like we were talking about before, allows them to push into the dragon and get the first one in their favor. So while they don't get the kill, that's a very nice play out of the mid jungle.
Yeah, I think specifically for Spica, with the failures of FlyQuest so far in the season, it is nice to see him being very proactive early on. Bottom side,
Flash
though.
coming out. Spica gonna be looking for the engage. Unforgiven, no sums. He's sure to fall. Armeo can do nothing here. Ayla with the flash, but Spica gets him up anyway. Ayla will fall also. 2 kills going to Prince here in the bot lane.
I'll tell you, Rail Jungle, baby. It's the new hotness. Spica ganks bottom side, gets both summoner spells the first time, then ganks mid lane, forces JoJo out. That allows them to get Dragon into a chained play onto bottom lane to punish the no sums Xayah. Nicely done there for FlyQuest.
It took a second, but the dive buff is coming in. Spica did the dive with us. It's the dive cast now. He finds a flash in mid lane, a dragon into a double kill. It's because he participated in the dive.
The one buff was not enough. We had to double stack the buffs
By
for
putting the
FlyQuest.
cast.
Exactly.
Yeah, it didn't work.
The cast on top.
Yeah.
They needed some extra power here. That was one of those situations where they kind of almost got baited by Armeo being in the area. Ayla's hooking in because his jungler's coming through Tri-Brush, but Spica preempted the play. He had put so much focus down around mid lane as well, so they had pushed JoJo back. JoJo missed a full wave off that last time where he had to force his flash. So now mid lane has been equalized. Bot lane is heavily in the favor of FlyQuest, and we'll see where they can go from here.
I think that's a bit of a lack of respect there from Evil Geniuses. You've got to expect they're still down there after the dragon. And Vulcan comes in.
Vulcan. He's looking for JoJo. JoJo's got to pull back. He has no rocket jump. He's going to be talking down by Vikla. Armeo arrives, but it's too late again as the flash forward from Vikla secures the kill onto JoJo.
Where was this FlyQuest all season long? They are dismantling Evil Geniuses, a top of the table team that started to tumble down the standings. FlyQuest, when they are going to have to rely on other teams to kind of help them into playoffs, they really are playing like their lives depend on it now and being very proactive and being rewarded for it.
This is exactly the kind of stuff that Spica was saying on the dive, was that they were struggling to make the same plays on stage that they were making in scrims, whether it's comms or confidence. They couldn't quite identify it, but clearly this game doing much better job making plays together. These are all group plays. It's not isolated stuff.
And I like that they're putting so much emphasis on mid lane, right? Locking down JoJo. It's, again, Vulcan and Spica both here. One more time, X-Flash comes through. They're trying to land the slow with the Q, but he's going to actually get the buffer to minion, and the knockup is there. The crash down as well will not quite be enough. JoJo again able to get out with the rocket jump, but that was a dicey moment. I thought for a second Spica might have been able to get him with the Magnet Storm and potentially lock him down long enough for a kill.
Yeah, nice little taxi to the ranged minion there from Vulcan, but they aren't going to catch JoJo today, and they'll just rotate over to the Rift Herald. Still should be able to burn this one down, and it looks like FlyQuest will retain control here. Move off of, oh, it's not going to burn down in time. They're coming off of it.
Yeah, the equalizer's going to get dropped onto JoJo. Ayla hooks back to the turret, will stay safe as FlyQuest should secure this, but it may be trouble in the mid lane. No flash on Vulcan. He has the ulti, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Will just be a matter of time. JoJo gets the first kill. Vikla able to trade one back, though. Nicely done. But Ayla levels up, and they're going to look for the dive. JoJo trying to knock him down with that explosive shot. Gets the reset. Ayla will fall, and now FlyQuest are on the hunt, and JoJo's on the run. Can he get the recall off? I doubt it. They're going to know where he could be.
Jump.
We'll see. Hex Flash coming over. It's going to get close. Oh, he gets caught. Now, no way out for him. Vulcan's coming out, so it'll just be a slow death as Prince is farming plates mid lane. FlyQuest get another one and are looking really good here against EG.
I got a little worried because FlyQuest went for 2 plays at once. They were peeling off Rift Herald to also go for the mid play, but it works out, Mark.
It looked very dicey for a second there, but FlyQuest punished EG's over-aggression. They grab a couple more kills, looking very good on this side of FlyQuest. Spica living up to what he said. I'm going to keep referencing the dive. Said EG were frauds. Said they were overrated, and backing it up here right now with some very good early game play. This time, though, it was more Vulcan and Vikla comboing together, baiting this 3-man fight. They get the initial trade back on the kill when Armeo steps a little bit too far forward. They're able to blow him up. And then JoJo and Ayla hitting 6 during that kill, going for this re-engage. It looked pretty good, but Spica has peeled off now that they finish off that Rift Herald, able to collapse and kind of force them up to the turret.
Yeah, I mean, JoJo gets the reset off the explosive shot, gets a kill, laughing about it as he does get
Keyboard warrior.
Yeah, he's typing it all chat. That's so funny. Classic JoJo there. Vikla, though, landing another shock blast, and it's been so much emphasis from FlyQuest of getting Vikla into this game. You know, they sub him back in. They want to play with confidence here. Armeo, though, looking for a fight. Not going to find the angle, unfortunately, for him. And now he's stunned up. JoJo, though, going forward. Ayla flashes in, and Vikla is caught. And Vikla looking like he may fall down. But it's the Magnet Storm coming across multiple members. And in flies Prince with the killer instinct. He's got it. The TP coming through as well from Impact. The equalizer is here. And it's going to find JoJo. You can run, you can hide. But you're not getting out of that one. JoJo goes down as well as the TP comes through from Impact. Beautifully played collapse from FlyQuest.
FlyQuest looks so strong in these plays around mid lane. Again, they save Vikla, they get the kills, they get the dragon. It's a blowout.
It's looking incredibly good. 5K lead, 12 minutes in here with the Herald, with everything. And this is a play that EG started.
Yeah, EG, they kind of missed the initial start of the Malphite, still ends up tagging Vikla, which based them into thinking they can go, but they kind of just run through Armeo and focus on peeling Vikla, keeping him alive, and buying time for Prince to get in range and start finding these kills.
Yeah, Spica is an absolute hero there. Saves Vikla with the Rel peel, W into ultimate, and then Impact TP's in, barbecues up the Tristana, and they get the extra kill into extra objective. Super early dragon stacking timers in addition to the massive gold lead.
I mean, we've been talking a lot about this from the FlyQuest perspective, but from the EG side, this is potentially heading to their 3rd straight loss in a row. They've been struggling a lot more after that first round robin. And one of the things people identify with was, okay, JoJo's a beast, we respect him. What happens if we just send all of our resources mid?
Yeah.
What else can you do? And it does feel like FlyQuest kind of had them solved when you were talking about, let's just keep sending resources to mid, even though Vikla lost his flash early. They did an incredible job recovering that lane for him.
Absolutely. I mean, it was always EG, I think, one step behind. You know, Armeo would show up, but Spica was already there. Top lane was just going to be going heavily towards Impact and Isolation because they had this strong matchup. They got one gank down on bot, and now with the Rift Herald here, Vulcan's going to look for the engage on Unforgiven. Goes in, nicely popped on the ulti. The Featherstorm going to come through, but Prince is here, and Unforgiven is gone. Ayla's sure to follow. They can reset up the dive and get another kill here. Vulcan going to take aggro, and it's 2 easy kills for Prince. He is monstrously ahead. Impact pushing JoJo out in the picture-in-picture, but they're going to take the tower. They get 2 kills. They lose nothing.
Gentlemen, Evil Geniuses peaked at level 1 with that flash blow on mid lane. Ever since then, it has been the revenge of Vikla and that of FlyQuest. 6-0, absolutely dominating here.
Yeah, 6,000 gold lead. Nice little push out of top lane? I don't know.
Yeah, 6-0 for Prince. Sorry for the clarification there. But yeah, there's not going to be any sort of play for them available on top side, and very, very early turret take there for FlyQuest as well.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about the mid jungle, Spica having a great game. I gotta say, Vulcan and Prince both looking better as well. Onto Alistar again for Vulcan, most played champ this split, but the first time it feels like he's really finding a lot of angles to make plays happen. And it's because they've been winning lanes since level 1, so he can been able to go mid multiple times in a row.
And that 6-0 Prince for FlyQuest, that Kaisa is 2 items already at only 14.5 minutes into the game. Nasher's done in addition to that static shiv, but Evil Geniuses are cooking up a topside play with 4 members.
Yeah, looking for impact, but he drops the equalizer, so the wave is already gone. Not much of an angle to go for anything, and now FlyQuest, they're going to find an angle down on bot lane. Revenge in some trouble. We'll see if he can outplay. Tries to buffer the unstoppable. He's going to have to go all out, but he's got no options here. Flashing back, does hit the Q3. Vulcan's still tanking it up, so survives. Well done to actually get out of it, but at the end of the day, the tower will still fall, and he can't get anything back.
They will get this turret, but I think they might have bought enough time now that the equalizer's down for JoJo to get some bounty gold back in their pocket. And I like how Revenge played that, not using his ultimate. As a lot of Casantes get baited into like, I have this button, I gotta press it. All my resists are gone underneath the turret. Why did I do this again? You just get chain CC'd and killed. The fact that he kept up his Jack Show, didn't drop those resists, was able to buy enough time to actually get out of there.
Meanwhile, Vulcan, I think, deserves so much credit in this game, with that Alistar last pick coming in, actually making very, very good use of the priority on support pick here. 100% kill participation from him. He's the one taking up so many of these plays with the Alistar ultimate. Really has been instrumental.
I mean, they have double even shroud coming through now, so the upfront damage that's going to come out from this team is going to be incredibly high. If you can find the proper engage, layer the equalizer, Prince dives into the back line, Shock Blast coming in as well. It's going to be so hard for EG to really do anything. Their carries are massively behind. The third item is likely to come through for Prince before Unforgiven even gets towards 2. And everyone else is pretty much equally behind.
Yeah, but we have the demonic embrace. Like we said in draft, the game plan turns online for EG now that their magic damage is here. Yeah. No, it feels pretty cursed.
Yeah, now is the time where we go for the teleport play, though. That's a deep teleport flank from Revenge. They're reaching.
Yeah, they're going to look, but the counter TP is coming through. JoJo's going to TP in as well. Everyone coming up towards this top lane. Vikla is the target as Revenge goes all out, but the equalizer is there. For Unforgiven in trouble as overheated Impact is chasing him down. In comes Prince, flashing over the wall. It's going to finish him off. Ayla sure to follow. That's 2 for Prince. There's the killer instinct. That's going to be another. That's a 3rd for Prince. A 4th kill goes over to Spica. They wipe the map with him. It's an ace for FlyQuest. It's going to be a 10K gold lead nearly with the Herald sure to follow.
Even though we know they're reaching with this one, it's a deep teleport. You kind of have to make some sort of comeback plays, and they're hoping for a topside pick into a objective bounty shutdown on Rift Herald, but Revenge gets cooked on Vikla because Impact also teleported up there. Unforgiven ultimate goes nowhere. He's trying to get away from Impact, and it's a massacre at this point. They're just so far ahead. You can't win.
Absolute massacre, like you said, destruction. I have one question left, and that's just, how the hell did Mad Lions lose in 60-47? I'm watching this game.
Every time.
It's a complete destruction by FlyQuest. How did they lose even faster?
It's a question for the ages.
The philosophers will ponder it for
one of the great
the rest
questions of
time.
our time. What is the meaning of life? How did Mad Lions lose in 16 minutes to T1?
Yeah.
Where do we go when we die? Ayla's gonna find out as Impact's chasing him down here. Oh, I stand corrected.
Well, he's already found out 5 times.
But not 6.
He doesn't need the 6 to figure out he does not want to go there. Revenge body blocking, getting him out. So, I mean, we were talking about playoff scenarios. This is keeping FlyQuest alive, technically.
Playoffs? Talking about playoffs?
I am talking about them. Yes, they have to win 4 more times after this.
For whatever reason, are we talking about playoffs instead of the state of this 10,000 gold lead?
What's there to say,
What
man?
about the
This game's
comeback? How do they
over.
win?
Oh, we're doing the classic? All right, so let's say you're shot calling for EG here. What do you
Non-believers will be silenced.
Yeah, I just think it's when we said it's out of their hands, it means that opponents can still lose a bunch of games.
Vulcan flashing in. Here comes the Mega Storm from Spica, connecting on multiple members, and Prince is cutting them down. Revenge going to be going down in a hurry. He goes all out, tries to take him over the wall, but it's going to be the kill from Spica as Vikla piling in. Impact doesn't even need to be there. He's going through mid. It is a slaughter from FlyQuest, and they're just going to head back to the Dragon, take that as well.
Kasante tries to ult Alistar over the wall and away and just gets killed. Wow, that was therapeutic for me to watch, actually.
As a jungle rel enjoyer.
Kasante getting taken down off of the ultimate. 11 now, the kill count for Prince. And FlyQuest going to be cruising in this game. Dragon number 3 picked up at their leisure.
Well, all the options are there for FlyQuest now. It's kind of a choose your own adventure on how you want to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, the bright side for EG is that they've lived longer than yesterday. I think it was 19-11 for their Golden Guardians game, so they're scaling. They're getting better. Gonna make it to Baron spawn this time around. No dancing Shelly almost.
It's kind of like a bright side in a pitch black room, you know?
It's like a little pinprick.
Not a lot of light.
Yeah, it's not looking good. I was trying to think of like a galaxy metaphor. Like
you guys just left me hanging on that one.
Mark looking was on the edge of having something.
Oh, yeah, almost at a point. Prince maybe gonna go down, but has the killer instinct. JoJo coming in, and JoJo gets erased as Vikla drops the hammer. Armeo trying to find something, but there's nothing to find except the base, and they're gonna be sent packing once again back to the well. 23-3. FlyQuest just wants to have fun. They're not going to end the misery here. They're going to Baron.
All right, the real question is, who's getting the gold medal in this game? We're doing those podiums after every single game. Gold, silver, and bronze will be awarded all to FlyQuest members, it looks like, as the Baron goes down and the base gets opened
I
up.
think Spica deserves the gold medal for this one. Spica was very active. I think it was so much, him and Vulcan to me were the tag team duo that really made it happen.
That was going
Prince
to be
has
my
a lot of kills, but
yeah, my submission was going to be Vulcan as well as possible answer. Impact going to be able to.
Those are my top 2.
Yeah, it's between them. It's a tight race between jungle support.
Prince has a lot of kills, but he was the beneficiary of the plays.
He pressed R on Kai'Sa and then Q, and he got a couple kills.
He did do that.
Did have a good lane. I'll give him that. I don't want to make it sound like a
AD carry hater. So.
Absolutely the case. I will also say that this is nice by FlyQuest. Keep the game going. Build some momentum. If you end too quickly, you didn't spend enough time winning. So you want to stay in the game slightly longer, take the entire base of the enemy team.
They're probably like doubling or tripling their time in a major advantage.
Yeah, exactly.
Just in this one
Stat
game.
padding, here we go.
Add the stats, let's go. EG will make one final stand, but don't think there's much going on for them as Spica stepping forward. Ayla's going to hook in. The equalizer is dropped already, and Vulcan going forward. Jojo trying to knock him down. Spica may fall here, and he will. We'll see if they can turn it around. Ayla goes forward, but it's only to his doom as Prince and the rest of the squad will walk forward and claim 2 inhibitors.
All right, with the Baron buff still on too, they've got a lot of time to work with. 1:40. Those Nexus turrets don't stand a chance.
Yeah, the Nexus turrets are going down fast. EG trying to heal back up, see if there's a window here to make something happen. Jojo back to full health. The rest of the team now coming out from the fountain. They'll go for one final fight. Jojo, though, chunked low already, and Revenge is just gone. In goes Vulcan, and Prince is in the back line, and it's all over but the crying. Prince goes into the stopwatch, flashes back, the ulti coming out, but Impact is cooking him up in the well. But no, Unforgiving stepping back is going to get a couple, he's going to get a triple, he's going to get a quadra from the fountain. And the minions will not be able to end the game. FlyQuest having a little bit too much fun on that one.
Oh God, with Prince and Vikla dying, there was no more Baron buff on the actual minions to finish off the Nexus. They're able to survive that one. Ayla's respawn still had his ultimate, despite dying top earlier. I think they might have lost track of some of the cooldowns there by FlyQuest. End up dying while trying to fountain camp. I respect it. Could have ended the game, but like I said, stat padding.
This is the most fun FlyQuest have had all summer, okay? I'm gonna let them have it. Go for the deep plays here. They're going for the kills. Look at this, Impact roasting 4 members, trying to chase them all the way back into the fountain, and everybody walks over the feathers for the blade collar.
Yeah, Unforgiven picking up a quadra kill, excuse me, at the tail end of that. So some big influx of gold into Unforgiven, probably the scariest late game threat
Still
there.
down 2 items after getting a quadra kill.
Casual 14K deficit.
Now is the time where everyone looks at each other like, okay, calm down, come on.
Wait, we can't actually lose this.
It's like a mini throw, everybody chill out, okay? Let's just go end.
Yeah, I think for this team, especially with FlyQuest, you don't want to play with your food too much. You do want this win. Has to be a huge relief, weight off your shoulders after bringing Vikla back. After getting a lot of, I think, crap in the community about this substitution to bring Vikla back, to have him actually have a great Jace game.
Yeah, absolutely. The Nexus is open, and the EG going to try to mount their defense. We'll see if they can do it. FlyQuest going to be stepping forward here. Jojo Pian already going to be getting knocked down. He tries to buffer Prince back into the fountain, but he can't do it. And the rest of his team is already gone. Jojo will follow. 2 kills going the way of Vikla. Make it 3 as the Nexus will fall. It's a triple for Vikla, and it's a huge win when they needed it most for FlyQuest.
12 kills for Vikla, 13 for Prince. Both carries stepping up huge.
And the baby's going wild in the audience! Woo! FlyQuest unleashed!
We'll have to see who will be getting the gold medal. Is it going to be Spica? Is it going to be Vulcan? The most prestigious award in the matchup of FlyQuest versus EG.
I love the music.
I like the background. Whoever found the arena shot did a good job.
All right, we're going to throw it down to the stage for the live medal ceremony right here, right now.
Okay.
We are preparing for the medal ceremony for FlyQuest. Over representing Quebec, Canada, we have Vulcan being awarded the bronze for his excellent Alistar performance. Prince representing the Republic of Korea, another excellent performance from him. And then Spica bringing out the Rel jungle, setting up his lanes for success in the beginning, representing the United States. Congrats to FlyQuest. This was a very, very big game for them. And this is Spica's 2nd gold medal player of the game performance. Congratulations once again to FlyQuest.
Incredible stuff there from FlyQuest. They get a win. It's obviously a big confidence booster, I think, for them to be able to take down EG. And you said it earlier, Mark, it's now a bit of a slide here for EG, who had been tied at the top of the table, have lost a number of games now over these last 2 weeks. And I think they have got to be getting a little bit nervous, a little bit frustrated, because it is becoming a bit of a pattern.
And they've been called frauds by multiple LCS players now.
Don't like that.
How much weight do these wins over EG now have? Everything's changing, Mark.
We'll have to see if EG can bounce back because that was 2 insanely fast losses. It was also the yesterday one, so they got to start being worried. Hopefully they can find something for Friday.
Viva la LCS. LCS on Español is the official Spanish language stream of the LCS. This new viewing experience is live on LLA's Twitch and YouTube channels right now. Scan the QR code or go to lolesports.com to learn more. TSM versus TL is up next, but before that, TSM's mid laner Insanity won MasterCard Player of the Week last week. Take a look.
Welcome to the MasterCard Player of the Week interview. I'm joined by Insanity. Thank you so much for taking the time, and congratulations.
Thank you.
I asked you before you came in kind of how much you expected this after coming back last week. So just generally, like, how much did you expect this, and what do you think your level of play has been at?
Well, I didn't really expect it. I think I'm kind of lucky that no other team 3-0'd that week. But at the same time, I do think I'm playing pretty well. I have a lot of like small things to fix, but once I get that consistent, I think people will be a little bit more surprised by me.
Why do you think until now it seems like teams have been so reluctant to look at their own mid lane talent in North America?
I mean, I think it's just easier to get somebody who's like a known quantity, right? Like somebody's performing well in, I don't know, for example, CK, the Korean Challenger League. Maybe they're just looking really good, and why not just get him over an NA player who's like performing pretty well against probably worse players overall or worse competition? I think that's my biggest reason, at least. Other than that, I'm not really sure why. I think the stars are kind of aligning this year, though, for a lot of the NA players.
As someone who has spent a lot of time in like the Challenger League system, how much do you think that affected your development as a player?
My very first split that I played Academy, I think I performed my best up until probably this last year when I was on Dignitas Academy. Other than that, I don't think I really grew an insane amount or anything like that playing in Academy. I think a lot of my growth has been playing in LCS for the almost year and a half that I did play. I learned a ton during that time, just not only from the coaching staff at that time, but also from playing versus better players and better teams in general. I think you don't really get punished as much in Academy or even Amateur, for example. I think you can get away with pretty much whatever you want, gameplay-wise, champion-wise, whatever it may be. I think until those players have a chance to play versus better talent, I don't think they will grow as much as, you know, the region may hope they would. I think after I went from LCS to Amateur, I just kind of full sent it mentally. Like, I realized, like, wow, I'm not going to play in LCS again this year. I need to do something, and I need to pretty much work my ass off to get back, you know? And that's just what I did. I grinded for the entirety of that time to get back to Academy. And then when I got into Academy, I was still grinding and just trying to find my opportunity or find my moment just to play in LCS again. It was kind of just the shock factor that pushed me over it, I think. I think when I was just comfortable, I guess, and knowing that I was like, in LCS, this is a full year of LCS for me, I'm guaranteed the spot for now, I kind of fell back a little bit mentally. So I was a lot more relaxed, and I don't think that helped my growth whatsoever. And I think once I had that shock factor, it really pushed me.
Well, you've obviously been performing really well with this TSM team. I think a lot of people not only have been surprised by you, but the team itself. And in talking to your teammates, it seems like you guys all have a little bit of a chip on your shoulders, I guess, or just a willingness to kind of prove yourselves on stage. So talk to me a little bit about the team atmosphere, and when you do have success, kind of what does that look like in the team internally?
I think everybody's just like really chill and really funny, and we get along very well. And obviously, I think we can criticize each other pretty easily, so that helps a lot as well. As a unit, we just kind of trust each other, especially when it comes to stage games. So that helps a lot when we're playing our games, but not really sure why we've been performing too well. I think it's maybe a little bit luck, maybe a little bit of skill, but I don't know, I'm just hoping that it continues.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. All the best going forward this week. And that is it for our Player of the Week interview with Insanity.
Essa aqui tu não aprendeu na PEN não, irmão. Essa aqui tu não aprendeu. In ace for PEN Gaming.
The celebrations are always fantastic in the CBLOL. Let me just spruce it up real quick.
That's just the sign expert here for you.
He's too clean.
Welcome back to the LCS Triathlon. I am joined by Wild Turtle and Hanser. 3, 2, 1, go!
What's the strat here? What's the strat?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't even
The
know what
sheet's
this
got to
looks
go
like.
on first.
What's the sheets? Where's the sheet?
That is the sheet. You're holding the sheet in your left hand.
I was holding it.
That is the sheet.
Okay, cool.
How does that work?
Do you make your bed often?
No, yeah, I guess.
This is not a good bedtime.
I did a trial run of this, and everyone was making fun of my bed making.
Mark was
a lot
much
better
faster,
now.
I'm just going to say.
I'm a turtle. I'm supposed to move this
You're going to have to make up a lot of time in the other 2 tasks.
Looks so good.
Be more supportive, Jet.
Yeah.
Sweet.
You're doing great. You're doing great. Pillow on top.
Pillow on top of what? The
All
blanket
right,
on top?
good enough. You're done.
You got him.
All right, I'm holding it for stability. 1 in.
Not bad.
That was close.
Yeah.
Okay, that was not close. Stop laughing at me.
Just right in there.
Someone's gonna have to clean this up.
Don't worry about it.
Not us. Not us.
I think I'm left-handed at this point.
Okay, try something with your left hand.
No, fine.
Oh!
I'm left-handed. I'm left-handed.
Seconds, OP. But I want to change my build, though.
Oh my god, I hit the wall. I hit the wall. I hit the wall.
All good, all good.
I hit the wall. I'm using my active now. I'm using my active
Okay,
now.
which actor did you just use?
I just used Yomu's blade.
Nice.
I crashed again.
Ooh.
But you guys get to see me?
We do get to watch you.
What have I not used yet?
I don't know.
Movement speed doesn't help when you use Mercs, right? Ooh, that's kind of nice.
That was a good drift.
Wait.
What?
No. Go back. Okay, I'll come back. I'll come back, bro.
Try brush.
I'm coming back.
No! Cheat, man.
I almost made it.
Can't cut those corners.
When you don't know the track like that, you know?
Home stretch.
There we go.
Nice. Easy.
You have to like,
And execute. You got to execute.
Wow.
Time. 3:36 was your time. 3 minutes, 36
Pretty
seconds.
impressive.
Yeah, that's actually under 4 minutes. Good job. So that's part 1 with Wild Turtle. Hanser is going to run through part 2. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, how are we doing this?
Pillow first.
He's going pillow first.
Different strat. Oh, he's
Pillow
messed up
first
on
is
the
a new
pillow.
one.
Dude, this pillow.
My pillow is so much faster than his.
That pillowcase is actually not ideal. It's
Yeah,
one of
this
those
is like-
cheap
I was probably the
pillowcases.
quickest on the pillow. We were
It's
trying
like
to
worse than slot
just-
pillow, dude. I would never buy
Turtle was
this.
actually fast on the pillow. You
Yeah,
got
the
that thing
pillow was
jammed
quick.
in there. All those
What do you
muscles
think
can't
is
get the
the
pillow
What's
in.
your secret with the pillow?
All right, good
I don't remember. You have to look at the mod.
When's the last time you made a bed?
Like 10 years ago.
He has maids now, is what he's
It's good enough, right?
Bed on.
Good judging, man.
Pretty good, pretty good.
You think that bed's made, Turtle?
It looks, mine looked better at the end, but this is fine, I guess.
Let me just spruce it up real quick.
Nice. Okay, perfect. Done.
yeah,
Throwing
second.
test.
All
Just
right.
got to make one. He's going to.
Oh my god!
God,
You're trying to shotgun over here.
He's in.
He's athletic. He's athletic.
He's on a really good rate.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, you can go through that?
Oh, he's just
baby. I didn't even know you could go through
Trick
that.
master.
That's just the sign expert here for you.
He's too clean.
Or someone that
he's
just
so
played
clean.
a
Oh, this is gonna be
Oh,
great.
he didn't get the curveball. He didn't get the curveball.
I am active stream middle.
Active. He used all 3.
That's where you use all 3.
Yeah, I like it. I like the strategy. Takes the correct turn.
All fast.
Yes.
Wow, he's
right.
good
Whoa.
for speed. That's like a minute something.
Look at that line.
Beat
Look
you.
at that line, baby.
Here's the troll part is that it times out before fountain.
Yeah.
Yo,
All
me.
right, that has to be a record.
Good job, man.
2:11
Whoa.
for Hanser.
I don't think people are beating
Win
that.
by over a minute.
That's crazy.
What was your secret?
My secret is I went second, and that's it.
Welcome back. And here is the leaderboard. Impact still undefeated. Hanser had a pretty good go of it, honestly.
Run. If he had any hustle at all with the bed.
Yeah, being there for that filming, I was just remembering the bed, which has obviously been a pain point as an event.
That's a really good time without the ban.
The worst thing is Jad saying, go! And there's no sense of urgency.
Yeah, no, he's just like, the stuffing of the pillow. He's like, I'm doing pillow first.
And they slowly get irritated with the
Yeah.
face.
All right. Well, I heard that TL today showed up prepared at the studio for the festivities, so we're gonna toss to that.
Okay, I'm looking for that. Let's see.
It's okay.
Getting started to go. Pyosik, and they're off. We'll see who gets the win. Is he going to do it? Is a hard-fought race. Is he going to win? He crosses the finish line. As TSM didn't really understand where to go with the race there and left behind in the dust. But as we do, the dust has settled and we are right back into the arena. We've got Team Liquid.
I think what that was,
TSM.
they stopped and they looked at a ruby on the ground.
Ah, it's shiny, right?
They should have kept with Insanity. So TL throwing a little flame there. But the mid lane matchup is featured matchup for these two squads because of the North American talent coming in to turn it around for both of these squads. APA versus Insanity on the LCS stage. Did you think you were going to get to cast that?
I am all about it. I did not think I was going to get to cast my boys here, but we do have some very awesome come-up talent from NACL, specifically for Team Liquid. APA obviously smashing out on the scene, but Yond there in the ADC role, obviously a big come-upper for him. The 2 Chains, the medallion winners from 2022 with TLC, or TL Academy there. Where on the other side, TSM, I got my boy Chime in the bot lane. I got to give some help there. But Insanity on the other side of APA has been such a come up for TSM. And we'll have to see how these two mid laners do battles. We are neck deep into the draft here. We got TL on the blue side. We got Maokai and the Renekton banned away. While on that red side, TSM banned away the Rumble and the Tristana.
Some Nunu lovers. Let's go. Multiple Nunu lovers. One of the best things about the stories behind those two mid laners too is that these teams are letting them play their champions and their style and letting them flourish. And they are even drawing Ziggs bans now. APA deserved a Ziggs ban, I feel like, here from TSM. The respect to the new mid laner.
And getting to talk to APA a little bit, was sending him messages, kind of getting his feel for this. It feels really good for him that the team is willing to go with some of his niche picks, some of his comfort picks here, and let him lead from a position of strength. I think here with the LeBlanc, will be a bar of execution for sure, but something that APA can absolutely rise to the occasion with. We get the insta lock-in of the Kai'Sa there for TSM.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa is so popular as the answer into LeBlanc ever since the emergence of the static Shiv. We get this matchup over and over and over. So TSM well aware. They ban away the Ziggs. They leave LeBlanc up with the Kai'Sa pick ready to answer.
A little bit of bias there from the fan sign, just saying. The Rakan.
That's the whole point of being a fan.
Being biased? Are you sure?
Yeah, that's what it means to be a fan.
I don't know about that one. I'll have to get the research on it. We do get that Rakan, though, speaking of research, something very strong and something that gives Chime that duality of the engage, but as well as the peel ability.
Yeah. All right, I'm a fan just for good League of Legends. You know, I just want to see good games.
The best League of Legends in the world.
Everybody wins.
Right here.
Everybody wins when I'm up here casting with my bud.
Hey, yeah, it doesn't matter.
All right, please lock that in.
That would be awesome.
I do like the Poppy here, though. We haven't seen quite as much Poppy as other regions, but it's still so good as a flex pick with jungle, with top, and with being able to get you that advantage towards these neutral objectives that have been so critical early on if you're able to get a good Poppy ultimate out.
Yeah, something I love in the LPL specifically is Poppy, but more so how they path early on the Poppies. It's something I always try to keep an eye out for. I know Pyosik will have a good time with that. And we get the Nocturne there for Boogie.
Plus, it's also just simply good into what you're already showing from TSM. Kai'Sa, Rakan, as well as even the Nocturne that gets locked in afterwards, all with those dashes. And the Nocturne combination with Nico is something we talked about earlier in the day as well. But Nocturne with any engage, you know, anything like Kennen as well. Lots of things that really benefit from these multi-layered engages with the cover of darkness that Nocturne is able to bring for you. You know one thing's for sure. It's going to be an aggressive look from TSM with that pick, trying to get the dives off.
One thing happens whenever you turn off the lights, and it is that things get a little chaotic. And we'll see if TSM can have a light switcher there. We do have our second phase kicking off here, though, of our bans. We get the Renekton and the Malphite.
And the Renata ban
or
because...
Renata.
because TSM are showing full dive already in 1, 2, 3, they're just trying to take out any sort of other counter dive opportunities. They already are playing dive into a Poppy, which is a little bit rough, but playing dive into a Poppy and a Renata would be really, really hard, having to deal with that ultimate that's so good at counter engage. So 2 pretty good counter engage support bands here from TSM to try and help them out comp-wise.
And I think that is the biggest thing. I was talking a little bit to APA, specifically very excited to face off against Insanity. It's a little bit surreal to see them facing off against each other, guys who know each other very well and message so often. But particularly the fact that we have a little bit of flexibility being played through here for TSM, right? Kai'Sa is something we've seen flexible now in the meta. And with that Ashe lock-in, that does mean we get a little bit of spice here for game number 3.
I always love some bottom lane utility to go with dive teams like this. Wild Turtle has really been excellent all split long for TSM. Him and Insanity pairing as a very reliable duo carry. And even though Ashe has lower DPS than a lot of the other bot lane champs, the priority of the arrow to really set up a lot of these dives, as well as the hawk shot, to ensure that Boogie's going to be a level 6 Nocturne as quick as possible, tracking enemy jungle, and coming in for those plays is definitely going to be some good synergy. But on the side of Team Liquid, I feel like they're getting a lot of power picks here, some sort of steals. Rel can also be pretty good as counter engage. While the Q is really annoying and slow with the cast time, is my only hiccup with the champion. The ultimate is fast, and you can cast ultimate during anything else. So it's you can combo it with anything, and does make her job of peeling that much more effective.
We got the Cassiopeia finally locked in there for TL.
Top cast
so
or
it could
top
be the top
LeBlanc.
cast. But APA is also a dirty cast. All right,
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
That's why we could do either of these 2 champs top. And LeBlanc top actually has a lot of fun builds. You can even go like slightly tanky LeBlanc. Saw a couple of like Iceborne topside LeBlanc. So really curious to see here how Summit is going to be able to prioritize that. And I feel like Team Liquid are kind of emboldened and following in those footsteps of Dignitas laying the groundwork, saying, you know what, Rich, pick any aggressive matchup that you want in the top lane. Now Summit is also really being given that freedom, and he has been up there at the top of the rankings for LCS top laners this split as well. The only downfall of Summit is, of course, what we've always known from him ever since he was here on Cloud9, has been getting isolated kills. He is currently tied for most isolated deaths in the LCS up in the top lane. Yes, top laners are most often isolated, but Summit also is very much prone to getting ganked and getting collapsed on in the later stages of the game. So that's something TL will have to mitigate. Guess what? LeBlanc, very mobile champion. So hopefully for TL's sake, he'll be able to stay alive in his split pushing endeavors.
Yeah, coming into this one, I was talking with Cubby, fellow NACL caster, and he was saying how much TSM prioritize a weak side for Hanser and playing around this mid prio and bot prio. Hanser back in NACL, back in Challengers, he was a constant top duo with Svenskeren. They were constantly finding the Bash Bros of NACL, but here it's a little bit different. And in this game, it's a little bit different. Team Liquid with a win here, they will lock in LCS Summer Playoffs. TSM, if they take the win, if they try to upend Team Liquid and delay that, they will at least lock themselves in a tiebreaker for the Summer Playoffs. We're getting under game way 3. For now, it is Team Liquid on the blue side, TSM on the red side, and we're about to have a little bit of fun.
We've got early contact. Visual
Not the same
confirmation.
level 1 that we got in first game, all right? Not the crazy 5-on-5, but it is something that's, for both these teams, a step off in the right direction, right? And especially when you look at the come up of developing players within the LCS, coming up from an ACL, it's just awesome to see our track record and a lot of these guys coming in, making their names seen, right? Like Insanity had come in earlier in the split, but he has now the starting spot, right? APA came in and smashed everybody in his first weekend, and he's continuing to bounce from strength to strength. And these 2 mid laners are gonna be super key today.
Love it. Mid lane matchup hype, and then we've got top lane picks like the top lane LeBlanc here for Summit. And while he is tied for first in isolated deaths at 15 in the top lane with Solo, now on the mobile LeBlanc, I really want to see if Team Liquid can allow him to really flourish up there, because he does start out every game playing really aggressively. He's oftentimes extremely good in the early lane phase and getting some leads. It's just later where those deaths do start to come in.
And I think that's where the path for Summit has been so interesting as well. When you look at his time on Team Liquid, but you look at his time previous in the LCS, and then when he went back over to the LPL and was playing on FPX, you had a lot of those same things bubbling up as the season went on. It was just a strong strength at top lane until you start focusing that. But here in this matchup, it makes things a little bit different.
Yeah, and he's making good use of the longsword start here. Any ranged melee matchup, trying to use the brush on top side here to fully harass Hanser. And even though Hanser got the ward into the secondary brush that's closer to him, takes a massive trade there from Summit off the distortion and all of the autos. So gonna work through a lot of the orange sustain early on. Summit will definitely continue to have push up here on the top side, but it looks like Pyosik is finishing bottom side and just gets seen by this ward.
So we had both junglers start on the bottom side, maybe trending up towards top lane, up towards mid, but this is something I wanted to see from the Poppy. Any kind of unique pathing you can do, any kind of early aggression, the skirmishing will be huge.
Yeah, and you usually want to throw some early ganks towards mid lane Kaisas when they're most vulnerable here. Try and burn the flash. But because Pyosik was seen on the bottom side ward, because he opted for the route of that red quadrant clear into running through river past bottom, they knew he was coming. Insanity doesn't expose himself to any early gank, and Pyosik will follow the Nocturne through, trying to track Boogie. It is costing Pyosik a bit in farm as...
Oh, a little bit of trade back and forth, but there's that early aggression and pace setting for Pyosik over Boogie.
Thing with Krugs is that actually a lot of the golds, majority of the gold is in the smaller Krugs too.
Baby ones.
So getting those smaller ones is critical. The bigger part though, of course, is pushing the Nocturne out of jungle, and now he can just take the red without having to use Smite, no problem for him.
And we also have a situation where looking at team compositions, right, you do have a lot of forward momentum available for TSM. They have a little bit of safety, and Hanser getting some scaling for them, but I'm particularly looking at TL, and my goodness, their team comp gets scary as time goes on, and I think it's going to be something where maybe Summit has a bit different, but the other four for them will be a very potent team fight.
Yeah, like we said, pretty early on in Champ Select, TSM are showing full dive, and so I think Team Liquid did a good job drafting enough counter engage for themselves in the Poppy and the peeling of the Rel here, plus Cassiopeia coming in as that late pick, flexing the LeBlanc to top side. Cassiopeia ult, always amazing in those.
Oh, he tried to get him into the wall. Can't do it.
That was so close to hitting him into the turret. What the heck? He went right, scraped by the front of it. Wow.
Kaisa's too quick. What do you got to say? Come on. It is barely a little bit of a gank going wide. Pyosik, but we'll see if that revisit comes there. They didn't burn the flash. They didn't have any tools down.
Yeah. Look at how close this is, because
I gotta look
definitely
at this
a very good angle for Pyosik.
No, he went through it.
I'm tilted if I'm Pyosik. WTF? That shield on the front of the tower doesn't count as tower structure, apparently.
That's almost as tilting as the Tristana Jace combo that can happen in the rocket jump. There's a couple things.
Kaisa is pretty skinny, but I don't know about that skinny. Insanity, though, very happy with the interaction there, as he doesn't have to burn flash, and he gets out of it no problem. Also, though, Poppy not too unhappy. Almost all Poppies will take your Hex Flash, and so just going to have repeated creative angles there from Pyosik. Meanwhile, it was the early recall for Boogie, so he has the small lead of the longsword. But knowing that Pyosik is at topside and Hanser gets the stop on recall here, they know Pyosik cannot come contest Dragon, so I like this confirmation from TSM. They track him all the way into his own jungle there, and they know they'll be able to get the objective out of it.
And nice use of movement there, as well as the combination of the bot lane Wild Turtle and Chime. And I think, we take a look at Hanser getting out of here, this wet noodle fight. I guess it's like a strong noodle versus not a strong noodle. That's a solo! And the fade away from the flash. First blood for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Arrow LeBlanc, top lane LeBlanc here, gonna have a pretty quick shiv. Definitely love the spice. Perfect timing on bringing in that tweet as well. No wet noodles found. No tank on the side of Team Liquid. They're going to run that through. And I want to see, is he going to get a turret plate up there too? Because it's a really big minion wave. So Summit's going to get rich. Yeah, turret plate as well. The cannon goes down. Pyosik is back for attempt number 2.
Try to find something there, but has to find the right angle here. Not even going to go for the tower this time, potentially. Knowing how it didn't go his way last, but it is still strength being put through the mid lane for Team Liquid. And Insanity, he's trying to get out, does have the step back presence there, but it's still a flash from APA to make sure the fangs sink deep.
Nice. Flash miasma from APA to make sure Insanity can't flash afterwards. Even though the tower does not give them the stun the first time, you called it. They don't even rely on that.
Just can't rely on that anymore, Kobe.
Go for the full
things are fluid.
They get it done themselves. Now the attempt at the answer through mid, but I think the full wave gets pushed in. APA, as low as he is, shoves in the full wave.
Man.
Cannon dies at tower. It's working down the other plate. That is beautiful stuff for Team Liquid. Massive early gold lead off of this, and they're very happy to see that considering they had to give up that early dragon.
And they'll actually contest with the scuttle. They get it, but Wild Turtle and Yan, they're the big ones in this fight. Although Pyosik just gets focused down by TSM, that's a kill back and a response by TSM.
Yeah, good flash there from Boogie. He knows Pyosik does not have flash on the Poppy off of trying to pressure mid so often with it. So he flashes over the back of the dragon wall here to make sure he can get the fear onto the enemy jungler and get a kill back.
And I think looking at that bot lane a little bit more, a big interest for me has also obviously been Yan and Korra's connection. A lot of the mentoring from CoreJJ to Yan, but Chime on the other side, man. I was talking about him earlier. I think he's been such a good voice for this TSM roster, but he's also speaking to it before the match. The biggest thing he feels like has built their confidence is it's just the boys. It's a bare bones crew, and they feel like they're going against the money teams, and it gives them that confidence, the chip on their shoulder they love to work with.
True. Kind of the bad news bears effect. They've got nothing to lose. They're playing so well there. TSM only a game behind Team Liquid, but right now gonna have to deal with a pretty decent sized gold deficit, and it's gonna get bigger as the Rift Herald is getting pushed down pretty quickly. That eyeball pop should be enough, and Team Liquid increase the gold lead here, picking up the Rift Herald for some turret plate usage as well. Support double recalls.
Oh, there's the light switch we were talking about in the draft. Oh, nice little petrifying gaze, though. APA gets Boogie back, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. I will say, Insanity picking up that kill is big for TSM.
Yeah, he got, Cassio got the ultimate off before he goes down, but yeah, Insanity getting some money here could be the hopes for TSM. 1-for-1. Supports made good on their recalls. They make good on their mid lane play. CoreJJ's got level 6, so Chime has to be a little bit worried here. He's running from the rel, so it takes a little bit of damage from Yan to get back to bottom side here, and CoreJJ does have ult advantage.
Here. Trying to get the flash out of Chime. Does end up getting it, but a return. That Grand Entrance hits, and that's a different story in this 2v2. Nice chasing him down. You're going to get some nice little poke here for Wild Turtle, putting some pressure on the 2v2 in bot lane. Summit has found out Boogie, but will also be found out by Hanser. Just looking to put the pressure. Oh my goodness! The Moonlight Vigil got blocked as well by in front of him, Chime, and TSM's bot lane. They come away with a 2v2 win.
And they have deep wards in the jungle to see Pyosik coming so they don't overchase. This TSM bottom lane has been so reliable. Turtle and Chime. Top side though, Summit is burning.
Hanser wants it. He says, you can't push me that hard without getting punished. The flash comes out from Summit.
Yeah, Summit was scared about the flash follow-up brittle here from Hanser, so he flashes early to make sure it doesn't come through. Well, Blanc's starting to sweat a little bit there.
I'm just saying, I saw Hanser working away at the basketballs in the break room there. He's just looking to land those shots with the Ornn.
Yeah, whenever you've got the spellbook Ignite from Ornn, you have the possibilities of getting your all-in, and does get a little bit out of him, but Pyosik, nice time on the stun.
I just love that both of them kind of CC each other at the same time, but Boogie, he doesn't have any help here, and APA finds a helping hand to give Summit the second kill of his.
Classic jungler Scuttlecry fight, because what really matters is your teammates. Both solo lanes there for Team Liquid mean that even though Boogie gets the Scuttle Crab, Boogie loses his life, and APA on this Cassio pick has been so big. Again, Team Liquid trusting him with one of these picks, flexing the LeBlanc up to top side. Now he's on the run from Chime, though.
And this is a pick that he's been willing to pull out, right? He's even had, as of recent memory, a lot of incredible late game moments on this, but it's something that they can have confidence that this guy can carry as we get to late game, right? And he's already got those 2 kills. He's already building up a lot of scaling advantage for himself. While we do have the static shiv there for Insanity, the push can get a little bit bigger for TSM.
All right, meanwhile, back bottom lane, we've got a Nocturne ultimate for Boogie and TSM looking to start up Dragon on that advantage. Dragon number 2 should go their way as we've got a recall timing for APA. Bottom lane is pushed in. So good groundwork done for TSM to get the Dragon, but they pay the price on top side.
Answer will try to get out. He already burned the flash, though. I'm pretty sure he wasn't able to get over there. And that will just be a side lane pick and another one going to Summit.
So really good groundwork laid by TSM to get the objective on bottom side, but they don't play the weak side correctly there. Hanser out away from his turret, gets picked off, and Team Liquid, even though they give up another Dragon, they further increase the gold lead. Shelly's gonna get off another charge on top side as well to help out the static shiv. LeBlanc with the split pushing.
Got another charge goes through, and Summit is running away with this side lane. LeBlanc has been such an influential side laner now with the static shiv builds, but when you get a lead like this, you have to be able to continue pushing that, right? I do want to see Summit continue being a side lane threat as they take yet another tower. That's both in the top lane, and now Summit's unlocked.
Certainly is. Very rich, should be the richest in the game. Yep, richest person in the game.
He's got double gold.
Yep.
He's got double gold over Hansa right now.
All right, and that's a Night Harvester follow-up.
That combo, the second item spike with the Night Harvester is ridiculous.
The static shiv proc, the Night Harvester proc. All right, Summit, let's see it. In the next fight, the only player with 2 fully completed items, and you're completely free now that you've taken both towers on top side for Team Liquid to try and set up a play there. He's roaming down to bottom first, but everybody from TSM has already vacated.
And that was when we were coming into it. I was talking to you a little bit about the difference in priority that TSM typically play around. Hanser's kind of on an island up here. I don't think it's any different on the Ornn this time around, but the fact that Team Liquid were willing to try to attack that in this game, in a game that's so pivotal for them, it's just awesome to see.
Yeah, and Team Liquid, again, they have the highest average gold lead in the early game in the LCS at 15 minutes. It's 2,390 gold lead on average for them. So they are actually above their average in this game thus far, and we're not even at 15 minutes. In order to get there, of course, they did sacrifice a couple dragons, so you always have to keep in mind the other objectives, the other part of the map that you're giving up. But TL always invest in, Rift Herald money plays and diving plays and Insanity.
No, Insanity, run away! I don't think he's getting out of this one. There's the light switch by Boogie. Is it enough? They're coming in for the engage. Look at that! Bloody nature by TSM. It's still Insanity going down. It's a nice trade back as Summit gets shut down, actually, going to Hanser. But he got Core JJ there, re-engage on the other side. Pyosik in low, but APA sinks his teeth in once again.
Oh, this Cassio Miasma is doing so much work for them. APA comes over, flash used, ult used. Gon trying to get a little bit more here as they exit from the bottom side, and it's 2 kills over to Team Liquid. Only Summit down for their side. Another big play, 4.2K. Their gold lead, well above average. They go for another one of the dive plays. Insanity has to use his ult early and his flash here, but he's still in range for the chain. Then the team comes in for the peel. Chime and Boogie do arrive to try and peel, and Summit does eventually get isolated here, and Hanser is able to nail him with the ultimate. But that's going to be the only kill that they get, because look at Pyosik. He charges Turtle over to the side into the waiting arms of APA, who lays down the Miasma and opens up that escape route for Pyosik to get out alive. So they only drop 1 in their efforts, and Team Liquid, they're back on another Rift Herald.
They are indeed, and they're just taking away a lot of this early gold from TSM. And I think looking a little bit more introspectively at APA, it's been such an awesome journey. It's been one of the coolest kind of grassroots journeys I feel like we've had in the LCS in a long time. And knowing him from his days back when I was casting him in Risen, going for the Ace Souls, that was his 100% pick, but he's grown so much. And the fact that on this team that was already so centered on a leadership standpoint, he's able to come in and influence the way they play the game. It's been a nice, refreshing feel for Team Liquid.
Yeah, it really has. Given this team an entirely new look, breath of fresh air. Meanwhile, he's now in the bottom side versus a very underfed Ornn. So pretty easy punching bag there for Cassiopeia.
A little bit.
Conquer
Get the damage
Cassiopeia.
numbers up. That's what he's looking for.
Exactly. There we go. Let's pump those DPS numbers up. Free damage under tower. There we go. Honestly, though, has such a free time down there versus Ornn. The only thing is he doesn't have flash, so if you get Nocturne ulted, then maybe something comes around, and that might be the plan for TSM. Look at them coming down the lane. No flash here for APA.
There it is.
We
Let's see if
him.
Hanser can hit that bucket shot. He does. And it should be Boogie picking him up. Shut down over to Boogie. And now the 3 for TSM looking for more.
Can TL get anything out of this, though? TSM just used their ultimate.
Jan has red-white. He could be looking to fight. They're going to go ahead and start up this dragon, though.
Yeah, TSM did invest Ash Arrow, Nocturne ultimate, Ornn ultimate. Pyosik gets stunned on the bottom side. Here come the rest of the members. Teleport in.
All right, Insanity coming down, but Wild Turtle just gets solo boloed by Summit. They should be able to respond, though. They cannot pressure him enough, and Insanity will get the kill. Meanwhile, a pick off onto Hanser.
Yeah, Team Liquid, now they've bought enough time for APA to respawn. They'll get the objective afterwards, too. Summit went for it. He trades. Yes, it's 1-for-1, but it also earns them the dragon.
It does indeed. You hear the chants of the crowd feeding into Team Liquid's advantage here.
And then Pyosik, even with that stun onto Hanser into the wall, grabbing the extra kill through the river, plus being able to get the dragon. Team Liquid, it's all according to their game plan. I love teams that want to play into Rift Herald side of the map, because I feel like that is more relatable to solo queue players. You know, focusing on gold early on.
We don't know
on
how to
that
put 4 together for dragons, all right?
Anyways, there's the 1-for-1 for Summit, and then Hanser's still by dragon. So if you look at the bottom of the screen, thank you observers, in the replay, while Summit goes for the 1-for-1, TL get the extra kill, Pyosik able to get the knock into the wall, Hanser can't get away from the dragon, and that allows Team Liquid to get the objective afterwards. So guess what? While you did give up your first 2 early dragons to TSM, you invested so much into getting the kills, getting the Rift Heralds for all the gold lead, that you can win the later dragon fights, not have to worry about that dragon soul. And Team Liquid, they already coming into this game had the highest Rift Herald percentage of any LCS team at 85%.
Jeez.
First Rift Herald control. Plus, they got the one this time around, so just going to further
percentages going
that.
up. The stonks going up for the Rift Herald there specifically. I think also in this, you see at Boogie and TSM, they are constantly trying to catch Summit out in the side lane. Any overextension can be punished, but he's going to be even more slippery as time goes on. And it's going to be something where it's going to be a back and forth between them as we see pressure that had already been established in top lane pressured even more for Team Liquid.
And now you've got so many options here for TL because of the massive gold lead and because of your... never mind!
Goodness, there's that miasma, but look, the light switch has come through. They're under tower right now, but the Moonlight Vigil from Jan might make a difference. Boogie gets him back, and Pyosik, he's caught out here. The slowdown is there. They're going to take him out. Pyosik gets gunned down, and Wild Turtle comes up big.
So I don't know if you've experienced one of the Team Liquid mid or late game throws yet.
Yeah,
but now you can experience one firsthand. Maybe that's a little baby throw, but
just a little one.
Yeah.
We're getting the passing going, right?
Exactly.
Like, we're making sure that everybody's warmed up and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, a 4,000 gold lead. I feel like we're getting a little bit of deja vu from our first series of the day. But we will have Team Liquid getting caught up a little bit in the decision-making process.
I mean, I still love it because anytime you can make a play off a super blast cone like that, they're so fun to watch. API's like, yeah, I'll go with the blast cone under tower. They're trying to assassinate a turtle. It is a mini throw, you know, and they give up a couple of lives here. Pyosik as well as APA go down, but it was fun. You know,
it's fun. Gotta keep our energy going. All right, they got to throw us a curveball every now and then.
Yeehaw!
As it is actually a push to the side lane for Monster, and no matter what you say, he plays weak side. He got pushed in early. He lost 2 towers early, Kobe, but he will still be there. He is the rock, and now he's going to be scaling up for his team as well, and a lot of the primary engage for his team going forward.
Yeah, for sure. The Ornn ultimate is going to be a critical part here for TSM. We saw earlier how effective a full dive team can be, and TSM are definitely a full dive squad here. They can look for pickoff on side lanes if Team Liquid are split, but currently Team Liquid are not split. They are pushing into your jungle.
Got the paranoia pop there just to try to help out Wild Turtle a little bit. Not going to go for it.
And Hanser does have teleport, but Hanser would love to finish that bottom side turret first. So Team Liquid are going to try and force the teleport out of Hanser by starting up Baron. And TSM just want to buy him some time down there. He can't finish the turret, but he is going to join.
They're going to pull off immediately as the TP came through, realizing they just wanted to pull the bait.
If that actually died to minions, that would have been such a magnificent play from Team Liquid 2 because if the local gold for the outer turrets is a substantial portion of it. So if you could draw the teleport away and then that had died to minions, a tiny bit more minion damage, would have been a true 5-head play there from Team Liquid on the timings to be able to deny that little bit of local gold. But TSM, they are in the end still forced to use that teleport from Hanser, so pretty big cooldown. Not going to be available for them. We'll see about the setup on next Dragon. It's only 50 seconds away. It's also not the most critical Dragon.
Yeah.
This is just a Chem Drake, and it's just going to be soul point possibility. Plus,
it ain't no Hex Drake or Infernal, all right? That's what we're thinking about here. But
true.
Particularly, a lot of the season has been a very up and down ride for TSM, I feel like. We've had a lot of recent success as well, but Chime specifically credits a lot of that tenacity to the veteran callers, right? Especially looking at Hanser and Wild Turtle specifically to kind of guide them in their bloody style, right? He says that Boogie and him love to be bloody, they love to fight, but it's being kind of drawn back by the veterancy on TSM. And it's actually maybe something that can play out in this game. That veterancy could be key as they're trying to find a pick out here. That Keeper's Verdict will make it an uneven fight. And APA gets taken down under tower by Insanity, getting a little bit of revenge there as re-engage from Core JJ was a little bit wide, but Insanity has to flash out. Here comes Hanser. See the knockup onto Jan. He does connect it, but then there will be no follow-up. Meanwhile, at the base, Summit is onto your inhib tower and topside.
Yeah, Summit's gonna finish up with this inhibitor turret up here, but I still like the play from TSM. They're on the back foot. They make the aggressive play while sacrificing their top side of the map. They get themselves to Dragon Soul points. They get a bunch of gold back for themselves. Insanity ulting here on Kai'Sa past APA's ulti and past the miasma. They got the local gold. Okay, now it's going to be too high of a cost, though. Now it's too high of a cost.
You're looking for a delay of payment here for a TSM. You don't want to have to pay this tax, and it will end up being the Red Bull Baron buff for Team Liquid.
All right, that's too high of a price to pay. TSM going to try and get something else, but Team Liquid are coming to collapse.
Oh, see a little bit of, Hanser's going to go straight to the wall. Not going to get the tower. Is it the minions this time? Hey, all right, TSM will take that outer tower there. Kosik will be forced to back away from the mid lane.
All right, so Team Liquid, they do end up getting the Baron. Let's see how much they can push with this. With topside already being exposed, you can just rotate your Blanc down to the bottom side of the map. There's an outer turret standing there as Summit is looking for damage rather than split pushing numbers here. There you go. Now down to the bottom side. Thank you very much, Summit. Back to objectives here for Team Liquid. Now, get that bottom side turret for yourselves with this extra Baron power and see how much you can really squeeze out of TSM in payment for the Dragon, because that Dragon now does put them to soul point. It does make you think twice here. And TSM shown in that last play on bottom side, they are very willing to make the full all-in dive play. Boogie makes the call, goes in Nocturne, and Kai'Sa follows up. Insanity and Ice Ultimate pass in there to get a little something for themselves, but looks like it is going to be 2 here at least for Team Liquid, and still pushing on the bottom side.
That's the thing with this pick, though. This will be the bread and butter of the Summit LeBlanc, but it's all about the team fight afterwards and how you try to find an influence there.
And the Lich Bane, I love the follow-up here. He just melts these turrets with the Lich Bane, level 16 LeBlanc. Now he's coming to harass and move through. They're just going to keep on powering through turrets. Here goes the dive.
There, got the light switch and the Ornhorn. They get the double knock up there. That's actually pretty big. You got to look on the other side, though. Summit is coming over to try to join, and Jan has already found 2. He's looking for more as the ADC for TL steps up to the plate and says, I'm here too, guys.
Yeah, Jan. Oh, the snipe!
Insanity with the no-scope snipe!
From downtown, he does not let Pyoshin get out alive. TSM still draw one back. What an exciting little team fight, though. Jan's able to flash the frog at the end because nobody's focusing on this Aphelios. He kind of mows them down, but his teammates did get so low. Here's another look at it. Everybody's going after the Cassiopeia. Ornult through him. Boogie's on him with a Nocturne ultimate into the Fear, into the knockup, and they get him low, but not enough. And TSM here feel like, oh no, we've just been crushed. till Insanity, the Ray of Hope, snipes through two members.
Goodness.
And it's a Baron-empowered recall,
It
too.
is. What timing and what step up from Insanity here coming into this, right? He was excited to face off against APA, somebody he knows so well, but the fact that we're getting influence from both of these guys, it's just awesome.
Right through the goalpost there, but we did see how much TSM threw at the dive onto APA. They had everything. Ornn ultimate, Nocturne dive, into Fear, into Charm, knock up from Chime to try and take him down, and Team Liquid were able to defend him. They kept APA alive while Yon cuts down the rest of the diving TSM, and they're right back at it.
I will say they are barreling down the base right now. We also have 3 items completed for a majority of members here and a lot of strength in the siege. It will just stop at the inhib turrets, though. They have that open one on top side, but right now they're trying to break down a lot more of the defensive structures of TSM.
Remember, pretty big rewards if Team Liquid can finish this game. Locking playoffs, really on an upswing here with APA being in. TSM, meanwhile, I mean, Team Liquid even gave them a shout out to Ruby. And they're like, hey, part of the reason you're lagging behind is because you had that stop off from Ruby. If you didn't see the game intro from Team Liquid, again, they've been bringing the content, but looks like they've got the good upper hand positioning in this one. Should get a reset here from APA. He is now level 16 as well.
See, as we're starting to position around this dragon, we got 30 seconds till that spawns. Would be Soul for TSM, as APA will TP to mid lane. Team Liquid are looking to be first, more at least than TSM. I don't know if they can actually contest this going through. They will try to get in front of the dragon pit while TSM wraps around as 5.
Poke from Insanity here again. Definitely dangerous. He hit Yon with the first one.
He has the Ludens now too, and I believe it just got upgraded, so a little bit of extra oomph behind it.
Yep. See if they can keep it up, though. This dragon means a lot for TSM. Mostly a denial here on the side of TL. Yon got hit with another one.
Hey, we'll miss that next one. The Keeper's Verdict has gone through. Here is the call of the Forge God. Dragon goes over to Team Liquid. We'll see Haunter actually caught out here. There's the light switch. Boogie trying to find backline access. Just goes for the kills here. He's on it. He gets one on core as TSM. They're taking the fight in the pit. It's like shooting fish in the barrel here. Oh, petrifying gaze for APA. Look at that damage. You wanted him to pop off, and he's popping off here. He's trying to get that, though. He's 1v4 now. Can he do it? He doesn't have any tools left. He wants more. He wants it. He wants it. He can get flash out. APA, is he going to make it happen? He doesn't have the damage here. He's kiting, but he kites into the abyss as an ace for TSM.
And TSM take down Team Liquid. They may have lost the dragon, but they completely decimated the health bar of Core JJ while TL are taking down this dragon. TSM constantly poking through, making the call to look for the fight, not risk everything for this dragon steal, and it pays huge dividends for them. Even though they reject the Rakan here with the Poppy ultimate, look at Core JJ. Haunter nails him against the wall. He's basically out of the fight. No HP, jump already used, so Boogie goes in. Turtle is pelting the front line here, forces Pioshik out, forces APA back, and TSM get the rest of the kills inside Baron Pit. So even with the big ultimate from Cassiopeia, TSM,
we got the carousel turning right now. TSM don't want off this ride as they're trying to take the fight back. You got Pioshik going forward. It's just going to be a bit of a bait and switch here, but Team Liquid, they're feeling antsy, and they're feeling like their backs are starting to turn on the wall.
We've had some pretty banger games here.
I'd say so. I'd say, audience, are you not entertained? We have bangers here all day long.
TSM, the team currently down over 3,000 gold with the big team fight victory over TL by Dragon Pit. They're going to have another one in them if they want this game, though.
They will have to make sure they're crossing their T's, dotting their I's, but that all starts with a big B at the Baron. Got TSM looking for an engaged Summit, just trying to get as much poke in as he can. 4,000 health on the Baron. Ornhorn has been called. It will be TL backing off 3-man knock up there, but nothing to follow up on as Insanity actually wants Summit. Summit flashes early there. The Baron ends up going down to Team Liquid.
Yeah, can they get out here? TSM trying to catch something through River. Looks like...
Oh! Insanity goes godlike with with yet another snipe. I feel like he's playing Call of Duty out here.
Meanwhile, Summit went mid with the Baron buff, pushes up the minion wave, so TSM don't have anything to really push on here, and the Baron empowered recall will let him get out as well. Only the 1 kill over here for TSM after a strong Baron from Team Liquid. Nice little spread from them. They're making use of Summit on this LeBlanc. Really, really annoying harassment from Summit up here behind the Baron pit, going in with that Lich Bane burst, Static Shiv, Night Harvester proc.
Yeah, I will say though, that's where some of this hesitancy is coming from, because you see in the team fights, Hanser is able to set up for the team every time. You see a lot of the cohesion going in to dive onto that target, whereas Summit's just gonna have to find ways to pick apart the backline and find access to the backline.
And while Summit is harassing you on the flanks and keeping you back from the engage, you've got a Cassiopeia here scaling up in the mid lane, burning down. Huge single target DPS, and so much so that he's now going for the gargoyles, the defensive extra shield here for APA on the Cassio, and they're going to go for the pick.
They're going for Summit. This has been a pick all day long, waiting in the wings, and they should be able to catch him out with the assistance of Wild Turtle. Although he's buying a lot of time here, he will end up going back and just dying to Chime in the end.
Yep, Ignite does get the last tick here. Fortunately for Team Liquid, the timing of that isolated death being added to Summit's count doesn't mean there's any real objectives for TSM to take afterwards, but it does pause the push of Team Liquid. So big pick there from TSM just to stall out on that Baron push from Team Liquid.
We just got 4th item there completed for Insanity as well. He will have the Zanyas, so pretty big interest coming into getting close to full items, as we're still waiting on that scaling to really come online for APA. You do have 3 items for Yon, so I feel like that's when Aphelios can just really shred with that Lord Doms. But now it's about taking team fight versus for TSM versus trying to pick apart fights for Team Liquid.
And I feel like it's going to just get so difficult for TSM to crack the team fight of Team Liquid. Once APA gets his gargoyles finished and has that extra big shield for the Cassio, standing at the middle with already having to deal with the defensive ultimates and getting through the Poppy, I think the poke really is going to be what has to turn the tide for TSM, if anything is going to do it. Insanity here has been doing a lot of work so far with the Kai'Sa poke. They're going to need a bit more of that magic.
And this is a guy, Insanity, who literally was the chef in terms of picks, in terms of drafts, it felt like, on his previous teams. And maybe getting a little bit of that back from APA here. It will be the Dragon burn down here. It actually goes over to TSM as they secure the soul. I can't believe they just got that. Re-engage from TSM, and Yon is completely caught out, left in the dust. You got Petrifying Gaze, that's pretty big. APA blocking away. Let's see if the scaling has come online as Summit's putting in some damage here, and it's a catch out from Team Liquid. They are gritty, they are tenacious, and they will stay triumphant in the moment.
Oh my, Insanity got the Dragon Soul for TSM. This man does so much work for this team. Let's take a look.
How does he get it?
It's no way. Okay, Otto in the beginning of the queue goes out.
The Kathy and Rain.
Insanity, the TSM mid laner, getting the Dragon Soul for them. Even though they lose the extra one, they got the soul. They get the big objective. Let's see if that actually turns the tides here. And, you know, WoW Hanser is very tanky, still ends up going down, so TL will get 2 for 1 in the kills. But now TSM, the early dragons finally pay off. And they've been down gold in basically this whole game. This entire time, and yet they're still pulling out so many fights. Insanity. Why was he ever benched? This man is putting in so much work.
Man, you got to give shout out to David Shaw, and especially the fact that this man is able to come in, present such a strength in mid lane, still play some of his cook picks, and be able to bring out some of the flexibility in the Kai'Sa. But this is a guy who doesn't stop thinking about ways to up in the game, right? The biggest combo I feel like we ever got in an ACL in Challengers was him with Diamond, because the way they think about the game is so intense, and the fact that he has been a big voice to TSM here in this recent is big.
Okay, he is Rakan.
He is Rakan.
Most mobile support definitely always has an out. So little face check here, no harm. Now it's going to be the 4-1 split push for TSM. Hanser teleport ready, Ornn on bottom side. He's fully scaled up. You know, you're getting that full Ornn value, handing out all the upgrades on all the items there for TSM. Their late game plan is now in full effect. They've got the Soul, they've got the Ornn upgrades. Can they close versus TSM? This clash of the North American mid laners subbing in really is delivering.
Truly is, and wouldn't want it any other way as well. As we're going to have a very contested end. Again, we cannot stop iterating how important this game is for both these teams. We're getting close to the end of the LCS split. Team Liquid, again, with a win here, do lock in the summer playoffs, while TSM on the other side, yes, it's not locking in, but they want to get a tie and at least a playoff potential there with the tiebreakers locked in if they win.
Yeah, and TSM with Insanity have looked like one of the top teams in LCS. No doubts about it. Hanser face checks Summit. And he's a little scared, so he's going to teleport up towards the Baron. Doesn't want to get caught down there away from the objective. And TSM, now they've got the numbers advantage until Summit teleports. Summit's going to go for the hard push, though. TL, I like this call. They keep Summit pushing. With the Shiv, he pushes really quickly. So TSM, they lose their teleport, and they have to deal with bottom side push.
And they're actually deciding from here on out, it's been a while since they did, but it's Insanity that has to answer towards Summit every time now. We do not see Hanser going that way, so a little bit of swap in the 4-on in the mid lane. We do see TL wanting to pull the hand of TSM into the Baron fight.
And it's going to be an answer from Insanity. His teleport quickly comes through. They know there's so much damage right now. Baron will melt.
It's already melting as the Prey Seeker goes a little bit wide. That cooldown's going to be pretty long. Chime, that is a big moment. If Summit goes on the other side, though, there it is. Ornn coming across. Chime looking for the big area and entrance. They do get one, though, as they are trying to catch out Boogie. He's completely separated from the rest of the team. And Team Liquid, they're getting pushed off the fight now as they bought so much time. Insanity steps up, and Insanity gets a double kill. He's looking for more, and that's a clean ace for TSM.
They're still down in gold, but TSM ace Team Liquid.
Quadra kill for the man in the mid lane. You gotta little be insano in the membrane if you're gonna step to Insanity.
Oh my goodness. Can they end the game while down in gold still? TSM clean ace. Nobody drops. They're gonna do it.
This man is 12-2 on a Kai'Sa against APA, the man who has silenced all the doubters so far, and Insanity goes, you cannot forget about me. This is gonna be a game finish from TSM, and they will guarantee a play-in at least, trying to get that tiebreaker in the future. And congratulations, TSM, for a hard-fought victory.
This squad put together in the offseason, bringing back the TSM vets, Hanser and Turtle, and pairing them with fresh new North American talent and Insanity in the mid lane. Really, really great stuff to see. Chime as well. So much work been put in. Nice to see the success.
And now it's time to check in on our medal ceremony and our Verizon post-game interview.
Here we have the Verizon post-game medal ceremony. First up is Jason Wild Turtle Tran representing Canada, receiving the bronze medal. Over here, we also have representing Canada, Chime, for his excellent recon. And then, of course, this is his 4th Player of the Game gold medal received in season. He's recently coming off a Player of the Week. And now we are going to stand by with an interview with these medalists.
So I have to ask, what was the key to the gold medal today?
Oh, no, it was a free win. They're TL for a reason, right?
Turtle, another victory and another game added to your all-time game streak. How does it feel?
It's going to keep going up.
And Chime, I got to ask, large win streak, how do you keep it going?
Team fight better.
And just as the gold medalist, I have to give you a chance to say anything else you want to say to the fans.
Oh, thank you guys for supporting us. We're going to keep winning.
All right, TSM, take a bow.
Zoning Cassio. Cassio zone. Cassio zone. You guys just kill. Kill.
I pay no HP, okay? I pay no HP.
Cassio flash. Cassio flash. Cassio no flash. Cassio no flash.
No, okay. Cassio.
No flash. Nice. Defend.
Look,
Yeah.
no flash.
Nash.
We can end.
We can end. Take that.
You love to hear that, and you love to see the cohesion there, and especially the way that the veterans we were talking about in the game really shining through for the decision-making of TSM.
I mean, it's really nice to see them coming together so cleanly. I love the shot calling there. I wanted to get a look at the gold graph, though. Look at this gold graph and tell me red team won.
It's at the very end.
There's one pixel.
At the very end.
There's one pixel at the beginning there at like minute 5, too. That tiny pixel of a gold lead. They had like 7 gold lead. They won this game through team fighting, and Chime says we've got to team fight better.
It all works out. I love it, though, because he was talking to me about his style, him and Boogie wanting to play super aggressive, super bloody, but having it tempered by a lot of the veterans. And it's just been an incredible come up from TSM, bringing back in Insanity and having 4 players of the game in a row. That awesome stuff. You can't stop loving the NACL talent that's coming up to the LCS. But you got to make sure that you watch all this NA talent, as we do have our championship coming up. Final tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship in Newark, New Jersey on August 19th and 20th. Head on over to Ticketmaster.com right now to claim your spot. Now, we're going to be going to a bit of a commercial afterwards, though. We have C9 versus 100 Thieves. You do not want to miss it.
With Verizon's new My Plan, I get exactly what I want and only pay for what I need.
Now I'm in charge of my plan.
Introducing My Plan from Verizon. You get exactly what you want and only pay for what you need. And it all starts at just $30. It's your Verizon.
Who said you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Typical beginner's mistake.
Yes, they all start from the outside.
So, will we help him?
What else? Here, try it with Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh my God, which pillow?
Got to make a throw.
Turn.
Yo, you're not supposed to hit the wall.
Welcome back to the LCS Triathlon. Today I'm here with 100 Thieves. We got Busio and Closer. Busio won the coin toss. Competitively decided to go second. 3, 2, 1, go. That's a good strategy.
Bro, what is this?
It's a sheet.
Who uses this, by the way?
Yeah, tuck it in on 3 sides.
Yeah, don't worry, I got this. Okay, go in.
I mean, he's doing pretty well.
Go in. Go in.
That's pretty.
Are we gonna let that slide?
I'm gonna let that slide.
Bro.
Yeah.
When was the last time you
That's
did
not
that?
tucked.
Well, he's tucking it so much. That is 3 sides, actually.
What? What is this, man?
Oh, that struggle.
Oh, someone trolled me.
Okay, that's pretty good. Straight out the comforter, and then you're done.
That's good, that's good.
Okay, he put the hat on, that counts. Yeah. Got to make a throw.
You literally look like a smurf.
Bro, what is this, man?
Oh, no.
You got this?
Okay, if you miss all of them, you still get to. Oh, that's so close.
Oh!
South Speedway. Oh, he had hustle there.
Oh, wait. I
Pause it.
Hello? Bro, this is not English keyboard. Okay, resume.
Okay, that works.
I mean,
lost some time there.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Okay, how confident are you right now that you can do this?
We going?
0%.
What is this, man?
The bed's impossible.
Oh, no.
Turn.
Yo, you're not supposed to hit the wall.
This champ starts.
When was the last time you played Scion?
Someone bring the ball.
No.
Bro.
Oh no.
I mean, at what point at what point do you just run?
Okay, but who cares about this champ? Come on.
How are you?
Give me Viego.
John?
Bro, why is he hitting everything, man?
You better hope Scion never becomes meta in the jungle.
Hopefully not.
Jungle Scion, you guys are going.
We saw it once in the LPL.
Nice.
I think I'm doing pretty good. I don't know why you guys are hating.
Yeah.
Look, I can do it with one hand.
Did you
no
use
problem.
any actives?
You gotta keep going. Get to the Nexus.
Bang.
Time.
There we go.
Okay, so we're getting the official timing. From what I hear, good times on the first 2, very slow on Scion Speedway.
Nah, that was good.
Overall time, 2:21.
Okay.
Okay. Not bad.
That's okay. You think you're gonna be able
Let's
to beat
see
it?
what you're gonna do.
The bed's looking a bit challenging.
All right, we'll see. 3, 2, 1, go.
He's copying me.
He is.
Actually such a
I don't think
fanboy.
he would have had that innovation on his own, but that's how
Word
you
for
get better,
word,
right?
bar for bar.
He's already bad. I can.
Oh my
I can-
God! He has 3 sides. He didn't measure it though.
Yeah. Okay. I won.
He's joking. Okay, that was a nice pivot.
You're doing very well.
Okay, he still has the pillowcase though.
Oh my God, which pillow?
The one without the case.
Thank you, Raz.
Pillows in place. That's the bed. That's the bed.
Okay.
That's the bed. You got to make a hit.
That was pretty bad. Let's see this.
You're behind Closer currently, so you got to hustle.
Whoa.
Oh, he's doing the underhand.
This is the first time we've seen the.
That's too many air balls.
Very good. Keep doing it.
So if you miss all of them, you also get to move on.
Great. Oh, so speed.
Yeah,
Can I
speed
just
is
throw them for
important.
fun?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
feeling
Oh,
so.
no.
Maybe it, I don't know.
I got.
He goes. That was it. That was in.
How is that in,
It was
man?
in. I saw it go in, and it
Yeah,
got
it was in, John.
It counts.
Okay, let's see the Scion.
Yeah. Okay.
He started pretty good with the resume.
He did.
Position.
Okay, we'll see. He was flaming your sign. He needs to make up a lot of time.
Yeah, let's see it.
What?
Okay. What is he doing? Stride breaker? Why did he press stride breaker?
I ran the math.
Drift!
This is impossible.
Oh no.
What?
Raz, why are you laughing, bro?
I've seen worse.
I did the early cancel.
Oh, he's canceling. Why did I not cancel?
Okay, that was a little.
No.
Oh no!
Okay, can I laugh now?
I didn't think about the cancel stress.
It's not looking good, but he's going for the end.
I think I beat him.
It's a clean finish. Time.
There it is.
This is close.
Okay, we need to tabulate. Do you think you won?
Hell no.
No shot. There's just no.
They had to make sure that Busio wasn't cheating.
2:42, 21 seconds slower.
GG.
Yeah. You lost time on the throws, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. The underhand. That was the first underhand
That was a
we
big
saw.
mistake.
Yeah.
Hey, What can we say? I don't know what can we say.
Okay, thanks for joining us.
That was pretty good.
Closer. Thanks for running through the triathlon.
Hey, what can we say?
What can we say?
Not much you can say. Actually, they're right next to each other
Fourth and fifth.
on the
Yeah.
standings. Didn't expect that one.
One triathlon left.
Yes.
Yeah, we didn't
I'm
get all the
looking forward
teams
to it.
through, but we got 12 players. So we'll see if anyone can dethrone Impact in the finale after the next game.
Can anyone beat Impact? Can anyone beat Armeo?
Yeah,
Five-year-old question.
Armeo's the,
Armeo is really
he's
going
the
to be
true
really
winner in
tough
this.
to beat.
He
We're
is.
talking about conversation generator.
Respect.
Yeah.
Respect. Honestly. My favorite part was for sure Busio getting hell for for the beds. For the bed specifically.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Especially when he was like, which pillow? I was like, yeah, there's 2 pillows. One has a case on them. So I'm looking forward to more throughout the day.
Yeah. For the matchup, though.
Yes.
Yep.
For the matchup, C9 versus 100 Thieves. Let's start on that one.
It's not looking good right now for 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
Their game yesterday was possibly a wake-up call because they had one of their least active games ever against Immortals.
Yes.
But I'll also say, when they've won, it's generally been through bot lane. Quid and Someday, aside from in week 1, haven't really been doing that much. Someday had that big game in week 1. And double-elimination not only said he was quite sick yesterday,
Yes.
he also just got perma-dove, and the solo laners and jungler were unable to make anything happen. So
Yeah.
I hope that they're not just going in with exactly the same game plan of like maybe double-lift can carry us and everyone else play safe, because 0% chance that works against Cloud9.
Yeah, it's rough knowing the context, as you mentioned. But at the same time, IMT just played really well. I know this is not their game, so I don't want to go too much on IMT specifically and how they played them, but they mashed 100 Thieves consistently. Maybe teams looking at how 100 Thieves play will do the same thing and forcing them to play away from bot lane. It worked out for IMT, and so I'm interested in that one. That being said, Cloud9 has been struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
Also just lost to Team Liquid just yesterday, so there's a few things that they need to tinker with. Sure, one thing that Dokla mentioned on the cast was how well they were playing from behind, but definitely don't want to get behind in that to begin with, and I think their comp made it very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I think C9 are definitely at their best when they do make early plays. Like, regardless of composition, they typically leave themselves at least one avenue of making plays early on in the game.
Yeah.
I really, really loved the games they've had where they have been able to set up those bot dives with pushing lanes, especially when you can get M&S involved if he also has mid-wave pushed out. And just as you said, we also did see them almost come back from behind against TL, who has had some of these like mid-game issues, but C9 is a team, in my opinion, that is really good at mitigating losses and being able to make plays around the map, even in kind of a losing situation, to keep themselves in the game long enough where they can out-team fight their opponents.
And I kind of feel like C9 right now is just in a lull. Because they were so dominant at the start of the split. They have won back-to-back championships going back to 2022 summer. And this moment right now, the way we look back on it, I think is going to depend so much on how they do in playoffs.
Yeah.
Right? If they end up turning it on in playoffs, we'll think, yep, they were just saving energy, trying out picks, learning how to get better. But if they did flounder out at the beginning of playoffs, you would then point to this as like the beginning of the end, because there are a lot of things that are off for Cloud9.
Yeah.
They have lost way more games than you would expect them to lose based on the talent on that roster and the previous success they've had. So I personally, with us being like 2 weeks out of playoffs, want to see them start turning it on right now, especially against Double-Lift and 100 Thieves, but we'll have to see.
I definitely think drafting will be a lot to do, not necessarily with their success or failures.
I agree.
It's just something that not only is the meta changing quite a lot in the top side of the map, seeing Rumble be played a lot more and now being put in a permaban state, with Sejuani Renekton taking control, and now we're seeing more tanks. Ornn, we've seen a lot of Ornn since the last time Cloud9 went up against, I guess the first time Cloud9 went up against Team Liquid. So there's a lot that they're working on alongside with a lot of turbulence within the meta. So I'm interested to see what their next step is here.
I think the cool thing about C9, though, in terms of looking at some of their drafting across the split, has been that they were the first LCS team to kind of adopt the Ashe, if I'm not mistaken, which we were seeing be a little bit more contested over in LCK and then additionally in LPL. And I think that is, like, I am guessing that that's going to be a really high prio pick for them in this draft, considering how successful Ashe has been across this past week.
I wanted to point out the Blitzcrank ban usually is a good sign that Melio is going to be picked on to go back to their Melio Kindred comp, but with Melio being banned, now they're just pivoting away from it. So I already love that. These are just quick bans, and it seemed like they already prepped pretty well for this.
Man, we're seeing a lot of Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of Kai'Sa double flex. If the rel is actually denied here, it would deny the double flex that so many teams have been taking. That just seems like flavor of the week in scrims, 1000% would have been teams taking both. So this is, if they lock it in the first time, it's actually been denied as a combo, which I think is smart.
And I've usually liked Nautilus as a response a lot of the times. Not only is it just in isolation great with Kai'Sa, but a lot of times is a good answer to a team that's just trying to rel engage on you if you can isolate rel from the rest of the team. So there's that we've seen quite a bit of. Also, you can just go for something that has a lot more disengage in your comp with Melio being down. I do not like some of the other options.
It's a really early pick Ahri.
Yeah, it is.
For Quid. And I'm kind of wondering, obviously, C9 banned the Azir, which is primarily what Quid has been playing and what he's found success on. But this is a really early Ahri into something that they're still not sure about, right? Because obviously it could be Kai'Sa mid for M&S, but it also could be Berserker's Kai'Sa.
It's usually the mids that take the brunt of it when you're trying to flex for jungle and support at the same time. And if you want to hold on to that, then you go into 4-5, basically trying to pick for a better support. So with Varus being locked in, I just expect it to be a pretty good situation for 100 Thieves, getting the best support match if they can get their counter pick there, while having an engaged jungler.
I will say, does anyone remember
Ooh, I love that sign.
Does anyone remember Blabber's record on Maokai?
He's 10-0. He is 100% win rate on Maokai, career-wide, right? It's definitely this year, but I think it's also career-wide.
He's the first to let you know.
He was letting us everyone know.
Yeah.
It might be 11 though, because he was 10-0 before the last time he won it, and we did the C9.
He's very proud of it. As he should be.
Maokai again.
He's fighting against the Maokai narratives with him. Because the playoff Maokai wasn't the cleanest. There was one game that wasn't clean.
But he won every game.
They won.
He won.
His team was flaming him. He still won.
Yeah, that's true. Facts.
Yeah, back to the draft though. As you were talking about, Raz, 100 Thieves showing a lot of their team comp. Technically, they can still flex into closer rel jungle.
Yeah.
I think it would be okay against Maokai. Maokai's not exactly the power farmer that you would expect, but I still do like what Cloud9 has in general right now. They could technically still move the Jace up top, so that Kai'Sa can still be a mid or a bot lane.
Man, they have a lot of poke in that comp so far from Cloud9, so I do like that. I think Maokai does a great job of being able to disengage if there was like a rel engage that happened. We've seen quite a few of that in terms of the interactions there. They do, I think, need another form of engage, which is why the recon ban, I think, is nice, just so they can start up a fight whenever they want.
I also did want to point out that I believe, Rumble is still up and has not been banned. We've typically seen that as a common red side ban. And obviously, 100 Thieves did take away the Renekton, which maybe Fudge is happy about. Maybe he is sick of playing Renekton. He did not seem super happy to be playing it before. Braum taken away. That makes sense with the Jace.
Oh!
It's time.
It's closer Lee Sin time.
The gloves are off.
This is...
Yep.
And there's the Rumble. I love
Yep.
it. Yeah, so it looks like Rumble top, Kai'Sa Nautilus bot, Jace mid, and now 100 Thieves can try and draft around that. But I just want to talk about the closer Lee Sin because he has been having a really rough go.
Yes.
He did less than 1,000 damage on his Viego yesterday against Immortals, but Lee Sin has been his tried and true. But it is not in the meta right now. This is very much a bit of a Hail Mary. They're only one game ahead of FlyQuest in the standings. They're up against Cloud9. It's, to me, really just seeing if Closer can get a lot of early ganks off and carry the game.
Yeah, I was going to say one thing that we've talked about is 100 Thieves early game and how they've been incredibly passive. And when Closer is at his best, in my opinion, it is when he's able to affect his lanes early. So I really would love to see that out of this Lee Sin pick.
Yeah, and it's making the Ahri pick look pretty good too. Good
yeah,
test
it's good
to
mid jungle.
See. Exactly. Good to see if that mid jungle works out for them too as they're going up against Cloud9. That being said, we're going to be heading right back to Rafa. Actually, we're going to be seeing Rafa as Zale for the first time. Take it away, guys.
Muchas gracias, Raz. We're on deck now as we're going to be loading into the game in just a bit. Thank you so much for taking Champ Select for us. And you already hit on one big note that I'm looking at. It's Lee Sin for closer here. I know that when this guy has, you know, utmost confidence in his play, he always goes back to this champion and can always turn things around even when it's a rough time for 100 Thieves.
Absolutely. They have been having a bit of a tough split, and I think him in particular has really been having a tough split. You know, we are getting down towards the later part of the split. He is still yet to be involved in a single first blood for his team in the entire split. Not an assist, not a kill, nothing. Not involved in a single one. So really has not been that proactive jungler that we really are used to seeing. That being said, all time, 47 games on the Lee Sin, 70% win rate on it. Has been his most successful champion historically. So you want to see him get off to a good early start to build that confidence, because we know closer at his best can be the best player in the league. He's had those moments in playoffs where he's a finals MVP, where he's a playoff series MVP, where he's just absolutely dominating teams. But I do think he's such a confidence player. You know, when things aren't going well, it has felt like he's just kind of gone back into his shell in a lot of these 100 Thieves games, and he's not even really trying for plays. You know, he's just kind of sitting back and waiting for something to happen. And I think that has been a big problem for 100 Thieves when, you know, Someday has not really been the guy to pull the trigger and make something happen. Quid is brand new. He's not really making it happen. So you're kind of just in this situation where everyone's just sitting back and you're allowing your opponents to dictate the pace of the game, which is generally not a winning formula.
Yeah, it's a far cry from the 100 Thieves that this team used to be. I still think of, you know, closers Lee Sin play during summer 2021 when they made the championship run. And, you know, they've tried different iterations over the past couple years, and it's not been the same. It's been super close, but not always to that championship level. But maybe today is a new start. We've already seen some upsets today. FlyQuest on the bounce back. Maybe 100 Thieves can find that bounce back as well. As we're going to get look at these first level jungle clears. Already Lee Sin starting on the bottom side of the map. He can make a couple choices here. Lee Sin not necessarily the fastest full clear jungler, but if he wants to go for an early gank, 3 camps, start looking to a lane that he can snowball.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see where he's going to go. But, you know, to speak a little bit about the importance of this series, Cloud9 has been dropping some games. You know, they are now tied for first with Golden Guardians, but of course they want to be able to stay ahead of that. They want to be able to keep picking up wins. And for 100 Thieves, it's actually getting a bit dicey, right? You know, early on, I think they had a pretty decent start, but they are now sitting at 5-8. FlyQuest is only 1 win behind them now after their last win, right? And they're sitting in 8th place. They're sitting in 8th place, so they're dead last in playoff spots. Only 8 teams do make it. You know, 9th, 10th is going to miss, so they cannot afford to actually fall behind. They need to start picking up some wins, secure their spot. And if they do win out, there's no way for them to be caught. But even if they pick up a couple wins, they're probably going to be in a pretty decent spot. So it is really important that they get things working, because the expectations, I think, were much higher than just like a team that barely scrapes into playoffs and gets knocked out for this squad.
Yeah, I mean, they imagined that when Someday came back in, almost said Some Daddies, and then Quid coming in for the replacement as well, 100 Thieves, they were expected to at least just guarantee top 6. The fact that they are now in a pressure point where FlyQuest and Immortals are on their tail to knock them out of playoffs puts a lot on the back of their mind. So 100 Thieves just have to find that composure to stay balanced and stay focused and, you know, truck it out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for a lot of their games, it kind of just has looked like it's been up to double if to carry. You know, there hasn't been a lot of proactive stuff going on, and then generally that does mean it's going to come down to 5v5, so you can kind of hope your AD can do something. But the problem has been a lot of the time, you know, they're playing those team fights from a really disadvantageous position, and sometimes there is a lot of focus down towards bot lane. You know, double-lift yesterday even tweeted out after his game that he thought he had a horrible game, where he was getting picked on pretty heavily, died 4 or 5 times relatively early on, was completely knocked out of the game. And, you know, he has to have those top-level performances that we know we can, because right now, no one else is really stepping up for the squad to kind of get them these wins.
Yeah, well, let's take a look right now. We're under 4 minutes in a closer, as we talked about before. Lee Sin, not necessarily the fastest full-clearing jungler in the game, so skipped over those Krugs to make sure that he could get to the top crab first, whereas Blabber got his full clear in. He's up on levels at the moment. He has pretty much the full map if he wants to play for, but Maokai's a jungler against the Lee Sin matchup. If you just let the game play out and Lee Sin doesn't get anything done, then the only thing you bring to the team as Lee Sin is finding that miracle in second gauge, right? Or just at least peeling off a threat with the kick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it can be difficult to make those plays happen, but you know, my opinion on Lee Sin has kind of like changed somewhat over the year, and I think it was Peter Dunn that said it like this, which I really like. The explanation that he feels that Lee Sin scales with skill, right?
Yeah.
And I think that it is one of those things where it's not necessarily a champion that is going to be useless late game. If you can execute well enough, you can still solo win, you know, a 50-minute team fight potentially when you get that perfect kick and you knock someone in, you make that magic happen. But the baseline for Lee Sin is really low, so you're not always going to make too much go on.
Maybe a level 2 all-in engage. Boostio's forced to flash. The Ignite is burning down on Sven, and he doesn't flash. He thought he was going to live, but it's first blood over to 100 Thieves bot lane. Closer is here for the Sonic Wave, but Blabber shows himself, and that means Closer is not going to take the Resonating Strike.
Yeah, not going to be able to go in after it with Blabber there, but nicely done by the 100 Thieves duo. In the 2v2, they get the kill. It looked dicey for Busio early on. I was a little bit nervous for 100 Thieves when he actually re-engaged with the crash down after getting, you know, hooked up there. I thought, okay, well, he's about to die, but he flashes out early. double-elimination stepped up, and Sven kind of held on to that flash for a while. Maybe thought he was going to be dead even if he did flash. So, you know, nice play at the end of the day. The hook comes in, and this is where I thought he's just going to W backwards to safety. Instead goes forward. The W lands. The Shattering Strike there does connect as well with that stun. Lethal Tempo fully stacked for double-lift. He's able to just step forward, get that kill, and it is double-lift picking up the first blood in that 2v2 kill. That is huge. 400 Thieves.
And while Closer necessarily wasn't involved with the assist of the first blood, his presence there, I imagine, is what gave morale to 100 Thieves and the confidence to play out that 2v2 all in, you know, that just is my
Oh,
copium.
come on, man. You're just saying it's gotten that bad. It's to the point where you're like, well, he was really cheering his team on well from the stands.
Hey, sometimes, you know, it's like, hey, guys, on bot lane, just go for the all in, and they make it work, you know? Sometimes it's just the confidence, the morale boost that you need to make the play happen. If anything goes wrong, I'm here to salvage the play.
Okay. I feel like desperate times when that's what you're looking for the positive play.
I am being the voice for the 100 Thieves fans that need a win today. You know, I am for the people.
Well, they have a win for their 2v2 in the bot lane.
True.
We can just give it to them. Busio and double-lift looking good so far, and things going okay up on the top lane. You know, Fudge rushing tier 2 boots, so is Someday. The defensive option here with the Merc Treads, though, for Fudge. We have been seeing a lot of Rumble, but it mostly have been getting picked, you know, kind of in counter matchups or in positions where they're expecting their opponents to have to go towards a tank.
Yeah.
You know, we saw Impact do the blind Rumble, but in a situation where the opponent team already had double AD carry, and he's like, you kind of have to play a tank. Your team needs frontline. So, you know, we haven't been seeing it as much in kind of these situations where it is versus a range matchup. It can be obviously a lot more difficult to bully. But that being said, you have incredible wave clear. You can push out those waves really, really heavily and take away a lot of the advantage that Kennen would have. Could be vulnerable here as Busio might be going down.
I know he doesn't have flash, and this time Sven saves the flash. The flash from Blabber follows up on Busio, and he's got nowhere to run as long as Berserker can get one more auto attack, and it's the final in the queue that gives the killing blow. Double-lift wants the fire right on back, but he steps too far forward, uses the cleanse, flashes backward, but it baits enough time. Maybe Closer can look for it, flash Q, but Berserker flashes it, but Sven's got nowhere to run. Surely Double-lift cleans it up, and yes, they do! 100 Thieves fire right on back.
Okay, this time I'll give you the Lee Sin support here. But Quid coming down, pop the ulti, he's gonna look.
Oh, okay, Spirit Rush into Flash into Charm, doesn't quite go, missing it, but 100 Thieves at least find the kill onto Berserker. Execution be damned, it doesn't matter, they got it anyway.
Yeah, the spells did not connect there from Quid. Oh, Quid, you gotta get there. Okay, that was making me a little bit nervous. He's gonna pick up turret aggro. That would have been one of those unfortunate circumstances, but great job by double-lift actually getting so much damage down in the 2v3. You know they're going to be going for the rel because he doesn't have summoners, right? Busio takes the hook, the flash in comes from Blabber, but double-lift is just autoing the entire time. Lethal Tempo fully stacked. He chips down Sven. Sven has to retreat. The Ignite gets cleansed off there by Berserker, and then he's just kind of chasing in. Cloud9 looked for the turn, but double-lift still has his summoners available, so he cleanses, he flashes, he gets back. Berserker, of course, having that flash forced there by Closer. Double-lift steps forward. It's a rare solo kill at the end of the day, as no one got assist credit on it. And then in comes Quid on the roam, not able to connect anything. And this is where I got a little bit nervous, where, you know, is it actually going to get turned around by Berserker? But the Electrocute proc comes through, and they are able to get that finish off.
A little dicey in the end, but 100 Thieves make it happen. during the replay, Cloud9 were able to pick up the Rift Herald, and 100 Thieves didn't get a chance to necessarily answer with the Dragon right away. They're starting it up now, and because 100 Thieves bot lane have the push, Cloud9 cannot answer, so it's a neutral objective trade for trade.
Yep, we can see at the same time, Blabber going to be moving on into the top side. You can see him looking for this invade, already pre-warded over by that red buff, takes down that Herald, moves into the enemy jungle, going to be taking some of this away because he knows that they are on these dragons, so that's what you want to do. When your opponent is taking that neutral objective on the bottom side, Dragon's going to take a wild knockdown. So he's going to at least get 2 camps, potentially get even more. Closer, of course, should know this, though. So he's going to be moving down towards this bottom side, trying to zone Berserker off the tower. They're going to be able to get another plate solo for double lift. So really well done. And if they can deny even just a couple of these minions, then it is pretty worthwhile, despite the fact that Closer did lose some camps on top side.
Yeah, and it's not the flashiest thing that you get to do as Lee Sin, but because you have so much pressure and so much power early on versus something like a Maokai, just in the upfront lethality and burst damage that you provide, you can do simple things as just walking down when a wave crashes and zoning off the AD carry so that they fall further and further behind. It's not a big lead in the moment just in terms of CS, but because Double Lift has picked up 2 kills, he's got a bounty, and he's already finished his Kraken Slayer. So that's huge for any upcoming skirmishes.
Absolutely, right? And it's going to be a very high DPS build. There's a lot of different builds that you can honestly go as Varus these days. Lethal tempo generally means you're going AD on hit, but we have seen some players go lethal tempo and still go AP. There's also the lethality builds for poke, but that is kind of less common. So he's going to be putting out a lot of damage, and I do like that he's doing this because I think if you just autopilot and go poke or you go AP when you have double AP soul laners, it's going to be really bad. Like, it's too easy to itemize against. So I think they need that consistent physical damage, and this Varus build can bring it. We'll just see if they can actually create space for him to be able to get that damage out, because it requires you having that time to sit and fire and get a lot of autos off to stack up that lethal tempo. And that's going to be difficult when Maokai's coming in on you. You're going to be getting Nautilus ulted. There's going to be an equalizer on your head. There's going to be a lot of pressure towards that back line. And if you get tagged by the Nautilus ult, then all of a sudden you're getting Killer Instincted on by this Kaisa.
Yeah.
So they need to really do a good job of creating space, either with counter engage with tools such as the Cannon ult, or by preempting the play by starting to dive out themselves and creating space by pushing back the C9 backline.
But Cloud9 are not going to have any of that, Azael, because they wait for Double to walk into lane and punish him without his summoner spells up.
Nicely done. Going to be able to grab an easy kill there. Busio is trying to play through the river, get a little bit of vision, and C9 just lay a trap here. And that sucks for Double Lift. Had 2 kills, had the advantage. They're going to have to TP down towards bot to try to defend this tower. The turret will get crashed on by Shelly, though. So at least 2 plates do go C9's way, and they grab a kill that unfortunately went to Blabber. Or fortunately.
Yeah, and well, depends on
who
do
on
you
the
want.
point of view.
Yeah, true. I know Blabber's not always necessarily a fan of playing the Maokai, as voiced in the LC9 takeovers. Like, guys, I want to play more fun champions. Please don't let me keep playing Maokai. But, after yesterday's game against Team Liquid, it was so close in the end, but eventually won out by Team Liquid, I would hate to be on the other side of Cloud9 that just barely lost, because they always play way fiercer. And it seems on the turnaround.
It's true, right? They do come out with a little bit of anger, a little bit of desire to kind of get that win back, if they feel like they gave one up. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do that. They touched on the desk. They were talking about the 10-0 for Maokai. It is actually an 11-0 now after that last win, because I think he was talking about it before his last win.
Yeah.
So 11-0 career on the Maokai for Blabber, looking to go 12-0. We'll see if he's going to be able to do that. But we already touched on the Lee Sin stats for Closer, which is both his most played and one of his highest win rate champions, a 70% win rate.
Yeah, but it's versus 100% win ratio, so math. Checkmate.
True. Yeah, Cloud9 already won. Should have let him lock in the 100% win rate champ.
Yeah, that was
Why don't they just do that at Worlds? It's easy. Come on.
Real. All right, well, Cloud9 make it to Worlds again, and then just lock in
the 100% win rate champ. Come on, guys. Drafting is easy.
I mean, they always say it's draft diff. It's Mithy's fault.
True. He always locked in the lower win rate champions. What was he thinking? That's crazy.
Well, Sven is doing his best job to perform on a champion that he has said,
isn't Yuumi.
Yeah, that isn't Yuumi, so he's beating the allegations. As Cloud9 still able to bounce back. The fact that off of that play of the trap, getting double lift down, Berserker catching those plates. He's now at a static shiv. He's still slightly behind in overall gold against double lift, but the fact that he is scaling right up alongside him, we know looking at Cloud9's composition is just such a terrifying team fighting comp as you alluded to previously.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really difficult. Of course, there's a lot of power on the 100 Thieves side as well. But I think potentially more difficult to execute on what they have to get done here with their comp to really make it happen. And yeah, Berserker is a little bit behind, but it's like 300 gold. Honestly, who cares at this point? It's not going to be that big of a difference. 14 minutes in has not resulted in an item completion before a fight or anything like that. You can see Cloud9 moving up towards that top side, potentially trying to get some vision and maybe set up for this next Herald. But it is the Dragon spawning on bot side, Closers in the area, so 100 Thieves going to be playing towards that. And this means Someday does have to be a little bit respectful up in that top lane, given that it is not being contested on bot side. So he's going to have to sit pretty far back here or risk dying. I mean, he should expect that someone's coming up.
And Sven has made his way through the fog of war, so they have no idea if Sven is up on top side yet until he goes for the vision control ward. So that means that Cloud9 are just invested into making sure that Someday cannot leave lane. Fudge was able to get the safe push in. This is a Rift Herald trade for second dragon of the game to 100 Thieves.
And you can see how respectful Doublelift is actually being. Look at him sitting on the map. He's just kind of sitting in this area, that neutral area between the dragon and mid lane. He's not walking into mid lane because, again, he knows most of his team is all down towards bot. He could get picked off, similar to what happened down in bot lane. So paying the respect over to that, he's just going to sit back at the tower, wait for the wave to crash. It is the first tower taken by Quid down here on that bottom side. It was solo gold, I believe, given over to him at the end of the day. So he gets a pretty big injection of gold. Cloud9 likely going to be able to actually trade this tower back on the top side, but maybe not on this wave, actually, as they were kind of busy farming it up in the jungle, and Berserker didn't have quite the damage to do it. We'll see if 100 Thieves do want to full send up towards top and try to defend the tower, or just if they're okay to trade.
Yeah, I think the trick here for 100 Thieves is, since they no longer have the gold lead that they had a few minutes ago, I imagine that your one item spike here, if you're playing any fights, it has to be numbers advantage. You need to make sure that you are always getting the jump on Cloud9, because if you opt into a 5-on-5 where Cloud9 are fully prepared to set up proper battle lines, it just tank difference overall is always favoring Cloud9 here.
Yeah, but my concern with 100 Thieves in this position is it feels like they're falling into some of the bad habits that they've kind of developed over this split, which is just allowing your opponents to dictate the pace of the game, right? You know, you can try to be really defensive and say, okay, we're only going to look for really good fights. We're only going to look for perfect fights. But that's allowing Cloud9 to kind of choose a lot of their moments. And when you allow on one of these teams that is at the top of the table to actually pick when and where you're going to fight, it's going to be very hard to beat them, right? Because they're not going to be trying to pick losing fights either. It is a deep TF flank, though, from Quid. Looking like 100 Thieves want to try to get something, and it could be Sven that's the target.
All right, well, I mean, Sven is an easy target if they can get this kill off, but he flashes away to safety. Dredge line under the tower means that he's out of there. 100 Thieves investing a teleport, a trade for flash, but the fact that Sven can still always use Hex Flash doesn't really feel like a win here for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and they are able to take down that tier 1 tower top as well, as M&S was pushing up there, and Quid's now in trouble.
The re-engage, they know that Quid doesn't have Spirit Rush here, as he... Maybe the trail equalizer is going to light them all up on the pieces. Doublelift is forced to flash over the wall. Nice kick from Closer, keeps Berserker stunned up, and they all end on that play. They're only able to trade one back. Someday firing with the teleport of his own as he re-engaged into Cloud9's backline, and he's able to trade one back. Blabber stunned up. 100 Thieves come alive as they don't let Someday down, and 100 Thieves pick up a massive win. Oh! Put over the wall, M&S from downtown. Accelerated shock blast silences Quid.
M&S able to snipe down Quid, but that was 4 kills for 100 Thieves as they just full sent it onto Doublelift. Everyone kind of going in, trying to take him out. Remember, Sven didn't have his flash, so the whole team couldn't actually get there. Blabber starts it off with the ulti here. Busio in position to block it up. You can see he actually buffered the crash down there, and then down comes the equalizer. Doublelift realizes, I gotta cleanse, I gotta get out. Berserker flashes in to follow. There's the kick flash from Closer over on a Berserker. He goes down in a hurry. Doublelift does fall as well, as Fudge had gone over the wall to try to help him out, but that's both committed flashes there from Fudge and Berserker just to chase down on Doublelift, and they end up going down. And then on the other side, Someday barely survives. He's able to get out of there. This is a big shock blast. I'm actually pretty surprised that killed him. He was at a good 30% or so HP, so showing the power of that chase. M&S has quietly been forming up a storm here. He is just 1-0-0 after that one kill, but he is really rich and does already have the Duskblade complete. He's got the Manamune stacking up and has Less Whisper on top. So richest member in the game, very quietly. Got a lot of plate gold in the earlier stages and did get isolated tower gold up on the top side when they were trading. So he's pretty stacked.
I mean, there's a lot of time that 100 Thieves used Quid to roam and affect the bottom side of the map, trying to pressure and continue snowballing double lift. I imagine that was a lot of time where M&S just got solo resources, as you already pointed out. And for 100 Thieves, it seemed that team fight was going to give them the rejuvenation they needed to find another snowball. But Cloud9, once again, one step forward, one step ahead of the play, seemingly. Maintaining that gold lead is important because now we're heading into the mid game where 100 Thieves, they're going to run out of gas soon if they don't play these fights well.
Absolutely, and they're going to have people stepping up. You need to have Someday and Quid stepping up. They're in a pretty good position. Doublelift is going to be continuously focused very heavily in these fights. He has no flash, so it'll be a really tough dragon fight to navigate for him. So that puts more pressure on Quid, who was able to grab a couple kills in that last fight. You know, he's sitting on 3 kills. He needs to be a difference maker in these 5v5s. 100 Thieves got the first 2 dragons and would love to continue stacking, but it's going to be a difficult approach to the fight. And you can see how respectful Doublelift has to be. Walks all the way back towards that wolf spit.
No sums.
But I mean, man, it is hard to walk in here through all these Maokai saplings, and I don't know.
Lucio looking for a Hex Flash, doesn't find anyone. Cloud9 all tightly positioned on the left side of this flank. They've given up river control over to 100 Thieves, and now Closer is threatening. 4,000 HP on the Dragon. Cloud9 still waiting. Quid fires for Spirit Rush, but it's just the equalizer right on top of the engage from Sven, and oh my goodness, this is going to be disastrous for Cloud9, but 100 Thieves, they're just falling by the wayside. Cloud9 turned that fight completely around. It looked bad once Sven first went down, but as Nautilus, you know, your life is for the team. All 4 stay alive while they take down 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Quid went in on the engage, and yes, he survived, but he had to flash out, had to use the Spirit Rush to get out. Gave up almost all his health, did not really put any pressure on the carries. The equalizer comes down, Berserker and MS have space, and Cloud9 destroy the fight. And just kind of keep your eyes on this initial engage, watching Quid. You know, there's a lot of pressure on him to be successful in this fight. He Spirit Rushes forward, hits the charm on his Sven, but why is that the target we're going for here, guys? The hook was also buffered out by Sven, so yes, he flashes, he Spirit Rushes, he survives, Sven goes down. But look at the position of the carries. Doublelift is already zoned out of the fight by Fudge. Berserker and M&S are untouched, and it's just not a winning position. Those are the fights that you have to be able to execute on. You know, if they win that fight, if they're at soul point, it's a completely different game. Now, you have that kind of incorrect target choice. Cloud9 destroys you in a fight, stops your stack towards soul, takes the Baron, and the wheels have fallen off for 100 Thieves.
Yeah. And at 4,000 gold lead for Cloud9, it might not seem like much, but the fact that we pointed to 100 Thieves being the team that had to get off with the snowball early in the game. I mean, we know that Closer can always maybe find a miracle play with this Lee Sin, as you already alluded with the Peter Dunn point, but it's just the ability and the difficulty to do it, it just becomes so much harder.
Especially against teams that have a lot of point and click CC, right? You know, you can be trying to go in for that play, you're trying to look for a kick flash, and you just get Maokai W, Twisted Advance comes through, and all of a sudden, it's pretty unfortunate, right? So we'll see if he's going to be able to find any sort of a play. You know, when you have Ahri and Lee Sin, you've got to be playmakers. You've got to find these correct angles, and 100 Thieves have not been able to do it just yet, but they're looking for M&S now.
Okay, Closer looks for the kick onto M&S. Do they have the damage follow-up? M&S is starting up for pretty much a lot of the time, but Clouds are trying to flash over the wall, but M&S still survives! And Duskblade allows him to keep alive, and Cloud9 is just cleaning up all the 100 Thieves members on the other side of the wall. Oh, it's disaster for 100 Thieves, and Cloud9 for them. It's just another day in the office. Triple kill for Fudge. They're pushing in the minion wave. And with the Baron buff on their side, I don't know if they're going to do fatal damage to the Nexus, but they're going to look for as much as they can.
Yeah, they're looking for a lot here. Fudge flashed in, caught Doublelift with both the Electro Harpoons at the end there, is able to get the kill. The initial engage on M&S was great. They got the kick, they landed the charm, but they weren't able to finish him off, and Quid went into his Zonias pretty early there, didn't quite finish off the kill. And we can watch this one more time. You know, the initial play was good. I don't think they were aware that Closer is here, so Closer finds the angle, Q connects, Ward Hop, kickback, Charm connects as well, but you have got to make sure that this guy is dead. Quid goes into the stasis, doesn't get that final damage out, had 2 charges of that Spirit Rush. You know, Doublelift couldn't connect any damage to actually finish him off. You know, Someday was not there at the same time, so unfortunately M&S gets over the wall, Closer dies chasing him, and then this is kind of just insult to injury as Fudge flashes forward, connects on both the Electro Harpoons there, has the big slow. And Doublelift not able to get out, and now this game is really all but over. Cloud9 showcasing their skill in these 5v5s, in these team fights. 100 Thieves had some good moments, but just haven't really been able to fully coordinate it when it matters most.
For Cloud9, just a couple minutes away before they can push in this wave, find one more fight. 100 Thieves, the risk tolerance for making plays is now at an all-time high. You have to just do something. There's no point in just letting the game being choked out against your will. But a snipe from M&S onto double means there's no more carry from the side of 100 Thieves. An easy engage as M&S follows up with a double, and Cloud9 are about to make this simple as they push into the base of 100 Thieves.
That was crazy. Doublelift was full health. I think that was just Voidseeker Shock Blast was 100% of his HP. That is ridiculous. You're 2 screens away and then you're dead. And now Cloud9 marching on the Nexus. Here comes the TP. They want to finish the game.
Someday goes in for one slicing Maelstrom, but doesn't get all the full procs off. He pops before he gets anything done. Cloud9 take out Closer again, and it's just Bustio all alone to defend the base. Cloud9 do have to wait on the next minion wave to push in, and for them, it just might be too much time to wait as they're going to take a reset.
Yeah, not wanting to risk anything too crazy. Let's just, okay, so he wasn't 100% HP. I'm exaggerating. This is like more like, what, 60, 70% HP, somewhere around that. He has 1,200 HP. You can see the big notch and then the small, so it's, yeah, it is the Shock Blast and the Voidseeker. The Voidseeker hit him in between, but the first strike damage is actually delayed there. So I think it was actually the first strike damage that gets the killing blow from M&S. So it was Shock Blast hit, then the W from Berserker hit, and then the first strike damage from M&S hit, which gave him the killing blow, I believe. But yeah, that was 1,200 HP is what Doublelift had. You can just see by the little tallies on his name. So definitely was not full health, but geez, that is a lot of damage from very far away.
I mean, combined with the Duskblade passive too, where it gives execute damage based on missing HP. I mean, that's...
Yeah, it could have been Duskblade damage coming in as well. I'm not actually sure what it was to finish off. I know there was like that little travel time on first strike, so I was thinking maybe that was why it worked that way. Because it is funny seeing Shock Blast hit first, then another spell hits, and then you get the kill. You know, it's like
Berserker just thinking, I was robbed. That was my kill. I had the last
Should have gone Ludens, bro. You would have got it.
I mean, M&S is having fun this game. He's got a Spirit Shojin. I don't think I've ever seen that build on Jace before.
It is really, really good. So when you actually get late game on Spirit Shojin Jace, you can get to a point where you can do 2 Shock Blasts per acceleration gate. So it is like really, really strong for poke. We'll see if he has enough cooldown. So let's see. Is he going to get a second one in this? Yep.
There it is.
So you can actually hit that point where it's more of a late game build, but C9 going to end the game.
I mean, they're winning it all right. I mean, do I even have to cast it? They throw out all their ultimates pretty much at this point. 100 Thieves are just crumbling. Retreating back to the fountain as Nexus Turret 1 is about to fall. The second turret will fall as well. Dredgeline doesn't even care if he hits it or not. Sven has done his job. He gave up his sacrifice. And you already talked about before, it's just so hard to play Lee Sin at this point in the stage of the game when you're so far behind. But Cloud9, what a damn good way to bounce back after yesterday. And they're showing why they're one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, they're going to try to pad the stats here, looking to farm some more kills in the fountain. They're trying to make something happen. They are getting low.
Okay, Bustio with the Magnastorm. They take out 2. Can they take out 2 more? But the minions are already doing the work. And Cloud9 will take another win in the summer split.
The 27 minutes in, 20-11 is the kill score there for Cloud9. 100 Thieves had some good moments early, but it's Cloud9 who dominate in the 5v5s. And they can go forward, shake hands with their teammates, and accept their just rewards.
That's right. And with that, now it's time to check in on the medal ceremony and our Verizon post-game interview.
We have a little bit of confusion at the medal ceremony right now with there seems to be a little bit of a traffic jam over here. We're gonna wait until they clear this out to see who has received. Okay, so in third place, we have representing Australia, Fudge for his excellent Rumble performance. I'm sure he's happy that he got to play that. Second, M&S, excellent Jace performance, providing that poke. And of course, the gold medal representing the United States goes to Blabber. He is undefeated on his Maokai. And we are going to now set an interview with the winning team.
All right, don't run away from me right now. It's a slight interview. You're 12-0 on the Maokai. Who do you credit this to?
myself, I'm very good at Maokai.
What about
Cap.
What about your coach, Mithy?
He dropped in Maokai, so good for him, but Maokai is still very boring, so I hope he doesn't do it again.
All right, M&S, you were farming up like a storm. You got the silver medal. How do you feel?
Kind of boring.
It's a little boring. That's why you're getting second, buddy. Any response?
Oh, no.
Sven, it seemed like you wanted to be first here, but it didn't go your way. How did you feel about that decision?
It's okay. We gotta make up for the high difference.
All right, there it is. All right. Congratulations, C9, for the win on that one. And we send that run back to the casters.
Watch player, he will go.
Oh, we got a little bit of a comms action.
Oh, it's insane.
Got him.
Yeah, watching the fun.
Kill. What? You let me die?
Oh, you shoot him out of my E, by the way. Good job.
Hook it 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Yeah, I have words, by the way.
Hook him.
Oh, stopwatch. Fucking quit.
Kill the trigger.
Maybe don't die.
Double lift.
Maybe don't die. Please don't die, guys. Please don't.
Double lift! Kill him!
Please.
Letting you all die and then ending. Okay.
Beautiful synergy.
Tactful sabotage there from Fudge and Sven.
Yeah, you know, really, it's a worrying trend for Cloud9. Completely split comms at the end there, you know. You
That's
can
crazy.
feel the tension between those teammates. Sven wanted to kill Doublelift. Fudge just let him die. Cloud9 in shambles.
You know, it's a payback after Fudge never got ganks being on Renekton in all those games. It's like, you never gank top when I'm playing this champion. Please, just help me. But for us, we, from now until August 6th, use your MasterCard to make a purchase from the in-client store and save your card on file to be entered for a chance to win a trip to the League of Legends World Championship 2023 or a set of 8 Player of the Week statues. Both pretty.
It's in Korea this year. That would be a pretty cool trip to win.
Yeah, I miss Korea. I went to Busan in 2018 for the World Championships there. It was a blast. Hope we get to go again. But for us, that's going to do it. We're going to be sending it to break. When we come back, there'll be Immortals taking on Golden Guardians.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? The speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls heat. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
God.
Okay.
What is that? Hey, what are you talking about?
It almost looks like he's hacking.
Yeah, this is scripting
Is
sign.
he doing the scripting?
Welcome back to the LCS Triathlon. This time I have Stixay versus Licorice. Licorice won the coin toss, wants to go second. That's allowed, so we're going to start with you. 3, 2, 1, go. That's a good start. Okay, he's got the sheet.
Why am I being punished?
I mean, his is pretty fast, actually.
I just won an LCS game. Why am I
This is
being
good.
punished?
Yeah, okay, this is really good. I almost want to get bonus points for that side.
The tag's always on the bottom left. I learned that.
Are you fast?
Oh.
Wow.
I think I might be.
Yeah.
Do I have to tuck this?
Where's the pillowcase?
Pillowcase? Oh. I didn't see that. Oh, it's one of these? Dude, I hate those pillowcases. Ah.
Oh, man.
Oh, God.
Okay, and put everything on top. The comforter, man. Like, make it look, make it look a little good.
You gotta make it presentable.
Okay. Time. That's good. Behind the line.
Can I just throw it like this?
Yeah. If you miss all of them, you can still go on, but you have to throw one at a time. Oh, it's Science Speedway.
Okay.
So the timer stops when you touch the Nexus laser on the other side.
Okay. Oh.
That's a crash.
Wait.
Auto cooldowns are on. Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Ooh, smooth!
Oh my God. No.
Oh, he crashed.
Oh, that's pretty good. Oh, that was a terrible angle. No.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, can I click?
Oh my God, you can walk, you can walk.
Okay, okay. Oh, this is...
Yeah, when you're walking, you can use your active items.
Okay. I'm feeling confident.
You can make up
on.
Science.
I'm feeling confident. Yeah, I can make them.
How much time has he lost on this track?
There we go. There it is. There.
And we're back on track.
Wait, I should have... I don't know, I Mercurial at some point. I mean, it's not that much, but it's like 5 seconds. Okay,
Touch the laser. He's touched it.
Bang!
That's time. 2:29.
Is that good?
I'm not sure. Do you think you can beat it?
I think I'll make up time on the bed and the Scion, but I don't know about the throwing.
3, 2, 1, go. So just to recap, he's got to get the sheet on 3 sides. He's got to get the pillowcase on and the comforter on top.
It's on the bottom.
I don't know what that tech is called, but the rug flip, you know?
Yeah,
the swoosh is good tech.
That was the fastest sheet I think I've seen.
Is that good? 3 sides? Man, he's good at that.
That was good.
What is that? Hey, what are you talking about?
Okay, good enough. All right, throwing time.
You just caused a mess and then you pose.
If you miss all of them, you also get to move on, one at a time. Ah! Behind the line!
Ah! Oh, we're going for speed.
Oh! As soon as you stop thinking.
Drew, you're a Yone player now.
Yeah, well, we always give him counter picks, so he's always playing carries, so there's not much Scion in our
Oh
game.
my God!
Maybe there's a reason he doesn't need practice.
Pretty good.
You sucked the fat in.
Oh.
Did he make this?
Oh!
Wow.
Oh, the bounce.
Wow.
It almost looks like he's hacking.
Yeah, this is scripting
Is
sign.
he doing the scripting?
Yeah, was that the scripted Scion turn?
Did he use any actives?
No,
I almost
yeah.
got it.
Hey, no actives yet. That's kind of interesting. A little concerning.
Oh!
Oh,
he made up the time right there.
Bring it home.
It's a good shot, Licorice.
All right.
Okay, this is going to be close. And
Right into fountain. There you go.
Okay. No way. Is that accurate? 2:04.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, it went exactly as I expected. I made up time on the bed and the Scion and lost time on the throwing.
Yeah.
So.
2:04 is a really good time. All right, thanks for joining us. That'll do it from here. Final leaderboard for the LCS Triathlon. Impact #1, Licorice #2, with some really impressive splits. Going all the way down, though, you can see Sven, M&S, Prince. There's a second page of this.
Where's our Mayo?
Those are our top
The
laners.
old man still got it.
Yeah.
The top laners.
Yeah.
That's insane.
07 Armeo.
All right.
You will be remembered. But we do have the splits. So the fastest bed maker and the
Was Licorice.
Yeah.
Licorice won both
Licorice-
bed breaking and Silent Speedway.
If he hadn't trolled throwing,
22
he would have
seconds
beaten
on the
Impact.
throw.
Yeah, impact on 8 is what kind of edged.
The shocker, though, is the 311 bed.
Yes.
That's unreal.
Being worse than most people's completed triathlon.
But he's top half almost.
Yeah.
I mean, top
Also, Turtle taking the final spots in both Science Speedway and throwing.
The throwing was pretty impressive out of Revenge. He just one-tapped that, I'm pretty
Yeah.
sure. 1 or 2.
So Revenge was a one-tap throw.
Wow,
Yeah.
wow. That's
fun.
crazy.
I'm glad we did that. This has been a really fun day.
It's been an interesting day, yeah.
Yeah. There is a much more serious and important game that's about to take place, though. So Immortals won yesterday, but more importantly, Golden Guardians is at 9 wins. They've never had greater than a 50% win rate in an LCS split.
Never hit 10?
Something is weird about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I actually spent a little bit of time this week looking into it.
Oh.
Take a look. Any given Sunday. It's a phrase that signifies on game day, anything can happen. The best team that day will win. Or do they? Consider the Golden Guardians, a founding team of the LCS franchise era, and since 2018 has fielded world's caliber players, toppled giants, contested a championship, and attended MSI, and yet a winning regular season has eluded them. 10 wins is all they need. Unlucky, unskilled, or cursed. The first sign of something inexplicably wrong with Golden Guardians was in 2019. They achieved their best record to date, finishing spring split 9-9, with the introduction of Nick Anero Smith to the team. Summer seemed to be trending in the right direction, but the writing was on the wall.
So what transpired? What changed to lift Golden Guardians up into the middle of the pack?
I mean, we started burning everything behind the scenes to execute different things. It's a really easy way to get wins. I brought this up a few times too. Like if you need wins, that's the easiest way to force it.
Was this a confession of ritual sacrifice? Golden Guardians recovered from a 0-4 start to go into the final week, 8-8. But then 0-2. Did Anero make a deal with the devil? Cursed. Perhaps, like me, you wondered if Golden Guardians just didn't have what it takes. For every winner, there is a loser. But consider this. In the summer of 2020, Golden Guardians had a promising young core of Huhi, FBI, and Closer. They went into the final week of the regular season 9-7. But of course, 0-2, 9-9. In the ensuing summer playoffs, they actually beat the eventual summer champions TSM 3-0. The very next year, on 100 Thieves, they won more than 9 games. They even won the title in summer. This roster was clearly capable of 10 wins. But why not do it on Golden Guardians? Mysterious. Supernatural, even. Just 1 year later, in the spring split of 2022, Golden Guardians began the split 5-4, only to reverse course and again finish 9-9. Halfway through the split, Anero went on record with Travis Gavin once again.
Anything less than 6-3 is a failure, is what I'm hearing.
Failure, and I deserve to be fired and lose my contract. If you don't go 6-3, something's terribly wrong.
Terribly wrong. Terribly wrong. 2023 spring, Golden Guardians enter the final week 9-6, needing just only 1 win. Yet they go 0-3, losing to CLG, FlyQuest, and Dignitas, the last place team in the league. Yet after all that, they make it to their first finals appearance in franchise history.
Let's go! Get doubling!
The monkey paw curls. Ten wins. They only need 1 more. Will Golden Guardians achieve that goal and make history? Or will some otherworldly and unexplainable force stop them cold? We'll see.
Wow. That was something we just watched.
Yeah, that was a piece of content on a League of Legends broadcast.
That was a content of all time right
that
there.
was one of the contents of all time.
Oh my goodness.
Are we at our 9-win quota?
Oh, I even saw Licorice tweet about like, oh yeah, we're at the 9 wins, time to play AP Riven today.
Yeah. Let's see if they get a little bit
There it is, yeah.
fast and loose. State mandated 9 wins. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, it is crazy to think that they've never had more than 9 wins. They've been around for quite a while, but to be fair, 9 wins are a lot better than they used to do. They used to be like perennially 10th, so they are on the up and up. 9-4 now. And I am willing to bet there's no way they're finishing with 9 wins this split. Ain't no way.
Do you want to shake hands on it?
I'll shake hands. Yeah.
All right.
There you go. You're taking the other side of that bet. Is that what that is inferring? Because I'm shocked that you're willing to take that.
No, not me.
No, you shook. We shook on the bet.
All right. Well.
Now we need terms.
Okay. Well, we'll have to.
We'll figure it out.
We'll let production and the lounge figure out a punishment.
Yeah, this is the worst bet you could have ever taken.
I mean, it is, but I've taken worse bets, you know. It's for content. Anyway, draft, select, first pick Poppy after the bans Jace, LeBlanc, Tristana, and Golden Guardians banning out Nico, Kindred, and Kai'Sa. Nothing new here. Poppy, great flex option for both Kenvi and Solo if he wants to take it in a good top lane matchup. Golden Guardians now going to bounce ahead with not only a Aphelios for Stixxay, and it looks like it's actually a blind Jax for Licorice.
Okay, he's slamming it down. Bringing up the Jax is getting a lot more popular these days. Kind of around the world, we've been seeing a fair bit of Jax. You know, especially in the LCK, Jax is really popular, where Cassante gets banned out way more than it does here. And in A, we get way more like Cassante Renekton. In some of the other regions, we're seeing some of those picks kind of have a heavier ban rate. So then third champions like the Jax do come in. Jax, I think, can work really well, you know, if you're confident on it. And especially, I think he's kind of throwing down the gauntlet and he's saying, I'm playing solo. You're not going to counterpick me. Like, what are you going to do, right? Like, you're going to play a tank.
Dang.
And I don't even mean that as flame. People used to do that against even some of the best top laners in the league. Like, this used to happen to Impact all the time. When GP was super meta and all Impact played was tanks, people just blinded GP every game against him, and he self-counterpicked with a tank because that was what was going to be needed for the team composition. That was what he was comfortable playing. So I do think, you know, that is a big reason why he's comfortable to just slam it in. He's saying, hey, you might actually ban this in the second phase. So I'm just going to blind Jax. Show me you'll play something that'll beat it.
Right. Nice thing, at least for Immortals, is that they have 2 flex options and they're keeping their cards folded here with the Rel lock-in as well.
And I will say, Poppy is actually pretty nice into Jax.
Yeah.
So, you know, if he was comfortable to play that in top lane, you could flex things around. Of course, you know, it can't be Poppy jungle, could be Poppy top, could be Rel jungle, could be Rel support. So they do have the ability to flex things around. But I do think, you know, Golden Guardians are kind of throwing down the gauntlet and really daring Solo to pick something into him to kind of take that 1v1 matchup that they don't think he can do. And they are going to be banning out some of these picks like the Renekton, some of his comfort picks. But so far through this split, it has been 2 games of Renekton, so we'll say that's not a tank. And then it has been 5 Ornn, 2 Scion, 2 Cassante, 1 Poppy, 1 Malphite, right? All tanks.
All tanks.
And Renekton really kind of does function in a similar way when you're just going like Gore Drinker tank, as some people do, or, you know, you're kind of just like that bruiser frontline.
Yeah.
But you play it in a somewhat similar way to some of these other champions, so we'll see what the answer is going to be. But Yone banned out here. Very interesting. So Yone being banned out does signify that Bolulu is potentially going towards one of these range picks like the Azir. That is one of the things that we see it picked into as a counter a lot. But also I think some of the more niche picks that Bolulu likes to go into, I think Vel'Koz and champions like that also can really struggle into Yone. So I think it's not necessarily just going to be an Azir angle, even though that is generally in pro play what it signifies you want to go for.
And it would be strange for him to pick the Azir because the fact that he plays Vel'Koz, which for years has been a pretty niche counter pick into Azir, I would be surprised if he was willing to take the other side of the matchup when Gory is a prominent Azir player, and if Bolulu wanted to, you know, test his stuff, you know, so you just wait for him to pick the blind Azir here. That's fake.
I think that's just the memeing the tweet. You know, we saw the tweet earlier, so I think he's having a little bit of fun with it, upping the ribbon.
I wouldn't be surprised if Golden Guardians just go for the blind Azir because they want to save counter pick. They don't know for sure who's going for support at this point. And one of the things that did allow Immortals to be successful yesterday in their matchup against 100 Thieves was because Kenvi, Tactical, and Treats all had a coordinated game plan. Hard engage, snowballing Tactical, getting him to be super fed and, you know, simple win condition, but they executed it probably.
Oh!
Wow!
APA setting the meta a little bit here in the LCS.
You know, Bolulu was, you know, liking the flavor that APA was bringing in, and it's like, you know what? I could do that too.
Absolutely. I mean, I think the Ziggs does look really, really good. It's so skill shot reliant, right? If you're actually hitting those bouncing bombs, it's really powerful, but that's very similar to a lot of the picks that he likes to play, the Zoe, the Vel'Koz. So I do think it's like a somewhat similar play style. So Gonna be interested to see how he's able to perform on this. Jinx can also crush through turrets very quickly, so that combo is quite nice.
Golden Guardians see 3 tanks all wanting to go forward, and who he says, give me Renata Glask. Because as soon as all 3 of those tanks are trying to fire the go button and all diving in, everyone is going to turn against each other with the hostile takeover.
So it is going to be Poppy top into Licorice's Jax, which I do think, is smart. It's a strong matchup, especially early on. And some Poppies will go for more aggressive builds to actually try to continually win out in that 1v1. You can go things like Divine Thunderer and really look to scrap in that 1v1. I don't really expect that. I think we're probably just going to see Iceborne or something more along those lines, but it's a strong early matchup regardless. You have to be really careful about how you're using the Leap Strike because you can obviously get stunned up by the Poppy W, and you can trade really well with your Qs. If you can get any sort of a setup, with the Nautilus coming up top, I think it gets pretty risky for Jax because Jax escapes ganks by just using ward hops, right?
Yeah.
And if you just run in on top of this guy when Nautilus is coming in and you pop your W, you can't actually use that as an escape. You can get locked down, you can get burst down, so we'll see how Immortals are going to be able to play around that top lane and if Licorice is going to create any sort of an advantage up there.
And for Immortals, as we touch on how they got their success yesterday, it was just, simple to execute composition, just going forward. Golden Guardians clearly have done their homework. They were prepared for what Immortals would want to play and what they would want to draft. They have this counter pick support ready for Huhi on the last pick so that there's nothing that Immortals can do to really necessarily pivot out of it. And that's going to be curious when we get into skirmishes and even big teamfight situations, because now as Immortals, you have to be more cautious when you're picking your engages. Because if you use all of your buttons all at the same time and it gets countered by one ulti, then the value is completely lost.
Yeah, absolutely. That can be very, very difficult to actually fight through that Renata when you're playing against dive comps. That is kind of the bane of them. It also is going to force you to play cleanse as AD. You have to basically play cleanse when you're playing against a Renata, because if you're an auto attack based champion like Jinx, you can be shredding your own team if you do get caught up by that. We are into a pause, so that's why we haven't jumped into the game just immediately. But ready has been called in game by both teams, so I assume it was Golden Guardians that just needed some sort of a brief pause. Either way, hopefully we're going to be hopping into it momentarily. I will say, Immortals is playing a 2-threat comp, so they have to keep these carries safe. If Licorice can get into the backline and be threatening Bolulu or Tactical, even if he can't kill them, even if he's just pushing them out of the fight, you all of a sudden don't really have a lot of damage in the team composition here.
Yeah.
For Immortals, where it's going to be tough. Like if Tactical or Bolulu get pushed back, the front line is not going to be able to kill off the Azir, not going to be able to kill off the Aphelios with a Renata behind them, with River on this Maokai peeling for them. So they've got to make sure to really keep them safe and be maximizing the damage that Tactical and Bolulu can get out.
As we take to the Rift, only Solo is by himself on the top side against Golden Guardians' 5-man split, whereas 4 members of Immortals positioned for a defensive measure in case Golden Guardians went for an early invade on this bottom red side jungle, but looks like it's going to be called off. Immortals don't suspect that maybe Golden Guardians will be looking for the invade because they don't have any vision past their own bush here, as Bolulu, with that bomb, is going to find that, hey, someone was in the pixel bush and get some first strike gold.
Yep, it's going to be going towards that. Have some pretty aggressive runes here from Solo. So he is going Scorched and Mana Flow secondary. Mana Flow pretty standard, but going for Scorched, more for that laning phase.
Wow.
Trying to land enough poke, trying to be able to harass this Jax out, because Jax doesn't have a lot of sustain in the kit early on. You're just going to be reliant on Grass procs, on Second Wind, on D-Shield. Gory also, going towards the Scorch and the Mana Flow. So it's a little bit of a different look as River going to be starting out enemy Raptors here level 1. You can see Gory just trying to get that shove, trying to keep him safe. We'll be able to successfully take these Raptors away, and I don't think they really have any idea.
Yeah, Kenvi was pinging, missing over on the blue side camps, just trying to do the normal tracking. I was like, okay, this is probably where River is. He probably finished blue buff and Grom, but during this whole time, because of the delayed River invade, there's no vision dropped by Immortals members to catch that moment and movement from River. So now River's going to get this whole bottom side jungle of red side for free, and Kenvi's not going to know until it's too late.
Yeah, I think he is going to skip the Krug, so that gets a little bit dicey where the bot lane can come back and actually collapse on you. Licorice got 2 first there, so he just goes in with the Leaf Strike, gets some damage down on Solo before he actually leveled up. His Streets going to be looking. They get the early level 2. They do have the Bush Deer down on bot side, but yeah, River just takes the camps. And now Kenvi gets the bad news that his camps are missing and is even going to be spotted there by the saplings, so they know exactly where he is. And River is just going to be 2 camps up off the start. It's a great little level 1 here from Golden Guardians.
And I just wonder if Golden Guardians knew that Immortals were not going to drop any vision. Because if they do drop vision, Kenvi can make a more informed play, try to trade for camps on the top side of the map. But the fact that they get away with that is almost like... it's awesome for River, just making a huge risk and taking the gamble off of it and then getting the payout. Because now he's going to be up on tempo, he's going to be ahead of the curve, and at the end of the day, if you want to have like a tank jungler, Maokai always seems more powerful than Nautilus.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the comps and depends on the team fight and stuff. And I think we're also going to see AP as it is first strike on the Maokai. So at least going to go Demonic Embrace, then maybe into tank. You know, they obviously offer different things. Like, there's a lot of zone control here for Maokai. There's, you know, vision control with the saplings, but point and click on the ulti from the Nautilus can be really, really powerful. And I think now Golden Guardians just have to respect the fact that Kenvi is down here in this bottom area. River has spotted him. He's trying to play for that scuttle, and bot lanes are going to be moving up. So Immortals do have first move, and it should be theirs as a result.
Q flash from Treats lands it right onto both of the members of Golden Guardians, and they know that this play is already done, so no point in flashing away for Stixxay. First blood goes over to Tactical.
Great turn there from Treats as they were moving up the river to try to support Kenvi, and he's just able to find the Q flash into the crash down. That combo really, really nice. Is able to guarantee that crash down most of the time. Tactical was low, so I think Golden Guardians felt pretty comfortable to actually move up and look for this fight, but Hui was really low on mana, and Treats just finds the angle there as they group up trying to go around the wall, and there's just nowhere for him to flash, right? There's nowhere for Stixxay to go from this spot, so I do think holding onto the flash was the correct choice, but it is a first blood for Tactical, and a big one at that.
And we know how Immortals were able to get their win yesterday. It's just all focused on Tactical, getting him snowballed out of the lane, and the fact that Kenvi, even though River was able to make this advantageous, you know, individual play for himself in terms of tempo, it doesn't matter if the Jinx is overly fed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think at the end of the day, it was just a little bit of a bridge too far trying to contest at the scuttle. Like, why do you need to do that when you're already a couple camps ahead? You can just give that up. He's got nowhere else to be, right? He's going to be down on that scuttle. You know that he's going to be down on that scuttle. You can just respect the fact that he can look for a gank, do a 3-camp clear top, take out your topside scuttle, your bot lane plays a little bit defensive, and then you're kind of just chilling with your jungler having a 2 to 3 camp lead, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, even from this position, you can still see that River is pretty far ahead, because Kenvi didn't really have anything to do but just hang around bot and wait for the scuttle spawn. But you know, Golden Guardians obviously thought that they were in a position where they could really slam home that advantage and potentially double scuttle, you know, take everything away from them. And at the end of the day, they did end up double scuttling, but it did cost them a death on the bot side.
Yeah, almost seems disrespectful. You know, maybe the complacency starts to set in when you are playing against, you know, the 10th place team in the league, but Immortals, in their win against 100 Thieves, while the competition may have not been that great, it was still a decisive and an executive win from Immortals. So this is now the time where, if you're Immortals, you know, take risks as you happily can see them. You know, don't be afraid of anything because you have nothing else to lose at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. They are one win behind where FlyQuest is now, because FlyQuest was able to pick up a win here today. So if they can actually keep pace, then they're both only one game back of where 100 Thieves is, right? You know, it is within reach, but they're going to look for a play on bot.
River tries to pay the love back towards the bottom side of the map, but Kenvi's going to turn around with a counter gank of his own. Tactical has to walk out of this one. The flash from Stixxay using it aggressively forward. Tactical, a couple more auto attacks, and there is the cleanup. The revenge has been made for Golden Guardians.
Yeah, nicely done. That is the advantage you get from holding that flash from earlier. He has it to follow. He gets the bailout just for the move speed to be able to chase him down, and now they're stepping forward. They want to crash the wave as River's going to move up towards top. So a good gank down towards that bot side. They get both the summoners off of Tactical. They get the kill onto Stixxay. It's exactly what you would want to have happen.
Cleans up some things a bit. Now Treats is going to be a nuisance for Hui and Stixxay, preventing them from getting a clean reset off. It does delay the back timer a bit. Not really sure if it really impacts the laning phase for the next couple of minutes here. Meanwhile, Licorice is actually pretty low again. Solo on the top side of the map. Has teleport if he needs to use it to come back to lane.
Yeah, that was pretty dicey. Honestly, a little bit almost disrespectful from Licorice. I feel like there may have been an angle to look for like an E flash or something like that. You know, flash, stun him into the wall, because he was pretty close to going down. But Licorice felt confident that he could actually just walk up, farm out the rest of that wave. Now he TP's back. This is how this matchup can look. You know, once Poppy gets a few levels under her belt, can really start to win these trades. It becomes pretty difficult as you're just getting harassed by the buckler. If you try to leap forward, you're getting stunned up. But now it's a catch here on the bot side. River's going down.
And it's just easy. They knew that River had no flash. And honestly, the past couple of moves here have been very disrespectful from River, just playing like, oh yeah, Immortals are not going to turn on to me. It's like, I may be Nautilus, but I have a very simple to execute champion here. I point my target at you, and I fire all my abilities.
And also, just look, there's no vision on this entire side of the map. Like, where's the vision of this whole quadrant, right? There's nothing. So, you know, he's kind of just walking in there blind. Yes, he does have the saplings to check, but his bot lane was not pushed up. It's not like he's going to be able to get support from the squad. So, was a bit of a risky play, is punished for it. And Immortals out to a very slight lead here early in this game.
See if Immortals can carry this momentum forward. Solo's dealing with Licorice in the river here. Another play might be happening in the works here. Kenvi already hovering towards the bottom side of the map. They have vision cleared out, so Golden Guardians will not know that. Kenvi's making his approach. Flash right on target, and they know that 6A doesn't have flash from before. It's another kill for Immortals.
Yeah, they just kind of walk straight up. I guess Golden Guardians felt like, hey, we can just win this 2v2, so they walk right in. But again, what I highlighted for River is also true for the bot lane here. There's zero vision. There's literally not a single ward. Like, look at the map. It's all dark, this whole area, right? They have no eyes on where the enemy jungle is, no eyes on the river. So you're walking up there and you're just kind of hoping that Kenvi's not there. And in this case, he was. And honestly, Huhi was lucky to get out as well. I think that Chompers were like a split second from actually arming and trapping him up. He just barely got enough move speed with the heal to get out. But yeah, Golden Guardians think playing a little bit fast and loose here. Maybe Jat was right.
Oh my goodness.
It's a 9-win curse.
It's still early game. We're not going to resort to anything quite yet, but they're initiating the dive on the bottom side of the map. 6A has the bailout, so they have to dodge out. Nicely well played from Huhi as Immortals forget about how Renata works, but now they have Balulu with the Mega Inferno Bomb. They trade one kill back. Gory coming in with the sweep, and they just might spoon feed kills back into 6A. Shutdown Gold goes over to the Aphelios, and Balulu is on the run, and River has made his way back from base after taking the Rift Herald. The trees cannot make the crash down over the other side of the wall. Unfortunate as he throws out the dabbing penguin just for style points, but he knows he's dead.
Yeah, he wasn't going to get out of there anyway, but that dive was just so misexecuted. Tactical out aggro, and that should never be the case there. You need to have them tanking it up for the Jinx, allow the Jinx to be able to actually finish off those kills, to be free firing on him. You know, he is the member that you want to be having that happen. So let's watch it one more time. Let's see exactly how this happened. How did Tactical end up with aggro here? Did someone reset it? So Treats pulls aggro. Does Treats walk too far up? Oh, he flashes out. Oh, God. I mean, that is just, that one's on a Tactical. That one's on Treats. Treats pulled aggro. He did it correctly. I think he was trying to flash up to actually CC them both. And then I think in his mind, this is like me trying to think about how he was thinking about this, is that he was going to flash to the very edge of turret aggro, hold it, and then get low and then step out. But what happens is he flashes too far, the tower goes on to Tactical, and now the dive is just completely screwed. And you throw away what was going to be a great play from them on the bot side. You end up giving over multiple kills from a power position that is absolutely not what you wanted to have happen.
Yeah, and I imagine that if the stun actually connects onto Huhi, maybe he doesn't have enough time to get the bailout out before 6A goes down. And now River throws out the Nature's Wrath, and poor Solo's got nowhere else to run. Licorice picks up the kill.
The twisted advance there from River, dodging out on the Poppy ult, was really, really nice. The timing was perfect on it. Solo maybe would have needed to try to knock out Licorice, but he was so low at that point, he's probably dead either way. So does look for the play, but River finds an angle, gets his Jax a kill. And if Jax does start getting too far ahead, it can become very difficult. You know, this champion scales incredibly well, plays very well through the side lanes. You know, quietly mid lane going pretty well for Bolulu. He's been farming it up, you know, pushing in the Azir as much as he possibly can. Has the Ludens complete, and we're seeing a lot of the first major items come through now, kind of across the board, as those purchases are coming down. There's only a slight lead for Golden Guardians, but definitely a disappointing play on the bot side for Immortals.
Oh yeah,
they could have been in such a good spot. You know, if you execute on that dive, then maybe you're farming plates, then maybe even, you know, Ziggs can go down there and execute the tower, etc. So could have snowballed a lot in their direction.
Treats maybe looking for something else, but oh, Gory just sidesteps it. It's a 3 Magnet Storm, but does Treats have any damage follow-up? I don't think so, because Baloo has already expended most of his cooldowns, and Treats just gets left to die as Gory picks up another one.
Yeah, Gory breaking their ankles on that one. They go in for the play, but he just slides out to safety, and now Licorice, with the Sunderer complete, starting to like his odds in a lot of these trades. But you can see the second part of the Q connects. Licorice wants to go for the chase, but Solo's doing pretty well and will push him back. It's difficult to chase onto the Poppy like that because you'll just retreat back with the Q on cooldown there from Solo. And if you're chasing forward into it, you do get hit by that second part of the Q, and that is so much damage, you know, from that hammer shock.
Despite the early moves from Immortals, as impressive as it has been to punish on Golden Guardians, you know, lack of stepping forward, Immortals are going to still try to go and look for something more. Gory is getting burned down low, but all the CC from River, as Baloo is able to at least take out Gory before going down, because the hostile takeover from over the wall, but Tactical actually takes out River. There's no damage fallen from Golden Guardians. Licorice just teleported in, but everyone from Immortals got out alive.
Yeah, the Chompers was there on the TP, so Licorice can't do anything. As he does arrive, he just gets CC'd up. He tried to finish someone off, but Immortals just go right back towards mid lane, and this time there's no flash, there's no ulti on Gory, so there's no outplaying the gank. All right, able to knock him down. It's a nicely played attack here as Kemby's in the area, flash, lands the hook, full CC combo there. They satchel charge him away from the wall, guaranteeing that he will go down, and then as Treats arrives, has that Q stun into the knockdown. Tactical from cross map picks up that ulti, arrives, gets that movement speed reset, drops the Chompers onto Licorice's teleport, and that's really the end of the play. So well executed there by Immortals. We're tied up in kills, still a slight gold lead over the way of Golden Guardians. As it is Licorice, who's pretty far in the lead as far as the farm goes now, and he has been farming up these plates. So Licorice is going to be a problem. You know, I talked about it earlier, how it is this 2-threat comp, and if Licorice can get access to Tactical or to Bolulu, he doesn't even necessarily have to kill them. He just has to kind of make their job difficult in a team fight.
Threaten them.
Exactly, because there's not really a lot of damage besides those two members. So if you just push one of them out, I think that the Azir and the Aphelios are going to be able to clean up the rest of it.
Yeah. Another engage from Treats, looking for Gory, but he just sweeps on over the wall and then pushes Balulu right into the arms of River. But Balulu with the W gets out alive. He's just making his way over to the safety of the jungle. And the rest of Immortals have to run away from Golden Guardians engaged. Nature's Wrath wraps up Kenvi, and he just has nowhere to run. River will get traded on back, though, into the tower. My goodness, this is a bloody game.
Yeah, it's extremely bloody, and Bolulu is able to get out as well. His finish is the recall. Who he was hunting for him up on that top side is just going to TP back towards this tier 2. Wants to be safe. Treats though.
He interrupted the shuffle. Oh, Gory. Oh, no.
Great play from Treats. Is able to actually get that interrupt. You called it out on that shuffle, and was trying to actually use the shifting sands, get back to safety here, but gets interrupted on it, so no way out for him. It's just been bloody around this mid lane, but Bolulu still has yet to go down. The Ziggs is really kind of just working for him straight up. Gory's pushing forward. He wanted to actually delay the recall. He was saying, oh, you're taking a lazy recall? I'll actually stop you and harass you here, but gets flipped out of it with the remount there from Treats. Bolulu shows up, gets the kill, and now takes down the turret, which is actually first tower of the game, gets solo gold on it. So he now is quietly the richest member in the game, just surpassed Licorice with that turret kill, up at 7,000 gold just about, and Gory's sitting about 5,600, so quite a bit behind.
Potential engage on the River. Balulu is right behind Kenvi, but they don't want to press further. I just have to say, I am completely admiring. Oh my goodness, I don't know, man. I during that whole content thing that Jat did, the conspiracy video, I could just imagine if Anero was in the same room, he would just be mad sweating and just ready to ball up his fist. It's like, Jat, turn this video off right now.
Yeah, stop jinxing us.
But on the point of Immortals, I mean, they have made a lot of plays in the early game. Some have been great, some have been, not so great, but they are still trying. And the resilience and the they're
making stuff happen.
Yeah,
just not all the stuff that's happening is good for them.
The determination to continue making things happen in this game, and I really credit a lot with Treats and Kenvi, because they are the guys that have to go forward, and even if something goes wrong, it's like, it doesn't matter. You know, it happened, 2 minutes ago. We're going to continue making plays until we win this game.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the way you have to play. You kind of have to have that goldfish memory about a bad play. If your comp needs to hard engage, guess what? One play goes bad doesn't mean you stop hard engaging. That's the way that you're going to be able to actually win these games. So Bolulu and Treats need to maintain confidence. They have had, Treats and Kemi need to maintain that confidence and keep finding those engaged. Bolulu has been doing really, really well, but it's a bit problematic that Licorice takes down the tier 1 top, now goes bot and just gets a freebie on bot side. Like, no one answering for this. That's not worth it for the Herald trade.
Yeah.
The Herald is potential to take down a tower. You just gave one for free to do it, so you are really, I think, risking Licorice getting out of control. When Jax gets too fed, when he gets too far ahead of the game, he gets a lot of CDR in his kit. Like, it is very hard to get away from this guy. The counter strikes become such low cooldown that he becomes so tanky.
I mean, who on Immortals is equipped to deal with the late game jacks and the split push late game, right?
I mean, it basically has to be Solo trying to just hold at his tower, or you send Bolulu and you just try to just kill
Wave
the waves.
clear, yeah.
You don't interact, you just try to one-shot the waves over and over.
But then if you send Bolulu to answer the jacks, then that's a major damage threat taken away from the team fight. So that is Golden Guardians' like hope right now, because a lot of their early game has been answered pretty surprisingly by Immortals, and it's put them on the back foot. They're not behind, they're still technically ahead in gold, but it's such a small number, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, the gold is basically dead even. It's just about, you know, where that gold is. Poppy trading pretty well here. Licorice is going to have to pay some respect. You know, they do still have the Herald, and bot lane tier 1 is low enough that if Bolulu comes down to bot, he can just satchel charge and execute that turret. So it is a really deadly combo, you know, when you have that Rift Herald. It has more value on a team with Ziggs, so that's something that is fair to consider, because that first charge gets it very low, close to execute range. The passive autos from Ziggs do a comical amount of damage.
Yeah.
And then the WXQ can come through pretty quickly thereafter. So, you know, Mortals may be able to pick up, say, 2 more towers here in the next couple minutes. Bolulu, I think, is going to walk down bot. He's going to be able to kill this. And then they can potentially drop Herald on a tier 2 and try to get a second kill there.
Yeah. I mean, APA has already shown the LCS the truth about Ziggs. You know, I don't think this champion has been, you know, bad for time being. Just it's been underplayed, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, between APA and a few other players in Challengers League as well, I think that's one of the things I really enjoy on the weekends as well. Just being able to see the diversity of drafts that they go versus LCS drafts.
And we're seeing it kind of like splashed in here in the LCS. We have seen some different stuff. You know, Licorice brought out like this like Hullbreaker split push Yone. We saw LeBlanc top today. Rich has been bringing in some spice in top lane. He's had a couple of Quinn games, you know, 2 Quinn games now against the Renekton. He's brought out the Alawi. So I do think when players are going to bring out these picks and make it work, other pros have to stand up and take note, right?
Yeah.
And they are doing that. You know, we're seeing the proof of that as APA has come in, had a fantastic start with TL, you know, really helped them turn around their split. And now Bolulu, he's going to be able to take a page out of his book and look for it.
Yeah.
And this is that play that we're talking about. You walk up, you get the charge, it's just gone immediately.
Don't even need the satchel charge for this one. Mega Inferno Bomb expended just to zone Golden Guardians members off so that they cannot defend from the crash. I mean, right now, they have a pretty sizable control of the map. Vision control is starting to bleed into Golden Guardians' blue side jungle. So for the next couple of dragons that are coming up, I mean, Golden Guardian is going to actually have to fight and contest for them. And if you're caught in the wrong choke point, or as you've been face-checking a Nautilus, it's looking bad. But Licorice is going to look for the engage on the bottom side of the map. Kenvi and Solo are bullied away, but Kenvi already got the red buff, so there's no real loss here for the side of Immortals.
Yeah, Licorice pretty confident, knows it's just kind of 2 tanks there to be able to push them back out. He's also gone for a pretty tanky build, so you can tell he wants to move more, I think, into the 5v5, going towards the Sterix, going towards the Merc Treads. You know, he's going to have that tenacity and going to have the ability to be able to go into the back line and not just get one shot, right?
Yeah.
So it does signify that he wants to group for fights. He wants to look towards those 5v5s, and we'll see what he's going to be able to get done in them, as he has created a pretty decent advantage in the side lane, you know, been able to pressure down some towers. But again, Poppy really can hold her own. I'm going to be interested to see, you know, how that looks in the later stages. You know, if he can keep finding edges in that side lane, or if it is just going to be purely about 5v5.
Yeah, because so far Immortals have done just fine with only 2 of their tanks versus all 3 of them.
Yeah.
But I imagine you throw all 3 tanks in the mix, and then it will start become a little more oppressive for Golden Guardians.
The other thing is, you know, if Licorice wants to play more heavily through side lane, you just get a little bit of lifesteal, a little bit of sustain, and then all of a sudden tank damage doesn't matter anymore.
Yep.
Right? Like, if you want to go something like a Ravenous Hydra or Blade of the Rune King, whatever, you can go towards those options. It is not going to be that, as he is actually just building a Spectred Cowl, so he's going to be going for sure now for the 5v5, I think.
Yeah, because the only sustain that he has is when he's interacting directly with the champion, Divine Sunder and Grass. But in it, I don't imagine that Spectre Cow is going to be anything other than a Visage.
Oh my god.
Nice damage, Bolulu.
Yeah, I actually really like this when Ziggs players do that. When you have squishy members on the other team and they don't have sustain, you can just throw that sucker out. It's 70-second cooldown right now, and as you do hit those higher ranks, it gets lower and lower and lower, and one ulti can send someone back to base, and that's why we're seeing, you know, some defensive itemization being built up on the other side. It is going to be difficult. You know, Gory, if he can dodge a lot of the initial poke, then he can get a lot of value from that Banshee's Veil, but he has to be careful that it doesn't just get Ludens off or something like that.
Sure.
Because there is pretty high potential that the Banshee's Veil does nothing.
Dragon is alive. Neither team is really going for it quite yet because Licorice has an advantage pushing solo in this bottom side of the map. Immortals have all 5 members here though, looking for the engage. Kenvi finds a hook on River, but
And solo still isn't going, right? So now it's kind of this awkward situation. If they go down towards bot, Golden Guardians are going to start Baron. You cannot do Dragon here, guys. It's an Azir and an Aphelios with Bite Gun. This Baron is going to melt, so they need to come up and respond. But again, now Golden Guardians, you see they're not going to the Dragon. You can just pull off. You don't have to commit to this. Just let the Jax take the tier 2 bot for free.
He's going to get locked up here. He throws out the hostile takeover. He goes down. It looks like they're actually just going to go ahead and commit to the Baron, but it's going to get so close. 2,500 HP. All of the Immortals are into the pit, and Kenvi steals the Baron away from Golden Guardians. Now Golden Guardians have to fight their way out, but Tactical flashes over the Shurima Shuffle. Stixxay is able to answer on back, but now it's up to him to do the damage. He and Licorice have to clean this one up and make sure that Immortals don't walk away with any of the stolen Baron buffs, but Solo is so tanky, I don't imagine he gets out. The gravity gun might say otherwise if he can get in line for a root here, but Solo escapes, and it's a heist for Immortals.
Yeah, Immortals do get that Baron, but they get wiped off the map right after it. I thought Golden Guardians were just going to peel. They were getting freebies in bot. This was one of those situations where I don't think they needed to force it, but they decide just go for the straight up flip. And honestly, it could have gone way worse because they could have even had more people knocked out of the pit and then just lost the fight. Hui ends up dying for free at the start, does get the ulti off, but they just say, all right, we're just committed to it. Hui's down. They use that Maokai ult to try to peel, and then imagine if Solo actually connects with that. It would have been even more free. But the problem is you're engaging into these tanky members, and Licorice is able to get so much work done in the back. But Lulu and Tactical were struggling to really get access as the Azir was kind of creating space around there. A nice flash from Tactical. That was such a fast reaction as Gory went in for the flash and the sweep. But Stixxay is untouched, and Licorice just went crazy in this fight. You know, the W is there to actually block the Leaf Strike from Solo, but he just counter-strikes and flashes in on top of Bolulu and then chases him down using that ward that was in the Banana Brush over by Red Buff to be able to get that final kill. And that is that Jax diff up in the top lane. He got a lot of work done.
And Solo might be locked out here. He has members on the top side, so he's just gonna get his way out of there. Immortals still have only 1 Baron buff through Solo, and so they're all grouping around him as 5 and seeing how many turrets they can take down. What will Golden Guardians' response be? Stixxay is already in the mid lane looking to get the push. Nice interrupt from Tactical, stops the reset from River, and so he's going to be delayed on his recall. Can Golden Guardians look for an engage before they do any more damage?
Yeah, Licorice is trying to threaten the flank, so they clearly are wanting to go for it. Look at the Maokai coming up through the jungle. They're going to get behind him. They have 2 members behind. They're going to look for the pincer play.
Reaper's Verdict was already used. Hostile takeover does a hit. It doesn't reach Tactical. He's able to speed away. Licorice engages first. River right on top of it next. Magnet Storm to peel all the threats away from Tactical and Bolulu. He's chunked out, but he's not dead, and he can still fire back. Tactical finds 1 reset, and Golden Guardians have to retreat because they cannot play against an excited Jinx.
Yeah, they couldn't actually get that kill. Licorice able to get in the backline there with River, but the pincer didn't quite work out. Hui wasn't able to actually connect with the hostile takeover. It just barely missed out on Tactical, who had no cleanse, and I think that's why they're trying to force this. They're saying Jinx no cleanse. If that connects on him, they're probably wiped. Right? It goes so bad because it's going to create so much time for them to actually catch up. Like, look at that. It was like touching his character model. That was ridiculously close. Licorice gets into the back line, but there's so much CC down on him. You can see Bolulu just throws the ulti out on his head, and it's forcing Licorice back so much damage as they're getting tagged by the sweet spot of that Ziggs ulti here. They get that kill onto River. It is just the 1 kill for them, but they get a stopwatch off him as well, which is a pretty big win. And Immortals really giving as good as they're taking in this game. There's going to be a lot of pressure now on Golden Guardians to be able to be clean in these next fights.
Azale, if you erase the current win-loss record off the screen and you just look at the names by itself, you know, this would be a completely different Immortals than we have seen the entire summer split. One that has been competing blow for blow and not losing momentum. No matter how bad a play may go south, they rebound, and the fact that they're fighting back against Golden Guardians, who is in our top 3 currently running for Summer Split, is remarkable.
Yeah, they're playing a really good game. You know, Golden Guardians, I think, has... Oh.
Q, crash down. Not quite. Licorice is able to dodge it with the Leap Strike.
Oh,
He's going to be safe for now, but River looking for a flank. Nature's Wrath is available. It gets spotted on the ward. Going to sweep it out instead and set up for another play next time around. Baron's coming up in 2 minutes. Dragon as well.
Yeah, it is a little bit dicey there. They Yeah, they should have the Magnastorm back by the time the Dragon's up. So as long as they don't fight now, I don't think it's gonna be a big deal. You know, they look for that side lane pick, weren't able to find it. It is a very tanky Jax. As the satchel charge nicely disengages the play, it is difficult to engage straight on to that Ziggs because you can throw down the Hextech Minefield, you can use the satchel charge. There's a lot of abilities that actually slow down to harass these targets as they're trying to run towards you. But you know, honestly, even if the Magnastorm connected, I don't think they kill Licorice. He's 16, and just look at the itemization, right? Like, he is very tanky. This is not some squishy Jax. He's got 3,400 HP. Solo has 3,100, right? So it's not like you're gonna one-shot the guy.
I'm honestly surprised at how these fights have been playing out, because I would have imagined that Immortals would just be, you know, firing their buttons and engaging into Golden Guardians, which then they can counteract with a lot of their disengaged kills. But these past couple of fights, Golden Guardians are the ones that are feeling pressured to fire out their buttons, and hostile takeover as an engage doesn't seem that, it's not great when they just run away from and don't even get hit by it.
I mean, it's so slow, right? That's why it's good for counter engage and not engage. It's also good if you have guaranteed lockdown that's going to hold them in it, right? So if the Maokai ult connects first, then you're throwing it out over top, then it can create chaos, right? Because if you're already in the midst of the team and they're running away from that, then sure, you're getting free damage. But I think part of the reason the fights have been difficult for Golden Guardians, you know, the Baron fight was just chaos, but that top lane fight is because they were putting pressure on to be sieging, right? And when they have the Jinx, when they have the Ziggs, you have to respect the fact that they can knock down these turrets really quick. So Golden Guardians tried to set up this pincer play, but their hard CC is not great, right? Like, their engage really is a flank, or it is a Maokai flashing at you. That's about it, right?
Yeah.
So they don't have a guaranteed instant go button, and that's going to make things more difficult. But it's, again, back to this earlier scenario. Akil is going to try to stay on it this time, though. He's going to finish off the Dragon, and now Golden Guardians, do they commit to the Baron take again?
And
Solo whiff.
It's only 9,000 HP. I mean, there's so much time, but now they're starting to burn it down super fast. Gory over the wall, and River secures the Baron. Hostile takeover, buys some time for Golden Guardians, and they get a pick onto Kenvi. Will they look for the re-engage? Licorice is the first one into the front line, but Immortals have disengaged with the Chompers, and they walk away.
Yeah, this time, though, well executed here from Golden Guardians. Immortals wanted to get that Dragon, and sure, they did, but you give up the Baron on this one. Kenvi gets into the pit, but it was too little too late. The Baron does go down incredibly fast. Golden Guardians couldn't really find a great turn, but now you have a Jax empowered by that Baron buff. He's going to be going mid, so they have this 4-1 set up. They're pushing down mid with this. So the tier 2 mid is going to be free. The tier 2 top is going to be free. And they will have to eventually get those waves moving in the right direction through bot lane, but that Ziggs ulti really hurting now as Bolulu is 16, so it is now a 53-second cooldown at this point and does an incredible amount of damage. It is... The ultimate is, it looks like 1,500 damage right now. And then an additional 600 or so if it's actually in the center, so it's like ridiculous. But here it is one more time. Kenvi does buffer the hook to try to get into the pit. The stun comes in from Licorice. He flashes in, but it is a split second too late. And this time the Berserk does connect on too. But again, Immortals do have pretty good kite and disengage. You can't really run through them. You can see the Glacial Augment there, slowing things down, and then Tactical drops the Chompers. Bolulu's harassing you. But I do think it's going to become very, very tough with Licorice now having the Baron buff on his side to be able to get these waves going in the right direction. Poppy just doesn't have the wave clear to really deal with it.
Yeah. And when you have a Baron empowered Jax splitting as well, not even the Ziggs wave clear is going to be enough, because then the Baron, the minions are even more tanky. It's a super tough position for Immortals to be in now, losing that Baron. And they were able to get the Dragon on the backside, but this is now where they're going to have to really dig deep and be able to answer back.
And that's why they're playing through lanes as well, right? Because Ziggs does have really strong wave clear, as does that Jinx. So you can't just barrel it down one lane. They're trying to play through 3, split them around. Need to sync up these waves, though, to put it into a position where there's multiple lanes that they have to answer at the same time. They're trying to escort that mid lane wave up. They have one in bot, and Licorice is coming through top. So if they can really sync this up, they can potentially crack a tower here, which could make things very, very difficult for their opponents. And Licorice now has the Zonias as well, so he really can send himself into that back line and make it tough for them to ignore him, you know, create that zone of threat.
Stixxay pushing through the mid lane, River and Huhi kind of chaperoning their AD carry as they bounce back and forth between bot and mid lane. Gory Solo pushing on the bottom side, Licorice pushing on the top side. And as you called it out, Immortals are forced to defend all 3 lanes at the moment.
Oh, I like that from Solo. He actually just knocks out the Jax to remove the Baron buff from the minions, and he's going to clear out that double cannon wave. And River now.
He's forced to flash. That's Nautilus ulti down. They're making their way through the mid turret. Oh, the Licorice goes in, and they're using the hostile takeover now into Licorice. A nice stopwatch that should buy some time for Golden Guardians to close this one out if they have the Baron minions on their side still. But it looks like it's just timed out. They will be able to get the middle inhibitor now, but Golden Guardians shift their attention towards the bottom side of the map. As Stixxay flashing forward, Tactical almost goes down from the Gale Force. He burned both summoner spells to escape from Stixxay.
Yeah, he's barely able to survive there, but Golden Guardians just kind of brute force it, excuse me, as Licorice came through mid, is able to just run in on them, push them back. They step up, they kill off the tower. Yes, he almost goes down, but he has the Sterix pop, he has the zone used to buy time, and they just really kind of enforce their will on Immortals. Immortals didn't have the ability to actually clear out the wave and burst down the Jax and do all these things all at the same time. So they are able to knock down that first inhibitor. That's going to put even more pressure as they then follow that up by that second inhibitor down through bot. So it'll be really difficult now for Immortals to really deal with all these waves, with the Jax pushing up waves and with getting vision and trying to play around these neutral objectives becomes that much more complex. So we'll see if they're going to be able to do it. They do have incredible wave clear, of course, but Stixxay and Gory are now becoming a problem. Like, these guys have had relatively quiet games, but they're approaching full build on both sides and are going to be a massive threat, especially, you know, when you also now know that Stixxay was able to force out the summoners from Tactical.
Yeah.
Licorice has flash, right? So he could look for it. Gory has flash, so he could look for it as well.
That's the big thing we're looking here for this next fight. I mean, Dragon is coming up in 24 seconds for Immortals. They're just going to turn right onto this member from Golden Guardians who he was tagged up. He has the bailout and he throws out the hostile takeover, but if they don't get a kill, then he's just gone. Licorice is prevented from getting any closer to Baloo, but Gory is teleported right below, and Baloo is forced to flash over the wall, but he shifts on over. He picks up the mid laner of Immortals, and now Golden Guardians, could this be the pushing end? As they are forced to recall, but Immortals, Kenvi and Solo cannot find a place to retreat. Licorice is preventing his recall, so it gives Golden Guardians the guaranteed numbers advantage. Solo had the TP on back. Tactical is here as well, but can he wave through? Oh, Stixxay has a lot of damage. Stopwatch is forced to pop. They have to defend him, but he goes down anyway. Tactical is doing everything he can to defend against Golden Guardians. They want to pick up this win for Immortals, but Golden Guardians have a conspiracy to beat. They have to beat the allegations. They have to win 10 wins in the summer split. Gory looks for the shifting sands. Damn your conspiracy video, chat. Golden Guardians will take their 10th win for the first time in the LCS.
For the first time in franchise history here, Golden Guardians reach 10 wins. They will beat the allegations. They will finish above 50-50 in the LCS no matter what happens. A crazy end to that game, as Gory was able to find the angle on the TP. I don't know when the last time I saw an Azir flank TP was, but Gory was able to get into that back line, and we are going to go to the stage for the medal ceremony.
Golden Guardians
we are
have
here
finally
for the Verizon post-game medal ceremony. First of all, everyone is receiving gold medals for actually beating the 10-game win streak. Gory is actually also receiving a bronze medal representing South Korea. We then have receiving a silver medal for this game, a gold medal for breaking the streak, Stixxay from the United States, and then Licorice from Canada taking the gold medal. Hello! Congratulations on breaking the 10-win streak. I saw multiple of you were tweeting before the game saying that you would not be able, this is the 9-9 run back. What do you have to say about that?
9-9? Check? Go ahead. No, you got it. You start talking. I mean, it's a legend that we created just now for Golden Guardians history, so we're glad. Thank you.
What do you have to say to holy shit! Okay. I also didn't know that was coming. Actually I did, I just forgot. What do you have to say to Jat, who tried to curse you today?
I mean, curse is, at this point, good for us. Everyone should curse us so that we can perform better. Yeah.
Okay. You did. You broke your curse. You won the split. Yeah, live it up. We wanted to get one. Unfortunately, bottles of champagne are not allowed on air, I believe. I'll ask one serious question. I know you guys have all been trying to work on your mid game, on being able to close out games cleanly. How would you rate that journey thus far? Who wants to take it?
You can talk to the solo laners about that one.
The solo laner. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm pretty sure I didn't die this game, so I think I'm doing really well. So I think stocks are going up, and we're gonna close out games really easily now.
Gory?
What?
Mid game and late game.
Mid game? Today's match, early time my laning pace was too bad, so I wanna say sorry for team. And middle game was good. I think today Eric played very well, so we can read to middle game. So I wanna say thank you to Eric and middle game. And also I played very well. I think that's why we won today. Yeah.
Thank you. And a big congratulations to Golden Guardians. Once again, we'll toss it back to Azale and Rafa.
Oh my God. Mark that was kind of cruel going behind them and shooting off the poppers.
Yeah.
With no warning. Those are loud.
I mean, poor Huhi was scared out of his mind.
Yeah.
This last fight looked pretty dicey for Golden Guardians, but they were able to turn it up. And the fact that you called it out, I don't think we've ever seen a teleporting Azir that deep on the flank before.
Yeah, the flank was actually really, really nice there from the Azir at the end of the day. The crowd giving some love to Golden Guardians.
Hell yeah.
It's been a long run. It is crazy to think with some of the great runs they have had in playoffs that they have never been above a 50-50 record. And I think there was some discussion after they got to finals last split, after they went to MSI, had some really impressive individual performances.
Yeah.
There was still kind of that discussion of like, well, it was a good run, but they're probably going to turn back into a pumpkin. Like, they're not this good. They're not actually the second best team,
It's a
right?
fluke,
It's a
it
fluke,
won't last.
right? It's a good run. It's a hot streak. It's whatever. But, they have been able to really keep it up, and they are looking like they are a legitimate championship threat because none of our top teams are crystal clean, right? Cloud9 is dropping games. EG has been dropping a lot of games. Golden Guardians are right there at the top of the table.
Yeah.
And they are a legitimate championship threat here, and I think that is really impressive.
Yeah. Well, we've got a couple other things to recap for today, as it's been all 5 of our games, and we got all 5 of our player of the games. Seeing a lot of mid laners here. Insanity and Palafox having insane games. That Team Liquid and TSM will forever remain in my mind. What an insane comeback from TSM. Insanity as well. Also for FlyQuest, props to Spica and FlyQuest as well. I mean, EG, one of our top teams, as you already alluded to. But the fact that they were able to bounce back and have such a convincing and clean game as well. I mean, just nice bounce back. One could say dive buff as well for Spica.
One could, and we did many times.
Nice.
Giving ourselves all the credit for that win. But Insanity has had a crazy split. The fact that TSM is 8-3 with Insanity is really incredible. And I do think he has been such a big contributor to the team, bringing a lot of proactivity to them, bringing a lot of aggression from that mid lane, and showcasing his talents to a very high degree. It's been fun to see some of these guys stepping up and really changing the outlook for a squad, right? I think APA has been able to do it with TL. It's been really cool to see him coming in. Insanity has been such a breath of fresh air for TSM. They have been looking great. So it's really cool to see all these different players stepping up, making things happen for their squad. Palafox, we were talking about this earlier today, but over this last week or two, he is putting together a lot of good games.
Yeah.
And it is making that all-pro discussion, those MVP discussions and whatnot, really, really hard to think about because there's so many different candidates to discover.
Yeah, because at the beginning of the split and the way things were panning out, we're like, all right, yeah, Jojo, MNS, probably guaranteed top 2. But then that third spot, the third coveted one, it's like, I mean, there's Insanity, there's Palafox, we're even looking, I mean, we can't discount Gory either, who's also having great games as well. And then there's moments where you'll see I mean, APA cannot be in the conversation because he came in so late, but had he had a full split and he was playing like this, he would be in the conversation as well. So it's awesome to see such a wide display of talent coming from our farming system, our Challengers League system. All 5 of those players came up through Challengers at one point. some more recent than others.
Yeah, it is really cool. And I think it was yesterday, 4 out of 5 came up through Academy of the players of the game.
Yeah.
So it is actually working. I mean, it's one of the benefits. People talked a lot about the negatives, and there are a lot of negatives about the changes to NACL and maybe teams pulling back. But one of the things that is cool is that there's way more flexibility for the players to be able to just get in on an LCS team. There's no more contract jail, so to speak. People are able to get signed to contracts, are able to move up. There's kind of that upward mobility more available, it feels like. And teams are really taking advantage of that. And we've had some incredible performances from people coming up from NACL, being real difference makers right out the gate in the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, some have the benefit of still having a Challengers League team attached so they can experiment with that, FlyQuest and Team Liquid. In Sanity's case, he had to prove himself. I mean, TSM were wanting to go with Ruby initially and just gave the spot over Insanity because, well, we have to wait on visa issues. The fact that Insanity came in here and said, I might not get another chance, I need to make my mark, and he's just delivering, that is probably one of my favorite stories out of this entire summer split so far.
Yeah, absolutely. He has been incredible, but that's going to be it for us. We're going to be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. Until then, see you next time.
I know we had the birds on the side of Dig, but it's looking like the Red Bull Baron buff is giving them the wings as they get one on a Puma again, and they are just consistently taking the fight here to Dignitas. That was a triple kill for FP5 before he went down, but a quadra in the end, and NRG, they just got a gold lead for the first time in the game.
Rich now on the next minion wave, and Contracts is in.
Killer Instinct from FBI in the back line here as well. The Fate Sealed isn't going to be enough. You got Dokla in there too. NRG, they're doing it. That's already 2 there as well for FBI. They're cleaning house now too.
Yeah, they're going to look, but the counter TP is coming through. JoJo's going to TP in as well. Everyone coming up towards this top lane. Vikla is the target. His revenge goes all out, but the equalizer is there. Unforgiven in trouble as overheated Impact is chasing him down. In comes Prince, flashing over the wall. It's going to finish him off. Ayla sure to follow. That's 2 for Prince. There's the Killer Instinct. That's going to be another. That's a 3rd for Prince. A 4th kill goes over to Spica. They wipe the map with him. It's an ace for FlyQuest.
Of having something
he almost at a point. Prince maybe going to go down, but has the Killer Instinct. JoJo coming in, and JoJo gets erased as Vikla drops the hammer. Armeo trying to find something, but there's nothing to find except the base, as they're going to be sent packing once again back to the well. 23-3.
There it is. Ornhorn coming across. Chime looking for the big area and entrance. They do get one, though, as they are trying to catch out Boogie. He's completely separated from the rest of the team. And Team Liquid, they're getting pushed off the fight now as they bought so much time. Insanity steps up, and Insanity gets a double kill. He's looking for more. And that's a clean ace for TSM.
They're still down in gold, but TSM ace Team Liquid.
Hit the tower, hit the tower, hit the tower, hit the tower. Hit the tower.
Bro, flash, okay? Flash, guys.
Raj is dead, Raj is dead, Raj is dead. Look here, guys, look here. Give up. Nice.
Hit the tower.
Honestly,
top.
I can't want to blow alone, bro.
I'll TP, okay?
Yeah.
It looks like they're actually just gonna go ahead and commit to the Baron, but it's gonna get so close. 2,500 HP. All of the mortals are into the pit, and Kenvi steals the Baron away from Golden Guardians. Now Golden Guardians have to fight their way out, but Tactical flashes over the Shurima Shuffle. Stixay is able to answer on back, but now it's up to him to do the damage. He and Licorice have to clean this one up and make sure that Immortals don't walk away with any of the stolen Baron.